Chapter 80. After Celestine left, he didn't come back the next day. Jing Tan was a little disappointed. He had been mentally preparing himself for the whole night, imagining all kinds of high-end Secret Service scenes, but when Celestine showed up, he didn't believe it. Jing Tan even suspected that Celestine's calls to Jiao Ma had been rejected. The Jiao family was the happiest about Celestine not coming back for 2 days. After Jing Tan came back that day, Jiao Ma immediately took Jing Tan to Xiaoguo's place for a physical examination. The result was that he was healthy. To be exact, he was in very good condition. Auntie Jiao and Xiaoguo's brother didn't quite understand this. If this cat had really drunk too much wine, it shouldn't be fine, right? At the very least, he should be dispirited or throwing a tantrum. What they didn't know was that Jing Tan took advantage of this drunken madness to release the pent-up anger in his heart for a long time. Perhaps it was hard for them to imagine how a cat could have such a psychological barrier, but it was the truth. For humans, when their psychological barriers were not released, over time, they would develop into mental illnesses, such as ADHD and anxiety caused by inattention, depression and anxiety caused by the pressure of studying, OCD and mania caused by setbacks, and so on. From a 10-year-old child to a 70-year-old man, every age group had different psychological barriers. Jing Tan's psychology was still that of a human. Even if he had no choice but to accept the reality of becoming a cat in order to survive, it wasn't that easy to get over the psychological barrier. Although drunken madness ruined his image, it was indeed a good way to release his anger. Jing Tan didn't know how long he would still be in his cat form, nor did he know when this psychological barrier would completely disappear, but at least now he had found a relatively good way to release his anger. It was a way to relax his mind without spending a dime. Well, when he felt depressed again, he would go to the night building and let out a drunken howl. Anyway, the Jiao family couldn't see it, nor could the people around him, so they wouldn't know that he had ruined his image. As for what Yi Hao's people thought and whether they would suffer, it was not within the scope of Jing Tan's consideration. This was the conclusion that Jing Tan came to after he came back yesterday and lay on the tree for the whole afternoon. On the other hand, Yi Hao, Ran Qi, and the others were busy dealing with the matters at hand. They didn't even know that a cat had set its eyes on their territory. This week, there was no need to go to Xiaoguo's place to shoot the advertisement, and there was no call from Celestine. There was no one at home. People went to work, and people went to school. Jing Tan lay on the tree in the courtyard. He didn't know what kind of trees those bushes on the lawn were, but now he knew that they were all smiley flowers. The air was filled with a faint fragrance. Jing Tan lay on the tall sycamore tree, yawned, stretched, and looked down at Niu Zhuangzhuang, who had started digging on the lawn again. This guy had been thinking about the lawn ever since he saw the hole in the Sahara Desert. Many places on the campus were cement, and the only places that could be dug were the flower beds and lawns. Every time Niu Zhuangzhuang was let out, it would always find a place to dig on the lawn. Sometimes it would hide something in it, and sometimes it was purely for the sake of digging a hole. Could it be that this was also a way to vent its emotions? Jing Tan didn't understand. He wasn't a dog. Besides, he didn't even understand the psychology of many cats, but cats were hard to guess. Since he was bored, Jing Tan planned to go to the Shi family area. He hadn't seen little Zhua in a long time. Speaking of which, little Zhua's due date had long passed. She should have given birth already, right? However, he hadn't heard the Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma mention it since he came back. It seemed that he had to find the answer himself. Just like Rin Chong's case, Jing Tan only found out about Rin Chong's downfall when he went to the Jiao Pa's building after he came back and heard the students talking about it. It was said that Rin Chong had an improper relationship with a female student in the School of Economics, and he also had an affair with a certain belle in the School of Foreign Languages. Professor Ren had a wife, who was originally abroad. It was said that she came from a good family and had a temper. When she found out, she flew here and slapped Rin Chong a few times in front of many people, making Rin Chong, who always cared about his reputation, embarrassed. It was also said that Professor Ren was involved in the underworld. All kinds of negative rumors spread wildly in the school. The school originally wanted to let Rin Chong take a break for a while and wait for the storm to blow over. After all, Rin Chong was indeed capable. However, later on, for unknown reasons, Rin Chong was forcibly dismissed. Many students guessed that Rin Chong must have offended some big shot in the school. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been fired so easily. Jing Tan recalled the face that always had a hypocritical gentleman's smile and thought about some of the rumors he heard. He felt that Celestine, Zhao Lu, and the others must have done something. After all, Zhao Lu must be more familiar with the gossip from other schools. As for the forcible dismissal, it should be the work of Xing, Old Man Lan, and the others. The Jiaopa didn't have the ability to do that. In fact, it was very common for people like Rin Chong to have an affair with a student. It was just that no one knew about it, or even if they knew, they didn't say it. It was even more common abroad. This kind of thing could be big or small. It depended on who was behind it. When Jing Tan thought about it, he was quite touched. At least there were so many people helping him when he was in trouble. Even Xing, who always had a long face, helped him. However, Xing helped him mostly because of Little Joie. It was worth it to give him the 9-leaf grass. Jing Tan walked towards the West family compound while thinking about Little Joie's current situation. Walking through the gate of the West family compound, Jing Tan felt that he was being watched. It wasn't the sight of a human, but the sight of another cat. Looking up at a tree, a tabby cat was lying on the tree. It looked like Huang, but was slightly bigger than Huang. The cat was lying on the branch and looking at Jing Tan. Jing Tan could feel the hostility of the cat from so far away. Shaking its tail, Jing Tan was too lazy to pay attention to it and continued to walk into the compound. Along the way, Jing Tan met several cats. When he came here before, the cats were not grown up. Now, they were bigger. There were also many cats in the West family compound. He just didn't know if the sheriff had fought with them before. When he arrived at the tall building where Little Zhuo lived, Jing Tan waited at the door for a while. When someone went in, he squeezed through the security guard. Just like before, Jing Tan chose to take the stairs. If he took the elevator, he would be surrounded by people looking at him as if he was a rare thing. Jing Tan didn't like that kind of look, so in order to avoid that trouble, Jing Tan still felt that taking the stairs was more worry-free. In one breath, he rushed to the 6th floor. Jing Tan came to the door of room 606. He pricked up his ears and listened. He didn't hear anything, so he jumped up and pressed the doorbell. While waiting for the door, Jing Tan was still wondering if the nanny was still there. He guessed that he would be despised again. After waiting for a few minutes, there was still no movement inside. Jing Tan felt strange. He jumped up and pressed the doorbell a few more times, but still, no one came to open the door. Could it be that she was still hospitalized after giving birth? Jing Tan didn't know much about women's affairs, so he couldn't think of a reason. He squatted at the door and waited for another 10 minutes, but still, no one came to open the door. He put his ear to the door and listened for a while, but he didn't hear any other sounds in the room. It really didn't seem like there was anyone inside. Forget it, I'll go back. Jing Tan didn't want to wait any longer. It seemed that he couldn't wait for someone to open the door. He turned around and left. But just as he walked a few steps and passed by the elevator opened. Jing Tan glanced at it. He didn't see Little Joie, but he saw Lord Xing, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Black charcoal? The person in the elevator asked. Lord Xing was holding a folder in his hand and looked a little tired. Jing Tan really didn't expect to meet this iron-blooded person from the School of Physics here. He also didn't know how to get along with this Lord Xing. She wouldn't give him snacks, and probably wouldn't allow him to sleep on the chair. He heard that many people like her had obsessive-compulsive disorder or were obsessed with cleanliness. He had only heard about it, but had never seen it with his own eyes. Jing Tan only heard about it from the students when he walked around the campus. As for how much of it was true, he didn't know. After all, you couldn't guess the thoughts of the big shots. "Are you here to see little Joie?" Lord Xing asked. The tip of Jing Tan's tail twitched. He didn't know how to answer. Lord Xing didn't wait for Jing Tan to answer. He looked at the watch on his wrist, turned around, and walked into the elevator. He waved to Jing Tan outside. "Come in, let's go down together." Jing Tan stood in place and thought for a while. Then he lifted his foot and walked in. When the elevator went down, Jing Tan felt that the atmosphere inside was a little strange. It was too serious. The enclosed environment always made people inexplicably nervous. Or maybe it was because Lord Zhang's aura was too strong. In short, Jing Tan felt very uncomfortable. In the future, he'd better take the stairs. The space was more spacious and he felt more comfortable. Originally, Jing Tan thought that Lord Xing would just walk him out of the building. However, after leaving the entrance control, Lord Xing didn't mean to return to the building. "I heard from little Joie that you can understand. Let's take a walk." With that, Lord Xing lifted his foot and walked in the direction of the west side compound. Jing Tan was stunned. He didn't understand what Lord Xing meant. However, he still lifted his foot and followed. The guard at the side gate of the west side family compound had just made a phone call and talked with someone for a long time. He didn't even take a nap. He was a little tired. He stretched his arms and yawned. When his mouth was wide open, he saw Lord Xing walking over. Before he finished his yawn, he forcibly stopped. The guard hurriedly sat down and looked serious. He wanted to make himself look very energetic and professional. The guards here all had a scale in their hearts. They knew which people were easy to talk to and which people they couldn't afford to offend. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to do this job. And Lord Xing was someone they couldn't afford to offend. Everyone knew the identity of Lord Xing. They also knew that Lord Xing had his own way of speaking and doing things. Don't even think about flattering him. However, today the guard felt strange. Recently, Lord Xing only came here to take a nap or to rest after being busy. Today, it didn't seem like he had taken a nap. Moreover, the famous Lord Xing was accompanied by a cat. Did Lord Xing like cats? He had never heard of it. However, this possibility couldn't be ruled out. Chapter 81. Jing Tan followed Lord Xing out. The west side family compound was close to the west school gate, and there were more people coming and going. Fortunately, Lord Xing didn't mean to leave the school. She turned a corner and walked along a small path towards the campus. Although they were indeed walking towards the campus, there were many people who knew Lord Xing at the gate of the west side compound. Jing Tan didn't know how many people stared at him. Some people were whispering behind him about whether the cat belonged to Lord Xing, and why Lord Xing was in the mood to walk her cat. If she wanted to avoid these people, it was actually very simple. She just had to walk along the relatively deserted gravel road from the other gate of the west side compound. There was no need to walk towards the school gate. Jing Tan didn't understand what Lord Xing meant. Telling others that this cat actually had a backer. And the backer was the famous Lord Xing of Tsinghua University. Jing Tan followed Lord Xing into the campus while thinking about this big shot's thoughts. At the same time, Jing Tan was also curious. He didn't see little Joie when he went there just now. Did little Joie move? This house did belong to Lord Xing, but since Lord Xing let little Joie live there, there was absolutely no reason for her to take it back now. Besides, little Zhuo was a student that Lord Xing valued very much. It had to be said that Lord Xing had a strong aura. Jing Tan felt nervous walking next to her. It was really a pity that the physics department often met Lord Xing students. Lord Xing didn't walk all the way. She sat down on a long wooden bench next to a quiet path, patted the seat next to the bench, and looked at Jing Tan, indicating that he could sit there. Jing Tan jumped onto the wooden bench and sat next to Lord Xing, indicating that he was under a lot of pressure. It was obvious that the teachers who had to work with Lord Xing every day had to bear more psychological pressure than the other teachers. Lord Xing didn't speak after sitting down. She just looked at the woods in front of her. Jing Tan studied the forest for a while. There was nothing special about it. There were many small forests like this in Chuhua University. Looking at Lord Zhang's expression, was he thinking about something? Jing Tan suddenly felt that people like Old Man Lon were not so bad. Although his temper was a little weird, at least he would speak his mind and let others know what he was thinking so that they could come up with a way to deal with him. However, Jing Tan was also glad that he was just a cat now. He could just pretend that he didn't know anything. No one would ask him to find a topic to break the rigid atmosphere. At this time, several graduate students from the School of Physics were preparing to withdraw money from the bank at the school gate. They walked over through this shortcut and suddenly saw Lord Xing sitting on a bench by the roadside. Didn't Lord Xing go back to rest? Who the F***ck is sitting here right now? The few graduate students were extremely depressed. This was not the time to wander around. With her powerful memory, Lord Xing had an impression of most of the students in the School of Physics. Moreover, they happened to be part of Lord Zhang's research group, so they were even more familiar with her. They walked around the corner and found Lord Xing. At this time, it was impossible to pretend that they didn't see her and go back. They could only brace themselves and walk forward. Originally, they wanted to pretend that they didn't see her and just walk past her, but Lord Xing looked up and glanced at them. Teacher Yi. Hello, Teacher Yi. The smiles on their faces were stiff and their hearts were cold. They were ready to be scolded. What are you doing? Asked Lord Xing. Didn't we just get the state subsidies? We're going to withdraw money and open an online banking account, said the person who spoke. At the end, he even added an excuse for himself. The bank at the school gate was about to close at 5:00. There were a lot of people. Now that we're done with the things at hand, we're a little free. Lord Xing nodded. Go ahead. Ha! Why is Lord Xing so easy to talk to today? The few of them exchanged glances and hurriedly left. They were afraid that Lord Xing would change his mind and scold them again. Jing Tan looked at this scene and was amused. These unlucky kids. They even ran into Big Boss on a trip out. They would probably continue to be nervous for a long time. Seriously, I'm like a scourge, said Lord Xing softly. Jing Tan turned his head to look at Lord Xing next to him. It seemed that Lord Xing was a little melancholy. Lord Xing turned his attention back to the cat next to him. This time, he didn't continue to be silent. Instead, he said, I heard that 9-leaf grass was given to little Zhuo by you. You're really a good cat. As he said that, Lord Xing even reached out a finger to touch Jing Tan's cat head. Jing Tan didn't like others touching his head like that, but since it was Lord Xing, he would endure it. After all, Lord Xing had helped him vent his anger. The child is indeed very healthy. It's a boy. Little Zhuo gave the child a nickname, Kitten, Little Kitten Zhuo, said Lord Xing. For things like nicknames, there were flowers, birds, fish, insects, metal, stone, earth, wood, as well as dragons, tigers, dogs, leopards, and so on. It was said that nicknames were a kind of rhetorical activity and phenomenon that was quite distinctive and worthy of attention. Its rhetorical justification was mainly reflected in the logic of unreasonable but wonderful. At the same time, nicknames also reflected the love parents had for their children. However, Xingtian himself didn't have a nickname. Perhaps he used to have one, but his parents didn't mention it at that time, so Xingtian wouldn't know. Sometimes, Xingtian envied those who had nicknames. Although nicknames didn't sound nice on the surface, they made people feel more alive. It was like a memory negative, revealing the intimacy and liveliness that came from deep within. Little Kitten Joie. He really wanted to see it. Little Kitten Joie, who was just born, wouldn't be like those naughty children who pulled their tails, right? Xingtian remembered that before little Kitten Joie was born, he had touched him with his head across little Joie's belly. Speaking of little Kitten Joie, Lord Zhang's face softened a lot, as if he was talking about his own grandson. When the time comes, I'll carry him over to show you. I'll also let him know the origin of his name and let him see the black brother that his mother often talks about. Lord Zhang talked a lot about little Kitten Joie, such as how nervous everyone was when he was born. After all, many people believed that this child would not be healthy. Those who had a good relationship with little Joie must have felt bad in their hearts. It wasn't until the child came out and went through a series of examinations that everyone was relieved. Lord Zhang said that little Kitten Joie wore the 9-leaf grass pendant, and according to little Joie's intention, he would always wear it, and there would be no other gold, silver, or jade to replace it. However, Lord Zhang basically talked about little Kitten Joie, but he didn't mention little Joie. Where was little Joie? Was he not coming back? Why did Lord Zhang personally carry little Kitten Joie over, and not little Joie himself? Where were little Kitten Joie and little Joie now? Xingtian tilted his head and listened. Now the aura around Lord Zhang was not as strong as before. In addition, Xingtian was also quite interested in this topic. The man and the cat got along well, even if it was just the man talking and the cat listening. When Lord Zhang talked about little Kitten Joie, he also observed the cat in front of him. Although the cat did not make any sound in response, it was enough to let people know that it was listening, and that it understood. It was no wonder that old man Lan was furious with Ren Chong over this cat. Lord Zhang was not as prejudiced against black cats as little Joie's previous nanny. Even if the cat in front of him was a little strange, Lord Zhang did not make too much of a fuss. Having reached his current status and reputation, he had seen a lot of strange things, and this was not one of them. He wondered what Lord Zhang would think if he knew that the cat in front of him had a human soul. Pay attention to people in the future. Don't get caught again, said Lord Zhang. Xingtian's ears twitched. That shouldn't be the case. He had learned from his mistakes. He wasn't that stupid. After sitting in silence for a while, Lord Zhang sighed. There are two kinds of people, those who can think things through and those who can't. Coming out with you for a walk really made me think through some things. Forget it. Everyone has their own ambitions. There are always things that they have to do. I can't interfere. Xingtian did not think that he had done anything that could make Lord Zhang think things through. He also did not know what Lord Zhang had thought through. Seeing Lord Zhang get up, he knew that Lord Zhang was about to leave, so he also got up from the bench. You don't have to go there in the short term. They're not there, said Lord Zhang as he was leaving. Lord Zhang did not know if the cat could understand the meaning of his words. He just wanted to try and say what he wanted to say. The house in the Western District was often empty. She only went there occasionally to take a rest or take a nap. The time was uncertain. She did not go there every day. Even if the cat went there, no one would open the door. The man and the cat walked back along the path and separated at the intersection in front. Lord Zhang went to the family compound in the west, while Xingtian went back to the family compound in the east. When he returned to the family compound in the east, Xingtian saw the Saint Bernard dog, Little Flower, walking slowly on the grass with a child on its back. The child was from the compound. He went to kindergarten and lived in the same building as Little Flower's family. The little kid usually liked to ride Little Flower around the yard. The other little kids were envious of him. Even though Little Flower's temperament was gentle, not everyone could ride on its back. Looking at the little kid who was laughing happily on Little Flower's back, Xingtian could not help but think of Zhuo the kitten that Lord Xing had just mentioned. Well, if Zhuo the kitten wanted to ride a big dog in the future, he would let Little Flower suffer. Anyway, Little Flower was big. It would be happy to run around the yard with a child. Just as he was thinking, Xingtian heard the beeping of a car horn. He turned around and looked in the direction of the sound. It was Celestine's car. Celestine stretched out its arm from the car window and waved at Xingtian. It asked Xingtian to get in the car. Was it preparing to start a high-end mission? Xingtian ran over and jumped into the car through the open window. He looked at Celestine in the driver's seat. Go to the night building. I called your cat father and told him that you can leave directly. Xingtian originally thought that he was going to take on the task of installing a bug. However, on the way to the night building, he heard Celestine's nagging. Was there something else? So what Wei Ling said about the listening device the day before yesterday was just to deceive the cat. Those words were just a test. That was a little too cautious. But thinking about it, it was also true. In the 1960s, Kleber boasted that it was the world's first-class bug. Today, it could be bought in many foreign toy stores. Yi Hao and the others should have been familiar with eavesdropping wars. If they really wanted to eavesdrop, with Yi Hao's ability, they would not need the help of a cat. Chapter 82. This time, Xingtian did not walk into the night building openly. Instead, he was brought in by Celestine. When they reached the third floor and entered one of the rooms, Celestine let Xingtian come out. This time, it was not the room where he borrowed Drunken Howler, but another one. The space was slightly bigger, and the decorations were a bit strange. There were many props. In the room, other than Yi Hao, Ron Qi, and Leopard, there was also a young man in his mid-20s. He looked ordinary, unlike Ron Qi, who had an elite temperament, and was not as strong as Leopard. The first impression he gave was really nothing special. However, to be able to stay here, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Yi Hao saw Celestine come in with the cat and gestured for them to wait. Then, he walked into a small room with Leopard. It was a temporary office. In the hall of the room, Ron Qi was sitting there, listening to the young man explain something. Xingtian looked and saw that the young man was fiddling with some coils, transistors, and other things. Xingtian did not understand these things, so he could not understand what they were talking about. Xingtian also did not understand the content of the conversation between the two people. The young man said something like, Lenmis during the Vietnam War, Lampard in the 1980s, and other phrases that Xingtian had never heard of. Driven by curiosity, Xingtian jumped out of the backpack, walked over, and stretched his neck. The two people who were talking noticed Xingtian's approach and glanced at him. Ron Qi unconsciously stepped back, and the unfamiliar young man looked at Xingtian, then looked at Celestine, who was sitting not far away and eating peanuts, and continued talking. Xingtian saw a diagram on the table in front of the two of them. It was a hand-drawn circuit diagram with letters and numbers on it, such as R1, R2, Q1, Q2, NF, PF, and so on. Xingtian was dizzy from looking at it, so she gave up looking at it. After squatting aside and listening for a few minutes, Xingtian finally understood that this young man was teaching Ron Qi how to make a simple eavesdropping device. It seemed that this young man was a master of eavesdropping devices. After teaching him how to make a simple eavesdropping device, the young man also talked about some things related to eavesdropping devices, as well as some anti-eavesdropping jobs he had taken on. The more Jing Tan listened, the more interested he became. This kind of gossip was relatively easy to understand. He didn't expect that so many officials in Chuhua City had asked this person to remove their listening devices and secret recording devices. Officials would also use such spy-like equipment to collect dirt on each other, spy on each other, and climb up the ranks by grabbing onto their opponents' weaknesses. In particular, those who held the power of approval were the targets of many people's prying eyes. There could be all kinds of eavesdropping devices in air conditioners, power sockets, cars, and so on. This world was F***king crazy. So many people say that these things are bugs. In English, eavesdropping devices and bugs are the same word. They are both bugs. Many times, they would directly ask me, "Are there any bugs here?" The young man joked as he talked about the things he had encountered. However, he didn't reveal the names and identities of the customers at all. It seemed that he was more professional. In this way, Jing Tan also understood that he couldn't help with the eavesdropping device. With an expert around, it wouldn't be his turn to take the risk. These people probably wouldn't be at ease. The difference in ability was there, so Jing Tan had nothing to be unhappy about. Sometimes, Jing Tan also admired people like this. They could specialize in one profession without worrying about food and drink, and silently make a fortune. He guessed that this kind of person was suitable for high-end secret service work. Geniuses and lunatics changed the world. This saying was indeed true. After the Water X incident, Secret Service agents everywhere developed laser eavesdropping devices in order to not follow in the footsteps of others. Later, they developed sensor eavesdropping devices. Those spy technicians were really F***king geniuses. Let me tell you the principle of laser eavesdropping. Installing this kind of eavesdropping device doesn't require you to sneak into a room. This also avoids the risk of being caught red-handed. Between the two types of light produced by the laser generator, the invisible infrared laser is chosen and used for invisibility. Later, the young man and Ranchi began to talk about some professional topics. Jing Tan couldn't understand, so he returned to Celestine's side. He scooped out a few peanuts from the plate and pushed them in front of Celestine. He asked Celestine to help him peel the peanuts. "You still eat peanuts?" Celestine didn't know if other cats ate peanuts or if they would have diarrhea if they ate them, but since the cat in front of him wanted to eat peanuts, he peeled a few for him. Originally, Celestine peeled peanuts, eating one peanut and giving the other to Jing Tan. In the end, all the peanuts were taken away by Jing Tan. Celestine curled his lips. This was king master. He had to be served by others just to eat peanuts. After about half an hour, Yi Hao and Leopard finished talking and came out of the small office room. The young man who was talking to Long Chi raised his head. Seeing that everyone had come out, he stopped talking and put down the pen in his hand. He then patted some crumbs stuck on his sleeves and stood up. "Have you reached an agreement? Then let's get to work. I'll help you to disinfect at the same time." "Thanks for your hard work, Barger," Yi Hao said. "You're welcome. I can still help with this." After saying that, Barger left with Leopard. Jing Tan stopped chewing peanuts and looked at the young man who walked out of the room. This name was really special. No wonder he was in the field of espionage. He just didn't know if this was a real name or a code name. Yi Hao sat down on the sofa and looked at Celestine. "How was it? You didn't get scolded over there?" "Every time I go over there, the children at home are wary of me like I'm a thief. Even if I helped them before, now the two children treat me like I'm an enemy. It's not easy for me to help you." Celestine sighed. Yi Hao snorted and didn't bother with Celestine's words. "Did you tell it?" Yi Hao asked, nodding his chin towards Jing Tan. "I mentioned a little, but didn't say anything specific. After all, the materials are all with you. I can't say much." Celestine spread out his hands. Yi Hao looked at the cat that was squatting on the low table and chewing peanuts. He still didn't quite believe it. However, even if it didn't succeed, it was just a cat. It wouldn't arouse any suspicion. Jing Tan finished chewing peanuts and listened to Celestine explain what he needed to do. It was actually very simple. In summary, he needed to get a list of names for someone. Jing Tan didn't know what the list was for Yi Hao and the others. He didn't need to know. It wasn't a good thing to know too much, even if it was just a cat. And the person that Jing Tan needed to find was lurking in the other party's sphere of influence as an undercover agent. That person had some listening devices installed around him, and there were people monitoring him all day long. Yi Hao couldn't send people to get in touch with him. It was easy to be exposed at this critical time. Jing Tan looked at the materials that Yi Hao had taken out. He was a man who was stronger than a leopard and had scars on his face. He looked a little ferocious. He was probably the kind of person that children should stay away from. Using the words that the Andes in the compound often used to describe him, he doesn't look like a good person. But this strong man, who could twist people's arms without blinking, liked cats since he was young. Jing Tan almost choked when he heard Yi Hao's explanation. He really couldn't imagine that kind of scene. Even when he was undercover, this cat lover would go over to feed stray cats whenever he saw them. Once, this person met a cat trafficker and beat the cat trafficker to the hospital on the spot. The trafficker was hospitalized for a long time and almost died. From this point of view, Jing Tan's impression of this person was much better. After experiencing the incident of being caught, Jing Tan hated cat traffickers. Hearing this person's deeds, he could only clap his hands and cheer. Sure enough, one couldn't judge a book by its cover. At the same time, Jing Tan finally understood why Celestine wanted him to help. It was easier to get close to the undercover agent without arousing the other party's vigilance. After all, the undercover agent usually came in contact with dozens of cats, if not hundreds. And Jing Tan wasn't an expensive cat breed now. It was black, which many people despised. In addition, Jing Tan had experienced the life of a stray and knew the eyes that stray cats should have. So, Jing Tan was confident and was very willing to help in this matter. Just treat it as an adventure game. Celestine also said that it would lurk nearby to prevent accidents from happening, so that Jing Tan could rest assured that there would be no danger to his life. Since he had decided to help, the necessary preparations still had to be done. Jing Tan and Celestine practiced for a while. To do this kind of contact work, they still had to have some acting skills. Jing Tan also had some experience from filming the advertisement, so his performance also made Yi Hao and Celestine very satisfied. As for Ron Qi, who was sitting far away, he looked at Jing Tan as if he was looking at a monster. Jing Tan found that Ron Qi was wearing a pendant today, which was probably used to ward off evil spirits. TSK, it looked like an elite, but its ability to accept things was not as good as Xiao Zhuo and the others. Ron Qi, who was originally sitting 10 meters away, saw the black cat's eyes and suddenly felt a chill on his back. That look was contempt, right? It was definitely contempt. After sitting for a while, Ron Qi really couldn't sit still anymore, so he said goodbye to Yi Hao and left the room. Ron Qi, this guy, hey. Celestine didn't finish his words. Everyone knew what he meant, but he could also understand. After all, this kind of extraordinary thing was not something that everyone could accept, especially those who often came into contact with some dark things. It was inevitable that they would think more. Right, since we decided to let Black Charcoal get the list, we have to be prepared, Celestine said. Jing Tan didn't understand what the so-called preparation meant, but when Celestine opened a box, Jing Tan's face froze. If it wasn't for the cover of the black fur on his face, he would definitely find that Jing Tan's face was like T. The box that Celestine took out contained makeup equipment, such as dust and some sticky liquid that he didn't know. Come on, makeup. A stray cat should look like a stray cat, Celestine said, reaching out to grab a handful of dust and sprinkling it on Jingtan. Chapter 83. After waking up in the morning, the flat-top guy opened the door of his room and went to the balcony to breathe in the fresh air. He raised his hand and looked at the rising sun. A hint of worry flashed in his eyes. He had a memory card in his hand. After he saved the information on the card, he had been waiting for an opportunity to give the card to the contact person. However, there had been a lot of activity recently. The higher-ups had begun to suspect him. The flat-top guy was also among the people who were suspected. The people who were suspected were closely monitored. The flat-top guy knew that there were listening devices in his house and that there were people watching his surroundings. Therefore, he was quite anxious. However, he did not show it. As the flat-top guy was thinking, a warm and soft body pressed against him from behind. "What's wrong?" the person behind him asked. The woman's face was beautiful. She looked like the gentle type. "I'm thinking that my injury has healed. When will I have work to do?" the flat-top guy smiled. "Take care of yourself. Don't leave any side effects," the woman said. Her words were filled with concern and worry. "Yes. It's just that I've been a little bored recently," the flat-top guy said. He had been stabbed in the abdomen. In fact, he could have dodged the stab, but he didn't. He only avoided the stab to his vital parts in order to increase the trust of his superiors. However, there had been some leaks recently, and he was still classified as a suspect. Since the crackdown in Chuhua City, many people had begun to change the way they operated. At least, that was the case on the surface. However, there were rules in the underworld. There were wars in the business world. No matter what the new situation was, there would always be competition. The probing and squeezing of each other had never stopped. The words of the two were filled with tenderness and sweetness. However, when they were not looking at each other, their gazes were not. "Ha!" The flat-top guy looked at the wall in the yard. Their house was a 2-story building with a small yard of more than 10 square meters. Many houses in the suburbs had such a design. The flat-top guy's house was rented. The pond in the yard was dug by himself. There were some small fish in it. As for why there were small fish in the yard, those who were familiar with the flat-top guy knew that it was prepared for the cats. The small fish in the yard were actually for the cats to catch them. Because they were afraid that cats would drown, the pool was not too deep. The sides of the pool were either made of smooth tiles or earth walls, so that cats that had fallen into the water could climb out of the pool. There would always be stray cats coming here to fish. They would see one every 2 or 3 days, so the people here were used to it. The flat-top guy stood on the balcony on the 2nd floor and could see everything clearly. A black cat jumped up from the courtyard wall and looked at them warily. After hesitating for a while, as if it felt that they would not do anything else, it walked towards the pond. "Another stray cat," the woman behind Flat-Top said. His eyes were filled with disdain. She was actually very repulsed by stray cats. They could carry parasites, skin diseases, and other diseases. If the higher-ups had not arranged for her to get close to the flat-top guy and monitor his movements and the people he came into contact with, she would definitely not be here. Stray cats were already driving her crazy. Jing Tan stood on the wall and looked up at the balcony on the 2nd floor. He looked at his target, Flathead, again. After confirming that it was the person he was looking for, he jumped off the wall and went to the pool. Jing Tan was very satisfied with his performance just now. He wanted to give himself an Academy Award. Compared to domestic cats, stray cats were more vigilant, even fierce. They did not trust people very much, so they deliberately showed vigilance and hesitation. And as a cat, the first thing they cared about was food. Even if Jing Tan did not like it, he had to pretend. Celestine had also told him that there was a fish pond in the courtyard, especially for cats. He could go catch as much as he wanted. But Jing Tan did not have much interest in catching fish. First of all, he was not interested in raw fish. Ever since he became a cat, he had not eaten raw fish. Second of all, he did not have much experience in catching fish. As a cat that was adopted on the first day he woke up, Jing Tan did not worry about food except for the time when he was astray. Even when he was astray, he would steal food. He did not catch fish himself. How to catch fish was entirely based on his feelings. Jing Tan looked very embarrassed now. If the Jiao family saw Jing Tan now, they would be very distressed. Their black charcoal looked very pitiful now. Jing Tan could not do anything about it. Celestine said that he wanted to put on makeup. If he did not put on makeup, it would not be easy. Although Jing Tan had black fur and was not as dirty as white or light-colored cats, there was not much luster to her fur. Perhaps it was because of the layer of dust on her fur. Some parts of her fur were clumped together in clumps, as if they were lumps. It had to be said that Wei Lang's makeup skills were amazing. The places that the cat could lick didn't have these lumps. Only the places that the cat couldn't comb would have lumps. This way, they were more careful and had an extra layer of naturalness to prevent suspicion. After finishing the fur, Celestine commented, "You are so strong. If you don't put on makeup, how can you look like a stray? Couldn't stray cats be stronger?" Jing Tan remembered that when he was a stray, he had seen a few cats without cat tags wandering outside. They were all quite strong. If they were not strong, would they be able to snatch food and territory and survive safely? Especially in the wild. Not every stray cat was thin and weak. Jing Tan felt like he was a homeless person wearing tattered and patched clothes. He came to the side of the pond and looked at himself in the water's reflection. He had mixed feelings. Retracting his attention, Jing Tan looked at the small fish swimming in the pond and wondered how to catch them. The fish in the pond were not colorful ornamental fish. They were indeed very ordinary fish. There were some stones around and in the pond for cats to catch fish, so they could stand on the stones to catch fish. Jing Tan knew that the two people standing on the second floor were paying attention to him, so he had to show the same preferences as other cats. This was normal. He circled the pond twice, then stood by the pond, raised an arm, and looked at a fish that was slowly swimming over. He stretched out his claws. He did not catch it. That small fish swam away in the blink of an eye and mixed with the other small fish. He could not tell which one it was. Jing Tan shook the water off his claws, then changed to another place and waited for another opportunity. Maybe the fish here were often stimulated, so they were more delicate and not easy to catch. After not catching fish twice, Jing Tan was also frustrated. If he did not catch a fish, Jing Tan would be embarrassed to call himself a cat. When a small carp the length of a finger slowly swam to the side, Jing Tan saw the opportunity and stretched out his claws. He bent his palm and accurately picked up the fish from the water, then threw it directly to the grass by the pond. The small fish that was thrown to the grass flapped its tail and jumped. Jing Tan shook the water off his claws and walked over. When he walked to the fish, Jing Tan hesitated. The fish was out. What should he do? He could not eat it, right? *CK, I can't do it. Facing a raw fish, a fish that had not been scaled, had not been gutted, and was still covered in grass and mud. Maybe someone had even peed in the pond. How could Jing Tan eat it? As picky as Jing Tan was, he could not eat it at all. At this moment, Celestine, who was hiding in a nearby residential building, was using binoculars to observe the situation. He rubbed his forehead. He remembered that the Jiao family had said that the cat did not eat raw fish. Black charcoal, after you catch the fish, what should you do? Although he was a little helpless, Celestine felt that the cat should be able to handle this kind of thing, so he continued to observe. Jing Tan looked at the fish jumping on the grass and thought for a while. It seemed that if Huang and the sheriff were not very hungry, they would first play with the prey they caught. They would play with the prey until it was about to die and did not struggle, then eat it. Or they would just leave the prey that was about to die. This was a good idea, Jing Tan thought. After making the decision, Jing Tan thought back to when he saw Huang and the others playing in the courtyard. Then, he copied how Huang played with the grasshopper. He bent his claws and hooked the fish that was jumping on the grass. When the small fish was thrown into the air, Jing Tan raised his body and stretched out 2 claws to hold the small fish. The next step should have been to bite, but Jing Tan could not bear to bite it. He decided to rub it twice instead. However, the fish was too sticky and slippery, and Jing Tan did not use his claws to nail the fish. When he rubbed, he did not use enough strength and directly rubbed the fish out. The small crucian carp made a beautiful parabola in the air and fell to the side of the pond. It flapped its tail twice and fell into the pond before Jing Tan could reach it. It swam away. Flathead, Celestine, Jing Tan really did not intend to let the fish go. He originally planned to play with it and then throw it where it was, but in the end, he accidentally rubbed the fish away. The woman standing next to Flathead saw this scene and covered her mouth to laugh. This cat is so stupid. Maybe this cat is not hungry and just wants to catch fish to play, Flathead said. He had seen cats that would fish out fish to play with it before eating it, and some cats would immediately hide to the side to eat the fish after fishing it out. Looking at the black cat next to the pond, it did not look like it was hungry. It probably just wanted to play, right? The woman did not comment on Flathead's explanation. Anyway, she did not like stray cats. They were dirty, not only ugly, but also fierce. The cat in front of her had an additional trait, stupid. She wrinkled her nose in disgust. The woman was a little impatient to look at the cat there. Just as she was about to turn back to the room, she saw the black stray cat walk around the pond twice, give up on catching fish, and walk towards the house. Jing Tan looked at the closed door, wagged its tail, walked to the side, jumped on the windowsill, and flipped into the house from the side window. Windows were naturally like doors for cats. This was the result of not closing the window. Flathead and the others had similar situations before, but at that time, they did not close the door, so the cat could enter. The design of this house was not good. It was not ventilated, and the first floor always felt damp. Therefore, the windows were often open for ventilation. I still have cut cooked beef in the kitchen downstairs. Don't let the cat take it away, the woman shouted and quickly ran downstairs. Chapter 84. After Jing Tan entered the house through the window, he roughly scanned his surroundings. The decorations were very normal, and there were no luxurious items. The sofa and other items were relatively old. Just as Celestine had said, these were all left behind by the original landlord. Therefore, even if Jing Tan caused a ruckus, he wouldn't feel guilty. Due to the poor design, the first floor felt a little dark and damp. Jing Tan hurried to understand the general layout of the first floor before the person upstairs came down. Then, even if he had to escape, he wouldn't be too flustered. Celestine had said that there were listening devices here, and there should also be cameras installed. Therefore, Jing Tan had to act as natural as possible, more like a stray cat. He knew that there were cameras and listening devices here, but he still pretended that he didn't know. It was indeed a little weird. It was hard for the flat top to pretend that he didn't know anything when he was trying to understand the situation. He just didn't know what the flat top's mentality was when he was having sex with his current girlfriend. When the heavens were about to give a great responsibility to a great man, the first thing was to have a strong will. As expected, the people who did this kind of undercover work had a strong will. Sniffing the air, Jing Tan followed the direction of the smell. Wasn't a cat going to sneak into someone's house to steal food? Otherwise, would it be rummaging through boxes and cabinets to look for the wallet? As he walked towards the kitchen, Xingtian also paid attention to the electrical appliances and furniture from the living room to the kitchen. His ears twitched. The woman upstairs was about to come down. Xingtian quickened his pace. When the woman rushed to the kitchen, she saw the dirty, ugly, and stupid stray cat sniffing the plate of cut beef. Immediately, the woman's heart was on fire. "Go away! Stinky cat!" The woman shouted and picked up a spatula. Xingtian pretended to be shocked and, accidentally, stepped over the plate of beef. Then, it, accidentally, kicked over the seasoning jar. The jar of pepper fell to the ground, and the pepper inside spilled out. Then, the jar of salt, the jar of MSG, and a few pretty ceramic bowls were kicked down and broke one by one. The woman was even angrier. She hoped that the cat would be chased out. She couldn't leave it for even a moment. While dodging the spatula that the woman threw at him, Xingtian looked for a place to hide. Celestine had told Xingtian that he could do it in moderation, but this moderation would have to be determined by Xingtian himself. Feeling that it was about time, Xingtian dodged the spatula and jumped out from under the woman's arm. He jumped from the stove to the cupboard. The cupboard in this kitchen was relatively large, with a length of nearly 2 meters. The height of the cupboard was also relatively high, with the top about half a meter from the ceiling. It was said that this family used to run a small restaurant business. Later on, they stopped working and moved all the pots and pans back. There were quite a lot of things. Behind the cupboard, there was a shelf filled with all kinds of steamers, cooking pots, and so on. Because no one had used them for a long time, they were all covered with a layer of dust. After Xingtian jumped onto the cupboard, the woman had no choice but to hit it twice with the spatula, hoping to chase the cat down. However, the cat just hid there and ignored her. The woman was so angry that she threw away the spatula in her hand and turned to look at Flathead, who was standing at the kitchen door. "Why are you still standing here? Hurry up and chase this cat out." After thinking about it, she felt that Flathead might not be satisfied with her actions just now. She looked at the pot of beef and pointed at it. "When the time comes, let it eat the beef." After saying that, the woman walked out of the kitchen. Because of the cat chase, the kitchen was covered in dust. The woman was going to the bathroom to take a shower. She hoped that she wouldn't have to face that ugly and dirty cat when she came out. Seeing the woman walk out, Xingtian felt that she wouldn't come back to the kitchen for a while. He was relieved, but he couldn't let his guard down. Since Celestine said that there might be surveillance everywhere, Xingtian couldn't act too abruptly. Looking at the kitchen again, Xingtian thought about the ideal place to make a move. Before coming here, Celestine told Xingtian that if there were surveillance cameras installed here, they should be installed in a higher place, looking down or at the same level. This was a habit of many people. This way, they could better observe the overall situation. Of course, it didn't rule out the possibility of installing it near the ground. However, in a place like the kitchen, the possibility of the latter was very small. Besides, no matter how secretive and difficult the situation was, the other party wouldn't be the crow from the KGB. It wouldn't be that complicated. Thinking about it, Xingtian made a decision in his heart. Flathead looked at the black cat hiding on the cupboard and turned to leave. After a while, he returned to the kitchen with a can of cat food in his hand. Opening the can of cat food, Flathead took out a plastic plate from the cupboard and poured the can of cat food into it. Me, come and eat the can," Flathead said as he walked closer. "Xingtian, you're the me. Your whole family is big me. Xingtian hated it the most when people shouted this word at him. This kind of behavior was King stupid. Originally, Xingtian had a good impression of Flathead, but as soon as he said this word, his impression of him plummeted. However, even if he didn't feel good, he still had to do what he needed to do. When Flathead approached the cupboard, Jing Tan jumped down and hid directly under the cupboard. Behind the cupboard was a shelf. Whether it was the shelf or the cupboard, the space at the bottom was relatively dark. At the same time, it was enough for Jing Tan to walk around. Jing Tan crouched down and walked around the bottom. He didn't find any suspicious surveillance objects. Other than a few insect corpses, there was some dust. Since his body was dirty, Jing Tan wasn't afraid of getting dirtier. "How is it?" The woman with wet hair and a bathrobe walked to the kitchen door and asked while drying her hair with a towel. "F***ck, isn't this too fast?" Jing Tan cursed in his heart. Probably afraid that Flathead would take the opportunity to leak the secret, the woman came out quickly. It was obvious that Flathead was being watched quite closely. No wonder Celestine said that it was not good to let people come in contact with him. However, Jing Tan wasn't worried now. He stayed under the cupboard and waited for Flathead. "Do you want to use a broom or something to drive it away?" the woman asked. "The more you do this, the less it will come out," Flathead said helplessly. He held a plate of canned cat food in his hand. He bent down, lay on the ground, and put the plate in his hand under the cupboard. The woman standing at the door had a flash of contempt in her eyes. She didn't go in, but stood at the kitchen door and watched. The kitchen was still filled with the smell of pepper. The sunlight from the window could see floating dust particles. This made the woman frown even more and she took a step back. As long as Flathead didn't do anything suspicious, it was fine. There was no need for her to go in and suffer. 3 minutes passed. There was still no progress. Jing Tan also wanted to quickly finish the handover with Flathead, but Celestine had already reminded Jing Tan a few times to be patient and calm down. Jing Tan thought about Celestine's conclusion. As a stray cat, it has to show its sorry side, but it also has to show its hesitation and vigilance towards humans. It shouldn't trust people so easily. The details determine success or failure. And because of that woman, Flathead definitely won't let you stay there forever. This is because those people once killed a stray cat that hid in the house without coming out. No matter what, Jing Tan felt that he should act like he wanted to resist. No, it should be retreating in order to advance. The woman standing at the door was already impatient. "When will it come out?" "Don't blame me for being blunt, Flathead. I really want to take a feather duster and hit it twice. Look at the kitchen that I worked so hard to tidy up, and now it's like this," the woman complained. Jing Tan, who was squatting under the cupboard and shelf, heard the woman's words. He thought to himself, come on, hit me." If the woman heard Jing Tan's thoughts, she would be furious. Seeing that the cat had changed its position, Flathead stretched out his arm and moved the plate over. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the cat's movements. Jing Tan looked at the pair of feet standing at the kitchen door, then looked at Flathead. Flathead looked at the cat that had changed its position and was squatting there. From his angle, the cat's eyes were bright because of the reflection of light in the dark environment, which made Flathead feel strange. But Flathead didn't know how to describe it. He always felt that it was different from the cats he had seen before. It was very different. When he looked into the cat's eyes, he always felt uncomfortable. Flathead felt that it was because of the light and the angle. Just when Flathead felt that this method of tempting food probably wouldn't work and that he should leave for a while, he saw the cat walk towards him and close to his hand. This made Flathead very happy. He decided to quickly catch the cat after it was full and release it. Otherwise, he didn't know if it would be poisoned by the rat poison if it kept staying here. Even if it scratched him twice, it wouldn't be a big deal. He had been stabbed with a knife, so scratching with a cat's claws was a piece of cake. But Flathead's mood didn't last long. The next moment, Flathead felt the hair on his back standing up. He saw that when the cat got close to his hand, it raised one of its paws and put it by its mouth. Then, the cat stretched its paw towards him and a small plastic film fell on his hand. Flathead was very familiar with this kind of plastic film. He used to use this kind of thing to communicate. Jing Tan wasn't very satisfied with this method of communication because the thing was placed in his mouth. There was a small bayonet on his fangs, so Jing Tan didn't open his mouth when he came here. After taking out the thing in his mouth, Jing Tan felt that his mouth was a lot more comfortable. Jing Tan was comfortable, but Flathead's mood was like a vertical roller coaster that swooped down dozens of floors. Moreover, this change in mood happened without any preparation. Contact. A cat. Damn, the contact was actually a cat. How did they find such a weirdo? Many people trained pigeons, mice, and dogs, but very few people trained cats. Flathead had never seen any before. Chapter 85. Flathead flipped his hand, and the plastic film on his thumb fell off. Before the film fell to the ground, Flathead used his middle finger and ring finger to catch it. The friction between his fingers removed the cat's saliva on the surface of the film, and the touch became clearer. Flathead was sure that it was the kind of film he was thinking about. He then looked at the cat that was crouching next to the plate and sniffing the can without eating it. If Flathead still didn't understand, then he shouldn't be working undercover anymore. Although he felt like he was struck by lightning, he didn't show it on his face. After getting the plastic film, Flathead understood what his priority was. And this cat should have been trained, right? Nothing would happen for now. He retracted his arm. The plastic sheet that he had been holding between his fingers was nowhere to be seen. He stood up and said to the woman standing at the door, "I'll go find some gloves and a flashlight. I'll grab it later so that it doesn't hide in there forever." The woman nodded. After Flathead left, she gathered her bathrobe, squatted down slightly, and looked under the cupboard. Jing Tan wasn't hiding too far away. The plate was only an arm's length away from the cupboard, so the woman could see what was going on inside. It wasn't very clear, but at least she could roughly see what was going on inside. When the woman lowered her body to take a look, she happened to see the cat open its mouth, revealing its fangs. When the cat closed its mouth and their eyes met, the woman saw the two bright eyes that reflected the light. She stood up abruptly and took 2 steps back. Because her movement was so sudden, she almost fell. She remembered the cat that she had asked someone to get rid of when Flathead wasn't around. It was also a stray cat like this. That was why stray cats were the most annoying. They were ugly, stupid, and had fierce eyes. If Jing Tan knew that his behavior had caused this woman to hate him so much, he would definitely cry out. This was because he just wanted to yawn. Before, there was something stuck in his mouth, so he didn't dare to open it. Now that he took out the plastic film, he could yawn as much as he wanted. The woman did not want to continue watching the cat. She went to the junk room and saw Flathead rummaging through something. Seeing that Flathead was indeed holding a pair of gloves, the woman was relieved. When Flathead found a flashlight, the woman was standing quite far away from the kitchen. Although Flathead was quite skilled, she was afraid that if Flathead let go of the cat and let it escape, she would be scratched by the cat. Flathead placed the flashlight to the side and reached a gloved hand into the cupboard. With a flick of his finger, the plastic piece from earlier appeared on his fingertip. What was different from before was that there was a small square piece about 1 centimeter long wrapped in the plastic film. Jing Tan thought that this should be what Celestine and Yi Hao wanted. However, Jing Tan's mysophobia was acting up again. However, in order to resolve this matter as soon as possible, Jing Tan still endured his displeasure. He raised his claws to take the diaphragm and put it in his mouth. The bayonet was stuck between his fangs. This way, he could prevent himself from accidentally swallowing it. Seeing the cat's actions in front of him, although Flathead had prepared himself mentally, he still could not calm down. He already knew the information on the diaphragm and acted according to the instructions on the diaphragm. However, he did not expect that the cat would really do as the diaphragm said and put away the diaphragm that wrapped the memory card properly. Was this really just a cat? Flathead really wanted to use some kind of instrument to check if it was a new type of high-end simulation robot. No, to check if it was a simulation of a Doryman. After everything was settled, Flathead grabbed one of Jingtan's arms and tried to bring him out. After thinking for a while, Flathead extended his other hand. This way, the cat should not feel too uncomfortable. Jingtan walked out with Flathead's strength. When he was lifted out from the bottom of the cupboard, Jingtan remembered Celestine's words. Thus, he struggled for a while and raised his claws to scratch the part of Flathead's arm that was not covered by the gloves. He immediately scratched a few bloody marks. Jingtan was also very helpless about this. Celestine had said that there were wild cats that did not scratch people. In order to reduce the chances of being suspected, he still had to put on this act. Flathead did not care anyway. He did not care about this small injury. However, even if Flathead did not care, the woman standing outside the kitchen did not think so. Once she saw the bloody marks on Flathead's hand, she took a few steps back. Suddenly, she thought of something. The woman quickly ran to the door and opened it. She signaled Flathead to throw the cat out quickly. Otherwise, there would be more and more bloody marks on his hand. It looked very scary. After leaving the house, Flathead let go of his hand. Jingtan ran out and jumped onto the courtyard wall. He immediately disappeared from Flathead and the woman's sight. Flathead looked at the empty wall. Although he did not show it on his face, he felt a lot more relaxed. At least he had handed over the thing. Thinking back to the situation when he saw the black cat, Flathead felt that the cat was strange. He also admired the people over there. He really did not know where they found such a cat. Oh, quickly treat the wound. That cat might have some disease on it. The woman looked at the wound on Flathead's hand and said. Flathead smiled indifferently and turned to go into the house. Jingtan, who had jumped over the courtyard wall, ran all the way to a more secluded meeting place that Celestine had mentioned. After waiting for a while, Celestine came over. Jingtan jumped into Celestine's backpack and was then taken out of the place by Celestine. They came to the side of the road and stopped a taxi. After 5 minutes, they got off at a large supermarket. Celestine's car was in the supermarket's parking lot. After getting back into the car, Jingtan came out of the backpack. Sometimes, Jingtan felt that Celestine was too cautious and thought that problems were too complicated. He felt that his actions were superfluous. Wei Ling drove the car onto the main road and looked at the rearview mirror. He saw that the cat couldn't wait to get out of the bag with an impatient look on its face. He joked, many things are like that. You can just go straight to the point, but foreplay adds to the fun and makes things more natural. When the conditions are right, success will come naturally. In order to get a better result, some things are unavoidable. Forget it, even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Jingtan. I understand, but this analogy is F*King wretched. It does not match the situation at all. How is it? Is it going well inside? Although he had already gotten what he wanted, Celestine was in a good mood and seemed to be a chatterbox. He did not want to get any answers from a cat, so he started to ask and answer his own questions. Although Flathead likes cats, he has never raised one himself. So, he doesn't know much about cats' temperaments and habits. Oh, I heard that he used to raise cats, but after the cat got into an accident, no one heard of him raising cats anymore. They only know that he often buys cans of cat food for stray cats. Actually, everyone can understand. After all, it is difficult for Flathead to settle down in this industry. Raising cats and dogs is a burden. It's okay now, but a few years ago. Celestine was helping Flathead improve his impression of him. After that, he picked up his phone and called Yi Hao. Jing Tan looked at the person in front of him, who was talking on his phone while driving. He shook his head and hoped that Celestine would not drive directly into the flower bed. Looking around, Jing Tan pulled out a bottle of mineral water from Celestine's bag. He put his paws on the bottle cap and twisted it hard to open the bottle. Then, he held the bottle of mineral water and poured it into his mouth. It was not that he wanted to drink water, he just wanted to rinse his mouth. After rinsing his mouth, Jing Tan felt that his body was much more wet. Water droplets with dust dripped onto the back seat. Suddenly, he felt a little itchy. Did he get fleas again? Thinking about fleas gave Jing Tan a headache. He simply held the bottle of mineral water and used the water inside to rinse his body. Anyway, the temperature was not low, so it was fine to get wet. On the other side, when he received Celestine's call, Yi Hao was discussing the next step of the plan with Ron Qi and Leopard. They were preparing to send someone to contact Flathead again. He needed to carry out the next step of the plan. To be on the safe side, it was better to get the information as soon as possible in case something went wrong. To be honest, Yi Hao did not have much confidence in letting the cat contact Flathead. Even if it failed, it would be fine as long as the plastic film in the cat's mouth was not exposed. Taking a step back, even if the plastic film was found, the other party would not know what kind of information was conveyed on the film. However, he did not expect Celestine to tell him that it was a success. After hanging up the phone, Yi Hao looked at Ron Qi and Leopard in front of him and said, "We have the information. When the time comes, we can speed up the implementation of the plan." "You have it." Ron Qi suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. He could not help but feel creeped out that a cat could handle this kind of thing so smoothly. On the other side, Celestine finished the call and heard the sound behind him. He raised his head and looked at the rear-view mirror. He saw that the cat in the back seat was holding a bottle of mineral water and rinsing his body. He almost drove the car directly into the flower bed on the side of the road. "You actually started taking a shower in the car." No matter what, after this, Celestine's car had to be cleaned from the inside out. This time, Celestine did not take Jing Tan to the night building, but to a quiet villa. Yi Hao, Ron Qi, and Leopard were all in the house. When they saw Celestine come in, the three of them looked behind Celestine at the same time. They did not see the cat, and then turned their eyes to Celestine's big backpack. After Celestine unloaded the backpack, Jing Tan jumped out of the backpack. He did not look at the three people with different expressions and began to look for the bathroom. He felt uncomfortable when he thought about the fleas on his body again. It must have been when he was in the grass near Flathead's house. His luck was really F***ing bad. Celestine saw Jing Tan's behavior and knew what he was going to do. After giving the things to Yi Hao, he went to the bathroom and turned on the water. After the cat finished bathing, he used a hairdryer to dry his fur. After washing and drying his fur, Jing Tan finally felt refreshed. Celestine did not stay for long. He rejected Yi Hao's invitation to stay and changed his car to send Jing Tan back to Tsinghua University. He did not come back for another night. The Jiao family would probably scold him again. It was better to send him back as soon as possible. At night, at the Jiao family, Jing Tan took a shower again. He sprayed some of the anti-flea medicine he got from Old Man Lon and then crawled into little Pomelo's bed. Chapter 86. The campus in July was lush and green. Although there were often people who would repair the flower beds and green belts, the growth of the plants was too fast. Every few days, they would change their appearance. For the people of Tsinghua City, July and August were always annoying. The weather was too hot, so people rarely went out during the day. Jing Tan lay on the balcony on the 5th floor. There was a pot of orchid beside it, which was a gift from Old Man Lon. Jing Tan liked to lie on the flower pot and sleep there. At this time, the balcony was shady, so it might be hot for people, but for cats, the temperature was still okay. After all, their body temperature was higher than that of humans. Therefore, Jingtan preferred the balcony to the indoor air conditioning. In the blink of an eye, he had been here for more than a year. Jingtan didn't notice it before, but when he found out that Zhao Yuan and little Pomelo were on summer vacation, Jingtan realized that it was summer vacation again. At this time last year, Jingtan had not been here for long. He was repulsed by everything. He felt insecure, lost, helpless, and had other complicated feelings. Now that he thought about it, his feelings back then were a little blurry. However, he could still remember everything that had happened since he came here. As he was thinking, he felt a little itchy under his chin. Jingtan rubbed his chin on the protruding edge of the flower pot, yawned, and squinted his eyes to look at the people walking around with umbrellas. Zhao Yuan was still crazy outside on such a hot day. Zhao Yuan and Xiong had been going out to play recently. Today they went to the swimming pool, and tomorrow they went to play basketball. Their schedule was full. Except for meals, they weren't at home much during the day. Anyway, the children in the courtyard were all together, and there were always some parents around. They were all familiar with each other, so the parents of the other families weren't worried. Zhao Yuan, who had left elementary school, was always inexplicably excited. Even in the hot summer, he always had a silly smile on his face. He was already tanned after graduating from elementary school. Thinking about little Pomelo, who was staying in her room to do her homework, Jingtan couldn't help but sigh. Little girls were quieter. After sleeping for a while, Jingtan was woken up by a sound. Meow, meow, 2 cat meows came from downstairs. It wasn't Ah Huang, it wasn't the sheriff, and it definitely wasn't Fatty. Just by hearing this voice, Jingtan knew it was Peanut Candy without even looking. Candy Peanut had been following Li Yuanba around the streets ever since it was little, so it was familiar with the surrounding terrain. It often walked from the pet center to Tsinghua University. Unlike dogs, when cats went out for a walk, the distance they could walk was much further than people could imagine. Of course, cats that had no sense of direction were not worth mentioning. For example, Huang's furthest place was still within Tsinghua University, and it was always with Jingtan and the others. If Huang was alone, it wouldn't even leave the courtyard. Jingtan used to think that Huang was afraid of people outside and other pet dogs that it didn't know. However, after taking this guy out a few times, Jingtan realized that this guy didn't really remember the way. Perhaps after it lost its power, it stopped peeing everywhere. Without road signs, it couldn't remember the way. As for why Candy Peanut was walking alone now, it was mainly because Li Yuanba was sick. It had an intestinal infection or something. It was quite serious, and it made Yanzi and Xiaoguo's hearts ache. Li Yuanba usually gave people the impression that it was very strong and healthy. It didn't even have a small illness. However, once it fell sick, it would make a lot of noise. In short, it had been staying at the pet center to recuperate. Candy Peanut would still go out whenever it had time. However, when Jingtan went to shoot an advertisement last time, he heard from Xiaoguo that Candy Peanut would bring a mouse to Li Yuanba every time it went out, and it was a very big mouse. It seemed to be looking for praise, or maybe it was showing people that it had grown up and was no longer the kitten that always needed company. No matter what Candy Peanut was thinking, this kind of behavior continued. Sometimes, Candy Peanut would come over and call a few cats in the courtyard to go out with it. When there were more cats, it would probably be more imposing and not be bullied. Candy Peanut seemed to be only 7 or 8 months old, but it was bigger than other cats that were 7 or 8 months old. It was almost the same size as Jingtan and the others. Plus, its fur was slightly longer and thicker, so it was like a big cat. As for the personality mole on the side of Candy Peanut's mouth, as it grew bigger, the mole also became bigger, and it looked very funny. Jing Tan went out with Candy Peanut a few times, and during these few times, Jing Tan noticed a phenomenon. First, Candy Peanut was very skilled at catching mice. It seemed that Li Yuanba's teaching had played a key role. Second, this guy never caught mice in the same place. Today, it was on the street next door. Tomorrow, it would be at a warehouse in Tsinghua University. The day after, it would change to another place. In short, the mice came from different places every day. This made Jing Tan a little puzzled. Different places. Could it be that the mice smelled different? Or maybe this was Candy Peanut's way of showing to Li Yuanba that it was very familiar with the surrounding terrain. Jing Tan didn't understand, but he appreciated Candy Peanut's behavior. When Candy Peanut barked downstairs, the sheriff, who was sleeping in some corner of the grass, rushed out. It looked quite happy because every time Candy Peanut called for its partner, it was very likely that it was going to fight with a cat in a certain place. Maybe the cat there was blocking its way, so it fought once and cleared the way. Jing Tan got up, stretched, and ran downstairs. Huang had been locked up at home recently, and Depang wouldn't be far away from its old lady. Therefore, only Jing Tan and the sheriff accompanied Candy Peanut to walk the streets. In one of the side doors of Tsinghua University, there was a small street about 100 meters away. There were some private houses there, and they were all built with several floors for renting to students. It was a little messy. Most of the people who rented there were guys. Girls didn't dare to come here because it was too remote. There was a building behind it that was said to be an abandoned project that hadn't been cleaned up yet. There were often fights there, and there were a few bloody incidents. Therefore, gradually, many people didn't go there. The remaining people chose to rent there because of the low rent. Otherwise, it would be very desolate. That was where Jing Tan had followed Peanut Candy to today. Unfortunately, there were a few families holding a celebratory banquet and so on. They didn't go to a big hotel. The people here were used to celebrating in their own homes. Anyway, their houses were all 4 or 5 floors high, and there was a lot of space. They just needed to tidy it up a little. If it was just one house, it wouldn't be so bad. Now, there were a few houses. There were cars parked everywhere, and many people came and went. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. Jing Tan saw a cat squatting by the wall of a house. It was quite big, and its fur was quite similar to the sheriff's. Other than this cat, Jing Tan also saw a cat with long fur lying lazily under a car. After looking around, Candy Peanut didn't go any further. It probably didn't expect to encounter such a situation. After wagging its tail, it turned around and left. The sheriff was about to rush over and fight, but he was pulled back by Jing Tan. There were too many people here. It was fine for cats to fight, but it wouldn't be so easy if people got involved. Moreover, this was other people's territory. It was better for cats to fight at night. That way, there wouldn't be people involved. However, Candy Peanut didn't come out every night. It all depended on the swallow's mood that day. Looking at Candy Peanut's decision today, it probably wouldn't come out at night. If it could come out at night, it wouldn't come here during the day. When Jing Tan returned to the courtyard, he heard a voice coming from inside the house before he even entered the door. Lord Sing. Why did Lord Sing come over at this time? Jing Tan was confused. After entering the house, Jing Tan saw Lord Sing holding a baby and talking to Jiao Ma. Seeing Jing Tan come in, Jiao Ma quickly said, "There's no need to wait until dinner time. Black charcoal is back now." Jing Tan pulled his ear. What was that? It sounded like he was a foodie. Lord Sing sat on the sofa in the living room, looked at Jing Tan and said, "Black charcoal, come here. This is Kitten. Kitten. Kitten Jua." No wonder the iron face of a Lord Sing that had never changed for thousands of years was so soft now. Jing Tan walked over, jumped on the sofa, and looked at the baby in Lord Zhang's arms. According to the time, kitten Zhua should be around 3 months old. It couldn't talk or even crawl yet. Its hair wasn't very thick, and its eyes weren't very big, but they were very dark and full of spirit. It was said that children's eyes were like that. The black and white were distinct and clearer, not as cloudy as the eyes of adults. There was a pendant hanging around kitten Zhua's neck. It was the pendant made by little Zhuo with the 9-leaf grass. It should be hanging around kitten Zhua's neck now and in the future. Lord Xing adjusted his holding position so that kitten Zhuo could face Jing Tan. The man and the cat looked at each other like that. Then, kitten Zhuo started laughing. As it laughed, it waved its arms like a chick flapping its wings. What the hell was it laughing about? Jing Tan looked at the baby in front of him. The little guy kept babbling. He didn't know what he was saying, but his eyes and expression were very serious. He's saying hello, Lord Xing said. Really? Jing Tan looked at the person who was still babbling. The little guy was laughing so hard that his saliva was dripping out. How stupid. Black charcoal, say hello to your little brother, Jiao Ma said from the side. Say hello. How? Jing Tan was a little confused. It was such a small child. Would it hurt if he poked it? However, seeing the little guy trying to wave his arms, Jing Tan still went over. He rubbed his palm on the sofa, wiping off some of the dust on his palm. Then, he shook it and looked at his palm. After making sure that the sharp claws were hidden, he stretched out his palm. He touched kitten Zhua's chubby face. Seeing Jing Tan's action, Lord Zhang had a slight smile on his face. Kitten Zhua started laughing again after being touched by Jing Tan. Jing Tan was a little helpless. Why did this little brat like to laugh so much? Lord Zhang didn't stay here for too long and soon left. Chapter 87. After dinner, Jiao Ma went out to dance with some of the female teachers in the courtyard. Jiao Yuan and Xiong Xiong went to play basketball. They would probably come back with Jiao Ma at night. Little Pomelo was also brought along by Jiao Yuan. Jiao Ma told her to interact with the children in the courtyard. Yulisha and Xia Axayan, who were in the same class as her, also went to play. The gymnasium was quite lively tonight. There were only Jiao Pa and Jing Tan in the Jiao family. Jiao Pa didn't seem to be in a good mood today. As for Jing Tan, he was too lazy to go out. He was still thinking about what happened to Zhuo Xiaomao this afternoon. Jing Tan was lying on the sofa, bored. He glanced at the situation in the bedroom. Jiao Pa had his computer on, but he wasn't organizing papers. Instead, he was reading Mr. Zhou's compilation. Jing Tan ran over and jumped on the desk. He looked. Jiao Pa was reading Hot Wind. Sensing Jing Tan's arrival, Jiao Pa raised his head and looked at the cat stretching his neck. He smiled and said, "What? Are you interested?" Jing Tan retracted his neck. He couldn't understand most of the articles. It was tiring to read them. Jiao Pa suddenly thought of something. He put the compilation on the desk and looked at Jing Tan. He said, "Black charcoal, it's just the two of us now. Let's talk." Jing Tan was embarrassed. If he could talk, he wouldn't have waited until now. However, Jiao Pa obviously meant that Jing Tan would listen. He would do the talking. Sometimes, after keeping secrets in one's heart for a long time, one would really want to find someone to talk to. However, it wouldn't be good if too many people knew about these secrets. A cat that couldn't talk was the ideal listener. "Do you know about Project A?" Jiao Pa asked. Jing Tan, who was about to jump off the desk and leave, stopped in his tracks. His ears pricked up. He retreated and squatted on the desk again, looking like he was listening attentively. Jiao Pa rubbed his forehead and said, "In the future, if Lord Zheng brings Shuo kitten here again, you should accompany her more. After all, we don't know if little Zhuo can come back safely. Jing Tan still didn't quite understand what the Jiao Pa was saying, but he didn't say anything. He continued to squat there obediently and listen to the rest of the Jiao Pa's words. Although many people think that little Zhuo went abroad to follow up on the project, and that's what the school said, it's actually not the case. Perhaps some people who were as experienced as Lord Zheng would know a little about it, but they certainly wouldn't say anything. Little Zhuo went to participate in Project A, which was a very secretive project. The participants not only had to go through an identity check, but also had to be tested on their ability and sign a confidentiality agreement. I don't know much about that. I heard it from my old mentor, Old Master Yuan, when he was drunk. At that time, he happened to know a physics professor who was participating in the project. Old Master Yuan was quite emotional and couldn't stop talking. After he sobered up, he even made us swear not to tell anyone about it. However, you're not human, so I only told you this. Xing Tan, not human. That was a stab to the chest. However, Xing Tan really wasn't human. This was an indisputable fact. In the past, Old Master Yuan even joked that the people who participated in projects like this were special forces in the field of scientific research. The mission they carried out was very risky. The reason why Lord Zheng was always in a bad mood was because she wasn't sure if little Zhuo could come back safely after completing the project. Xing Tan also felt a little heavy. To be honest, he really hoped that little Zhuo could come back safely, and he didn't want her to participate in this troublesome project. When we found out about this kind of project back then, we were actually a little against it. However, after thinking about it, the existence of this kind of project must have its own meaning. Those projects can't be made public, at least not in recent years. Many things will definitely cause public dissatisfaction once they are made public. However, from a higher point of view, it is necessary for it to exist. There are so many countries in the world, and many of them have their own secret research projects. On the surface, they say they are against XX research, but in fact, they are secretly carrying out projects. Biochemistry, nuclear war, these are only some of the things that the public knows. Other than that, in the field of life science, there are cloning, cross-race embryo research, and so on. Those are actually allowed in the project. Otherwise, many technologies in this world wouldn't have developed so quickly. The aliens that people often talk about may actually have come from there. When Jing Tan heard Jiao Pa's words, he felt a chill down his spine. The things that he always thought were science fiction actually existed. Do you know what a geophysical weapon is? Some people have even said that weather control is more important than an atomic bomb. For example, in the 1970s, the KGB invented artificial storm technology. It suddenly changed the climate of a certain area to adapt to the needs of the battlefield. Maybe one day, this technology can be improved to directly create hurricanes. Or maybe, this technology has already existed before we know it. The importance of the project is actually directly related to its danger level under certain circumstances. On a larger scale, national defense technology, national security, and technological development all rely on these projects. There are so many research institutes and universities in China, and a large number of professors and associate professors. However, those who really go deep into it know that a lot of the data of scientific research results are fake. As you can imagine, it is difficult to rely on these to solve the real needs of this country. These projects are actually not too far away from everyone's sight. It's just that no one knows about them. For example, aerospace is definitely not the so-called FACE project that many people think it is. There are many secrets involved, and not many people can say for sure. Jiao Pa picked up the glass of water and drank. When he saw Jing Tan's rigid and confused look, he smiled and nodded Jing Tan's head. It's too far away to talk about this. Let's put it from another perspective. There may be other reasons why little Zhua decided to participate in this project, but one of the reasons is definitely for little kitten Zhua. As a benefit of participating in the project with their lives, the participants will receive some compensation. Reputation is impossible. After all, it is a confidential project. However, they can receive many conveniences that others can't enjoy, such as files. For example, little kitten Zhua. According to reality, what will his personal files say in the future? Father unknown, mother unmarried. This will definitely be criticized. In our country, although reform and opening up, and people's thoughts are much more open, after all, the influence of thousands of years of etiquette and rules will still have some color when looking at people. But because of little Zhua, little kitten Zhua's file will be different in the future. Perhaps in the father column, someone who sacrificed himself for scientific research will be arranged, or perhaps someone else. In short, those files will be real, can stand up to investigation, and are also recognized by the law. Jing Tan lowered his head. These things were really heavy. It was hard for Jiao Pa to keep it in his heart for so long. Sure enough, the lives of ordinary people were actually very happy. They didn't have to know about those things in the dark, and they didn't have to face the truth that might destroy their worldview. Being an ordinary person, being an ordinary cat, the world was still King beautiful. Actually, Jiao Pa thought of something again. Jing Tan really wanted to cover his ears. He guessed that Jiao Pa was going to talk about something that would destroy the beautiful world in his heart again, but curiosity got the better of him and he didn't move his feet. Actually, I think that our institute should also have a quota, but no one is in a similar situation as little Zhua. Those who went abroad were also to be evaluated, or really to participate in domestic and international cooperation projects. So I'm thinking that something that happened in the past must have caused the institute to lose its quota, so it's not qualified to send people to participate. Something that happened in the past. Jing Tan's focus was not on the so-called secret project quota. He wasn't interested in that. He just wanted to know what happened in the institute in the past. Speaking of something that happened in the past, Jiao Pa became a little serious. When Jing Tan was a little impatient, he finally spoke again. I heard that in the past, someone in the institute did a research. In the end, out of the 3 professors who participated in this research, 1 died and 2 were injured. This was caused by the results of their research. The code names of their experimental products were all CFH. Later, those who knew the inside story called it the CFH incident. I heard this from Old Man Yuan. After that, the institute and the higher-ups suppressed the news and got rid of the results. Even many teachers in the institute don't know about this incident. They only know that there was a research accident, but they don't know what exactly happened. Jing Tan really wanted to know what this so-called CFH meant. Unfortunately, at this time, Jiao Ma came back with Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo. After the Jiao Pa said all the things that had been suppressed in his heart, he looked a lot more relaxed. Even if the cat in front of him couldn't speak, and probably couldn't understand, it didn't matter. He was just looking for a tree hole to talk about it. At this moment, Mr. Treehole was unusually depressed, lying on the desk. He raised his paw and flipped Mr. Zhou's book that was on the desk to the ground. To vent his anger, he flipped open the second book. Before Jing Tan flipped the teacup, Zhao Yuan ran over to him to show off how many goals he had won against Xiong Xiong and the others. Jing Tan was not in the mood to listen to him show off. He ran to the sofa in the living room and closed his eyes, pretending to be asleep. For the next few days, Jing Tan was not in a good mood. Before dinner, Celestine, who he hadn't seen for a long time, drove over. Tomorrow was the weekend, and Celestine had nothing to do, so he came over to the villa complex to ask Jing Tan to go to the night building with him. Since he had nothing to do, Jing Tan went with him. In addition to relaxing, Jing Tan also wanted to see how Jean and the others were doing. Since Jean and the others were discharged from the hospital, they had been serving dishes in the North District of the night building. The 5 of them were quite happy. It was said that they had rented a house nearby and had a dog. The dog was picked up by Jean from the road. It was a little lame, but Jean and the others were very good to the dog. In the night building, Yi Hao and the others were not there. There was only an unfamiliar manager-like person in charge of the place. Yi Hao and the others seemed to be very busy recently. Jing Tan had not seen them several times when he came here. Yi Hao didn't want Celestine to intervene, and Celestine didn't ask much. When he was bored, he would come over for a drink. Jing Tan would eat peanuts and other food next to him. After eating and drinking, Celestine sent Jing Tan back. Chapter 88. There were still people coming and going for a walk in the courtyard. It should be around 8:00. It was still early, so they could go out for a walk for an hour or 2. In the summer, people tended to go out later, not to mention that it was still summer vacation. The sheriff was probably locked up at home tonight, so the only person who could go out with peanut candy was Jing Tan. Since there was nothing else to do, Jing Tan followed peanut candy out. There were still students going in and out of the side door, but they didn't pay attention to the 2 cats. There were many cats around the school, so it was common to see them. This was a small street, and it was a private residential area. The control was relatively lax, and most of the people were doing business with students. The peddlers who had set up stalls outside were doing well. The light bulbs hanging from the stalls lit up the street. As they walked past, their ears were filled with the conversations between the peddlers and the students, as well as the sizzling sound of frying. Jing Tan sniffed the rich aroma of food and turned to look at peanut candy. Other than occasionally raising his head to sniff the air, he didn't seem to be affected by the smell. As they continued to move forward and walked out of the area where the stalls were set up, they suddenly felt a lot more deserted. Moreover, because this was a private area filled with commoners, no one would pay for a street lamp. They could only see the road with the light from the private buildings. Therefore, after 10:00, many people here gradually fell asleep, and there were a lot fewer people walking around here. It was only 8:00, and the surroundings were still very bright. At least, it was still quite bright for Jing Tan and peanut candy. Occasionally, they would encounter pet dogs squatting outside. If they had a leash, Jing Tan and peanut candy wouldn't run away. They would maintain their original walking speed and be very calm. If an unleashed dog chased them, the 2 of them would jump on the wall and let the dog bark. After all, it wouldn't be long before someone came to call the dog. No matter what the situation was, they wouldn't run around. Jing Tan had to admit that peanut candy's IQ was indeed higher than many cats. He just didn't know if this was taught by Li Yuanba or if she was born with it. When they arrived at the place where peanut candy had brought Jing Tan and the sheriff 2 days ago, before they could declare war, Jing Tan heard a woo, woo sound. Looking towards the source of the sound, Jing Tan saw a cat standing on top of a short stone pillar. It was the cat that looked quite similar to the sheriff. Now, it was arching its back and looking in his direction, purring in warning. Soon, the long-haired cat that Jing Tan had seen ran over, its fur standing on end. In addition to these 2 cats, Jing Tan also heard the movements of other cats around, but it was clear that the other cats were not as hostile as the 2 in front of him. Peanut candy must have fought with these 2 cats before. Otherwise, these 2 cats wouldn't be so vigilant when they saw peanut candy. It looked like they were about to rush up, but they had some scruples. However, none of them flinched. There were 2 cats here, and they looked like the more outstanding cats in the area. Otherwise, the other cats would have dared to approach. Peanut candy's size was similar to Jing Tan's, but she was only 7 or 8 months old. Compared to the cats that had been free for a few years, she was still a little immature. Therefore, no matter how good peanut candy's fighting skills were, even if she didn't get hurt when she fought with these two cats, she definitely didn't win. While Jingtan was thinking, Peanut Candy had already rushed over to the stone pillar. With a leap, she quickly waved her paw at the cat standing on top of it. Peanut Candy didn't want to catch the cat, but only wanted to force it down from the stone pillar. After a few moves, the two sides were in a stalemate. They arched their backs, purred in a low voice, and wagged their tails twice. Then they fought again, scratching, biting, kicking, and chasing. This was how cats fought. The battlefield might be wider. In fact, Jingtan was quite embarrassed to fight with them. He always felt like he was bullying a child. However, in order to support Peanut Candy, Jingtan was just going through the motions. It was fine as long as it could act as a deterrent. There was no need to beat up the cat. It wasn't easy for these cats to live peacefully for a few years. Therefore, Jingtan just restrained the long-haired cat so that it wouldn't interfere with the battle. After that, he didn't do anything else. This scene was a little familiar. Jingtan remembered the noble Persian cat that he had robbed in Nanqing when he was first captured. Ignoring the long-haired cat that had been pressed to the ground and screaming, Jingtan watched Peanut Candy fight with the big black cat. It looked like Peanut Candy wouldn't lose. Last time, she didn't win 1 against 2. This time, she was probably venting all her frustrations. There were a few cats hiding in the corner watching the fight, but they didn't come over. A few wanted to come over, but after a few steps, they squatted down, probably wanting to observe the situation. Occasionally, someone would pass by. Due to the light, they didn't notice Jingtan, who was standing to the side. They only heard the cat that Jingtan was pressing down on constantly meowing and cursing, then immediately walked away. After all, when the cat wasn't crying so coquettishly, it sounded a little creepy, especially at night. Thinking of the poor security around here, the passers-by were all in a hurry. Jingtan looked at the cat that was struggling to no avail on the ground. He thought to himself, why do you have to do this? I won't do anything to you. Although holding you down here is better than scratching you a few times. When Jingtan realized that Peanut Candy was getting further and further away from the big black cat, she finally let go of the cat she was pinning down and followed them. As soon as the long-haired cat was released, it quickly left and didn't follow. It probably went back to its own home to seek comfort. The surroundings were relatively quiet. Jingtan could distinguish the sounds of the two cats fighting from the surrounding sounds. He could also tell from the occasional sharp screams that Peanut Candy was in a good situation. The one that screamed was the other cat, so he wasn't too worried and didn't walk in a hurry. Anyway, he wasn't going to get involved in the fight between the two cats. This time, he had achieved his goal of coming over. The long-haired cat had gone home, so he let Peanut Candy fight to her heart's content. He was a male cat, after all. He had to fight a few times. Speaking of which, Peanut Candy was fighting an away game. As he walked, Jingtan was still in the mood to look at the surrounding environment and buildings. He hadn't been here before, but he heard that it was a little messy. The few times he had been here, he didn't go too deep, so the places he walked through now were relatively unfamiliar to Jingtan. Gradually, there were only a few private houses left. As he walked forward, there was only a wall on the side. Behind the wall should be the aborted construction project that people were talking about. He had only heard about it before, but now it seemed that this project was quite big and took up a lot of space. There wasn't much human life, there were weeds everywhere, and the ground was bumpy. It felt a little sad. However, according to Jingtan's guess, this area shouldn't be abandoned forever. After all, it was near the university, and the geographical location was good. It wasn't the suburbs, and it was still far from the third ring road. While she was deep in thought, Jingtan was startled by a very pitiful meow. The sound was very sudden, and before it finished, it stopped abruptly. This shouldn't be the cry of cats fighting, right? Xing Tan had a bad feeling. Although the scream wasn't from Peanut Candy, but from the other cat, if this cat was in mortal danger, Peanut Candy was probably in danger too. He hoped that things weren't that bad. Xing Tan quickly rushed in the direction of the scream. Although he was running very fast, his footsteps were very light. Xing Tan also paid attention to the movements around him as he ran. When he came over just now, he didn't think that there would be anything to be vigilant about, but now it seemed that he had let his guard down. There was no threat from cats or dogs, but the threat of humans was always there. Although most people were civilized, ever since he was caught, Xing Tan knew that there were still many people in this world who could kill a dog or a cat without blinking an eye. Xing Tan didn't jump over the wall. He didn't know what it was like on the other side of the wall, and he didn't know if there was a place for him to hide or cover. After running for some distance, he could see the gate of the wall. The two metal gates were locked by thick chains, and a lot of the paint on the door was peeling off. The rust on the chains told people that no one had been in charge of this place for a long time. Xing Tan perked up his ears and paid attention to the surroundings. He didn't hear any moving objects around. Bending down, Xing Tan looked inside the wall through the gap under the iron gate. There were no other lighting devices around. Only the crescent moon in the sky allowed people to vaguely see the situation inside. For Xing Tan, the vision was still relatively clear. 100 meters away, there was an unfinished building. The area between the wall and the building was relatively desolate and full of weeds. There were a few piles of construction waste piled up there, but other than that, it gave people a gloomy and empty feeling. The building was like a monster, waiting for intruders to enter with its mouth wide open. A gust of wind blew in his face. Xing Tan smelled the scent of blood in the wind. It was the cats. When he was caught, Xing Tan smelled the scent of cat blood. It was different from human blood. Xing Tan was a little anxious. He vigilantly walked in the direction of the smell of blood. After walking for a while, he bypassed a pile of construction waste. Near the building, Xing Tan saw the cat lying on the ground. 10 minutes ago, it was still fighting with Candy Peanut. But now, it was lying quietly on the ground. Its head was bleeding, and it was a little hard to see its original face. It had died a miserable death. Obviously, it had been hit more than once. And the tool that made it like this was the 70-centimeter construction hook that was thrown not far away. There was a human scent on the hook, which was as Xing Tan expected. Xing Tan's heart went cold. There was no time to be sad. He was eager to know where Candy Peanut was and what was the situation. However, Xing Tan did not see any trace of peanut candy after cautiously circling the place. At least, this was a piece of good news. Was it in the building, or had it run out? The place where the cat was lying was very close to the building. He couldn't rule out the possibility that Candy Peanut had escaped into the building. If it had already escaped, with Candy Peanut's intelligence, it should have barked a few times to let him know, right? It seemed that it was very likely that the kid had entered the building and was probably hiding in a corner. Chapter 89. The building was not finished, and there were no windows or doors, so it was easy to get in. Xing Tan walked in carefully, avoiding some of the debris on the ground and making sure that his movements did not make any noise. At the same time, Xing Tan was also distinguishing the smell in the air, and his ears were also paying attention to the movements around him. A cat's sense of smell was about 20 times sharper than a human's, and they could also hear at least 2.5 octaves higher than a human's. They were used to seeing everything in the dark, and their bodies were smaller. These were all advantages that Xing Tan had now. No matter what had happened in here, what kind of secret deal had been made, or who the grudges between people were, Xing Tan was not interested at all. What he wanted most now was to find the peanut candy and retreat safely. Bang! There was a sound of something crashing upstairs. Xing Tan was startled by the sound. It was indeed frightening for such a sound to suddenly appear in such a silent environment. On the first floor, except for the windows at the front door, the back door and some of the side windows were nailed with wooden boards. Although there were gaps, it was not enough for a cat to get out. Jing Tan decided to go upstairs and take a look. The project was not finished, and there were no handrails on the stairs. He also had to pay attention to the rusty nails on the stairs. Jing Tan quietly went to the stairs on the second floor, listening to the movements around him. The wind blew in, making some plastic sheets rustle, and then everything returned to normal. However, this was nothing. Jing Tan found that there was a person lying in the place where the noise had been made, and there was no sound. Taking a deep breath, Jing Tan tried to calm himself down. At this time, he could not panic. Emboldened, Jing Tan walked over, looked around the person, and found a drop of blood in the corner against the wall. Someone must have been hiding here for a while. The blood had not dried yet, so it had not been long. However, Jing Tan sniffed the blood and the wall to confirm. The smell of the injured person was a bit familiar. Thinking back, Jing Tan first excluded the people on campus, and then a few people that he rarely saw. It was not Xiaoguo, not Celestine, not Ajin, not Yi Hao. Yi Hao. That's right, it's that guy. F***ck, what the hell is going on? How did Yi Hao end up like this? Had he been tricked? First, it was the peanut candy, and now it was Yi Hao. Jing Tan felt that his luck today must be as bad as **T. Since he had smelled Yi Hao's scent, Jing Tan didn't know where to look for the peanut candies. After all, each floor of this building was quite large, so he followed the scent. Yi Hao was injured, but the extent of his injury was unknown. Jing Tan could find traces of blood from a distance. It wasn't much, but the blood stains and the lingering smell around were enough for Jing Tan to accurately locate Yi Hao. However, when Jing Tan was looking for Yi Hao, he also smelled the scent of other strangers. His ears twitched as he paid attention to the tiny footsteps that were hard for human ears to hear, as well as the unfamiliar smell of sweat. The good thing about summer was that one scent couldn't be hidden very well. That stranger was now walking towards Yi Hao. Jing Tan hid behind a wall and watched the approaching stranger. That person's footsteps were very light, but not slow. He must have found Yi Hao's hiding spot from some clues. At the same time, he was also very vigilant, paying attention to the surrounding movements. That person was holding a construction hook in his hand, the same one that Jing Tan had found beside the dead cat. The surrounding windows were covered with plastic sheets. Only one corner was broken because of the passage of time or some other reason. The corner was broken, so it wasn't completely dark inside. Jing Tan watched as that person walked towards a small room. Yi Hao should be inside. Give him a hand. He hoped that Yi Hao would remember that this was the second time he had helped him. When that person approached Yi Hao with the construction hook, and Yi Hao was also in a state of anxiety, they didn't expect that there was a third party watching them. Awoke, suddenly, a strange cry made the two people's hair stand up almost at the same time. There was no wind now. Whether it was the plastic sheets covering the windows or the plastic sheets on the ground, they didn't make any sound. In the dead silent intense atmosphere, when the two people thought that there was only one enemy and no other living creatures, it had to be said that this sudden cry made their scalps go numb. However, after this meow, the two of them had completely different feelings. The stranger with the construction hook was annoyed after being nervous. He regretted that he didn't get rid of all the cats in the surrounding area and only got rid of one. Yi Hao, who was holding the wound on his abdomen and was gradually losing strength, was prepared for the worst. After the shock, he felt a burst of joy and a little doubt. This cry was quite familiar. He had been tortured in the night building that day, so it left a deep impression on him. And Celestine also said that only that cat could make such an effect. It was that cat, right? After the cry, Jing Tan moved to another place. He bent his paws and picked up a nail on the ground. Then, he threw it when that person continued to approach Yi Hao. His aim was good, and it hit that person's back. After throwing the nail, Jing Tan retreated to the corner. He only dared to shout because he noticed that there was no one else around except Yi Hao and this person. Moreover, he was now far away from this stranger. Even if this person was skilled in martial arts, he couldn't possibly attack from a distance of more than 10 meters, could he? Just as he retreated, Jing Tan heard banging sounds and the sound of metal falling. So fast. Jing Tan poked his head out and saw that the stranger had fallen. Yi Hao was also leaning against the wall, holding a dagger in his hand. The dagger was still dripping with blood. He had probably attacked when the other person was distracted and paying attention to his back. Jing Tan pulled his ear. In fact, he was still fantasizing about making a move when Yi Hao and that person were locked in a fight. Now, he realized that he was ridiculously wrong. People like these all tried their best to kill with one blow. Every second they lasted would put their lives in danger for another second. Yi Hao held the dagger in one hand and covered his abdomen with the other. He leaned against the wall and slowly sat down, panting. His actions just now had probably worsened his injury. "A wolf!" Jing Tan cried out again. "Where did that little bastard Candy Peanut go?" Meow, meow, along with the cry, there was the sound of wooden boards clanging. It was right next to where Yi Hao had been hiding. Jing Tan hurried over. When he walked into the small room, he realized that something was being built inside. The floor was slightly sunken, and there were wooden boards on top. There were gaps between the boards, and one of Candy Peanut's legs was stuck in it. However, because of the previous situation, it didn't dare to struggle and make any noise until now. It was quite smart. Before Jing Tan could lift the wooden board, Candy Peanut had struggled out by itself. However, it seemed that this guy's leg was still injured. It was unknown if it was temporarily sprained or fractured. It walked with a limp and seemed to be struggling. Meow, Candy Peanut walked over to Jing Tan. It sounded like it had been wronged. Jing Tan raised his paw and patted Candy Peanut's head, telling it to stay where it was and not move. Then, he went to Yi Hao's side to see how long this guy could last. Yi Hao was more capable than Jing Tan had imagined. He moved to the side, probably to guard against any unexpected situations. He took out his phone and said to Jing Tan, "Help me keep an eye on the outside. I'm going to make a call." When he noticed that the two people had entered the building, Yi Hao had turned off his phone. In this kind of environment, a little vibration or a little abnormal light could expose him to the other party. Jing Tan looked at Candy Peanut, who was obediently licking some small wounds on its leg. Then, he walked to the staircase and jumped onto the windowsill. While he was watching the staircase, he was also looking to see if anyone was coming from outside the building. Yi Hao called Ron Qi and the others. They would probably send someone over soon. After the call, Yi Hao did not intend to wait here. Besides his own people, the other party should have contacted someone else. So, once the other party's people arrived first, Yi Hao would be dead meat if he stayed here. After a while, Yi Hao was about to stand up. Then, he thought of something and said to Jing Tan, "Is that cat injured? Let me carry it down." When he was on the phone, Yi Hao saw the cat lying not too far away from him with the help of the brightness of the phone screen. No matter what, the cat had helped him. Otherwise, he would not have noticed that the two people were following him. The two cats came over to fight and exposed the two people's whereabouts. It also allowed Yi Hao to prepare himself. However, it was a pity that the other cat was injured. Candy Peanut seemed to understand that the person in front of it meant no harm. It looked at Jing Tan and then allowed Yi Hao to pick it up. Yi Hao tore some cloth from the clothes of the person lying on the ground. It was summer clothes, so it was just that. After simply bandaging the wound, Yi Hao was now holding the cat in one hand and a dagger in the other. He followed Jing Tan downstairs. Jing Tan listened to the movements around him and slowly walked out of the building. The wind from the empty field area made Jing Tan relax a lot. However, he could not let his guard down and let his guard down. Jing Tan walked out of the building. Under Yi Hao's guidance, he found out that there was an exit on the other side. A section of the wall on the other side had collapsed. That was why Yi Hao had come here. When they were close to the exit, Jing Tan smelled the faint scent of a stranger in the air. He stopped in his tracks and raised his paw to stop Yi Hao from moving forward. The next moment, Yi Hao fell to the side and rolled to the side next to a pile of construction rubbish. He turned over to avoid it. At the same time that Yi Hao reacted, a bullet brushed past Yi Hao's shoulder. If it were not for Jing Tan's warning and his fast reaction, he probably would have gotten more than just a scratch. There was someone waiting here. And it was a gun with a silencer. Jing Tan wanted to curse Buddha in his heart. He was so unlucky today. Who on earth did Yi Hao offend? Why was he so cruel? It was fine if it was just a knife, but a gun. Jing Tan quickly dragged the peanut candy that had fallen to the ground to the side and hid behind a pile of bricks. The bricks were not high, so they could only be used as a last resort. When he was thinking of other ways, Jing Tan suddenly felt a chill on his back. It was unfamiliar and different from the chill he felt when he saw Yi Hao kill people. The man with the gun seemed to be confused all of a sudden. Some of the bullets were fired at the wall, while some were fired at other places. Some of the bullets were fired at Jing Tan's side, while some were fired at other places. Some of the bullets were fired at Jing Tan's side, while some were fired at other places as well. At the same time, Jing Tan also heard a very strange murmur. It was like a suppressed roar coming from the throat. Other than that, there was the scream of the man with the gun. Jing Tan carefully poked his head out to take a look. He happened to see the man with the gun fall down, and a figure rushed over. The sound of flesh being torn apart was chilling. The man lying on the ground twitched, and the gun in his hand had fallen off. There were several deep bloodstains on the hand holding the gun, and they were all on the wrist. As for the figure, was it a dog or a cat? Or some other creature? No matter what it was, it waved its paw at the neck of the man on the ground again. The man on the ground twitched for a while, and soon he stopped breathing. This scene shocked both Jing Tan and Yi Hao. The chills spread all over their bodies, and their hair almost stood on end. Chapter 90. Jing Tan couldn't see the color of the animal standing on the corpse under the night sky, but he could still see the patterns on its fur. Because Jing Tan often saw Depang in the courtyard, he was familiar with the patterns of dragonly cats. Although he could only see the back of the one in front of him, the patterns were indeed similar to those of Depang's. In addition to the stripes, there were also some faint spots. A cat. From the way it waved its claws and walked, it did look more like a cat. It was just that this cat was much bigger than the average cat. At first glance, it looked like a dog. Its fur was slightly longer and looked quite thick. However, its body proportions were closer to that of a cat. It stepped on the man's chest and looked at him quietly. Its big ears moved slightly, and the tip of its tail was swaying in an arc, as if it was confirming something. Under the white moonlight, this scene was very strange, but its movements felt somewhat slow. Poochie, another paw. The blood from the paw splashed on the ground, forming a long trail of blood. The man lying on the ground had no reaction to the paw. Jing Tan and Yi Hao both shivered at the same time. That man was already dead, but this one added another paw. After waving its paw, it turned its head to look at Jing Tan. Jing Tan's heart almost jumped out of his throat. He now understood why so many people showed such a frightened expression when they saw his eyes at night. This feeling was really scary. Moreover, this one had just killed a person, not a mouse, not a grasshopper, but a real person. Even though Jing Tan had seen cats and dogs killed, and people killed, the last thing that shocked him the most was a cat killing someone. Yes, this was a cat. Jing Tan had already confirmed it when it turned its head to look at him. However, before Jing Tan could relax, he saw Peanut Candy limping over, and it was quite fast, looking very happy. Jing Tan, who was about to go up and stop it, stopped in his tracks. Logically speaking, Peanut Candy knew how to recognize threats under the guidance of Li Yuanba. From the previous incident, it could be seen that this guy actually knew how to protect himself. Now that he was so eager to get closer, Jing Tan was a little confused, but his attention was still on Peanut Candy. He was a little nervous. Yi Hao covered his abdomen with one hand and leaned against the pile of construction waste. His other hand was hidden behind his back, holding a dagger. He was also frightened by the sudden appearance of this cat. He was ready to fight, but looking at the current situation, it seemed that something was wrong. No matter what, Yi Hao still decided to be careful. He had always felt that cats were temperamental animals. They could act coquettishly and stick to you one moment, but the next moment, they could scratch and bite you, not to mention that the cat in front of him had killed someone. Jing Tan had been trying to drag Peanut Candy behind the pile of bricks, so he hadn't paid attention to how the cat had killed someone. However, Yi Hao had seen it. Whether it was the cat's jumping ability or reaction speed, it was quite amazing, and it was also very smart. Yi Hao was only guessing at the beginning, because at that time, he had just hidden behind the pile of construction waste. The cat must have taken advantage of the time when the gunman was aiming at him and scratched his wrist. Although it didn't make the gunman drop the gun immediately, his hand was not enough to maintain the accuracy of the gun. Before the gunman could change his hand to hold the gun, the cat's second claw had already attacked, grabbing the man's neck from behind. When the man raised his hand to touch the back of his neck, it jumped up and clawed at the man's eyes again. Then, it clawed at the neck near the pulse. Finally, it clawed at the same spot on the neck again, and again, until the man stopped breathing. The grass on the ground had traces of the cat's sudden burst of strength when it moved. It was hard to imagine that a cat could do this. However, what kind of breed was this? He thought that the cat that Celestine had introduced was strange enough, but he didn't expect that there would be something even stranger than that. While Jing Tan and Yi Hao were looking at Peanut Candy with different feelings, the cat with blood on its claws turned around and faced them. After seeing Peanut Candy, the murderous look in the cat's eyes faded a lot, and it raised its feet and walked towards Peanut Candy. After Peanut Candy went over, it tilted its head, squinted its eyes, and rubbed against the cat's body. It also made a meow sound, as if it was acting coquettishly. The cat also lowered its head and licked Peanut Candy's fur. Jing Tan looked at the interaction between the two and suddenly remembered something. When Li Yuanba was pregnant, he had wondered what kind of cat would be able to take down the cat. Now, it seemed that it was the cat in front of him. When Peanut Candy stood next to the cat, it was obvious that it was much smaller. However, Peanut Candy could still grow. Even if it couldn't grow this big, it would definitely be bigger than the average cat. If his guess was correct, then the reason why Peanut Candy was bigger than the average cat from birth could be explained. Not only was it bigger than the average cat, but it was also strong and smart, and its fur was longer and thicker than the average short-haired domestic cat. Moreover, looking at Peanut Candy's appearance, it was obvious that it wasn't the first time it had seen it. This meant that they had met a long time ago, and it was very likely that they had met more than once. No wonder Li Yuanba always took Peanut Candy out for a walk. It was actually to find an opportunity to meet Peanut Candy's father, right? He just didn't know where the cat lived, or where it was hiding. The cat's eyes were a bit like the eyes of a stray cat, but compared to those stray cats, it was a bit different. Jing Tan carefully observed the big cat. Because the fur on its body was slightly longer, she could tell that it didn't look like it was groomed often. If it washed often, its fur would be smoother. Even if the cat licked its own fur, it was still different from washing thoroughly. Besides, how many people would dare to raise a cat with such a personality? In fact, if it hadn't killed people just now, the cat would have given people a good impression. At least it didn't look as fierce as Li Yuanba, just a bit serious, especially after the coldness in its eyes disappeared. If its body size was reduced by half, people would only think of it as a special forest cat. This cat was very alert. When it was licking Peanut Candy's fur, its ears were always paying attention to the movements around it. When Yi Hao's phone vibrated, it glanced at Yi Hao, but didn't do anything else. Hello. Yi Hao answered the phone. The call was from Leopard. Leopard and the others would arrive soon. Now, they just wanted to confirm Yi Hao's location and understand the situation. Jing Tan noticed that when Yi Hao was on the phone, the cat glanced at Yi Hao a few times. It seemed to be a bit meaningful. But Jing Tan was sure that this cat wasn't in the same situation as him. This was a real cat. The compatibility between the body and the soul was unquestionable. It might be a bit special, but it definitely didn't have a human soul like him. Jing Tan was curious about what the cat was thinking. Not long after Yi Hao hung up the phone, Leopard and the others arrived. There were 3 cars parked outside, and people came in through the collapsed wall. Leopard looked at the dead man on the ground and saw the strangeness of the wound. He looked at Yi Hao with some surprise. Yi Hao didn't explain. Deal with these first. There are 2 more inside. Okay. Leopard wasn't a person who liked to ask too many questions. He directed a few people to deal with the bodies inside the building. Seeing that people had come, the cat stayed by Peanut Candy's side. The father and son stayed at the side and didn't leave. Their eyes were full of vigilance against Leopard and the others. Jing Tan jumped onto the pile of bricks and watched the people working under Yi Hao's command. A doctor-like person who came with them first treated Yi Hao's wound urgently and asked Yi Hao to go to the car. It wasn't convenient to deal with it here. Yi Hao nodded but didn't leave immediately. Instead, he looked at Peanut Candy. When he turned around, he saw that Peanut Candy was being held by its father and was walking over. Jing Tan remembered hearing that if a kitten was held in its mouth like this, it would be fine. But if it was held in its mouth like this when it grew up, it might be more uncomfortable and might violently resist. But seeing Peanut Candy still being obedient, Jing Tan thought that they were indeed father and son. The cat held Peanut Candy in its mouth in front of Yi Hao. Then, it looked at Yi Hao, and then at the doctor. Yi Hao and the cat looked at each other for a few seconds. Then, he said to the doctor, "Take a look at this kitten while you're at it." Doctor. F***ck, I'm a doctor, not a veterinarian. Since Yi Hao had spoken, the doctor could only bite the bullet and do it. Yi Hao didn't say anything. Seeing that Yi Hao was leaving, the cat followed him with Peanut Candy in its mouth. Yi Hao got into a modified MPV. Just as he got into the car, the cat followed him with Peanut Candy in its mouth. It even occupied a seat. Yi Hao was speechless. After thinking for a while, Yi Hao leaned out and said to Jing Tan, "Black charcoal, let's go together." Jing Tan pulled his ear. He knew that Yi Hao was actually quite afraid of the big cat. He felt that it would be safer if he was there. The Peanut Candy was the link between them. Yi Hao knew that Jing Tan was with Peanut Candy. That was why he asked Jing Tan to come along. At the same time, he also called Celestine. Originally, he didn't want Celestine to get involved. But since it involved a cat, he had no choice but to ask for Celestine's help. Jing Tan was also a little curious. He could tell that the big cat was just vigilant. It didn't have the murderous aura it had before. He followed it to satisfy his curiosity. But later, he would have to trouble Celestine to call the Zhao family. Celestine left quickly. The abandoned building was cleaned up quickly. It didn't look like a murder case had taken place. In the car, Peanut Candy was lying next to the big cat. The air conditioning in the car might have made it uncomfortable, so it shrank closer to the big cat. After the big cat licked Peanut Candy's fur, it kept staring at Yi Hao. It seemed to be sizing him up. Yi Hao, who was being treated by the doctor, felt a little creeped out by the stare. There was no murderous aura or obvious malice, but it made him feel even more strange. Chapter 91. This time, Yi Hao didn't go to the night building. Instead, he went to the quiet villa that Jing Tan went to last time. Celestine was already waiting inside. He wasn't in a hurry. He already knew about Yi Hao's injury, so there was nothing to worry about. The only thing he wasn't sure about was how he would be scolded when he called the Zhao family later. Seeing Yi Hao and the others come in, Celestine first looked behind Yi Hao. In addition to the black cat, there was also a big cat. Just now on the phone, Yi Hao just casually said that there was a big cat. Celestine didn't take it to heart. He thought that in such a big city, except for the zoo, there wouldn't be a big cat like that. It didn't refer to tigers or cheetahs, but lynxes and caribou. Therefore, Celestine, who wasn't mentally prepared at all, looked like he had shit on his face when he saw the big cat. Every time he saw this kind of big cat, Celestine's heart would be very uncomfortable. He would always think of the unbearable past. Yi Hao knew a little about Celestine, so he deliberately said it vaguely on the phone. Now that he saw Celestine's expression, he smiled, which was rare. "What are you smiling about?" Celestine raised his foot to kick, but Yi Hao dodged. "What's the matter?" Celestine didn't kick again, but sat back on the sofa and asked. When he asked, he looked at the black cat that was digging for food in the fruit bowl. Jing Tan didn't pay attention to them. Anyway, he was just here to watch the show. He didn't want to get involved. He just wanted to see what the big cat was planning. Yi Hao's injury was treated, and it wasn't a big problem. When it was the Peanut Candy's turn, the doctor was very nervous. After all, he wasn't a veterinarian. But after finding out the reason, he calmed down. Perhaps when the candy peanut was stuck between the wooden planks, it was pierced by the thin wood chips on the edges of the wooden planks. Although it didn't bleed much, it felt pain with every step it took, so licking it was useless. The doctor had originally planned to use some forcibly fix things, but when he found that the peanut candy was quite cooperative, he took the tools and began to remove the thorns. Once he pulled it out, peanut candy would meow. It seemed to be in great pain. There were a few times when it reflexively turned over and almost bit the doctor directly. He had only pulled out half of the thorn and it was already like this. Would he be bitten or scratched by a cat when he pulled out the rest? Just as the doctor was hesitating, Jing Tan saw Peanut Candy's father walk over, raise his foot, and press Peanut Candy down. Then he looked at the doctor, indicating for the doctor to continue. Jing Tan. Suddenly, he felt that Peanut Candy was very miserable. Not only did she have a strict mother, but she also had such a father. Peanut Candy, who was pressed down by force, cried out in pain. It even struggled a few times, but couldn't break free from its father's claws. Celestine and Yi Hao's expressions changed as they watched from the side. When they finally finished removing the thorns on Peanut Candy's leg and applied the ointment, the doctor's forehead was covered in a layer of sweat. It wasn't because he was hot, but because he was nervous. The big cat next to him was too strange, and it made him want to run away as soon as possible. Celestine called the Zhao family and told them that the cat wouldn't be coming back tonight. The Zhao Ma wanted to hear Jing Tan's voice to confirm that the cat was safe, so Jing Tan howled into the phone. The big cat, who was licking Peanut Candy's fur, was startled by Jing Tan's howl and jumped up. It looked at Jing Tan vigilantly for a while, then returned to its original position and squatted down. After dealing with the Zhao family, Celestine and Yi Hao didn't know where to start with peanut candy. They didn't know who it belonged to, and it would take time to find out. "Didn't you ask the Zhao family just now?" Yi Hao asked. "No, I was just thinking about how to avoid being scolded. I couldn't wait to hang up the phone after I finished talking," Celestine said helplessly. After thinking for a while, Celestine put the phone in front of Jingtan and pointed at Peanut Candy, who was rubbing against the big cat. "You take care of that cat." Jingtan understood what Celestine meant. Ever since Celestine knew that he could make phone calls, he often asked Jingtan to help him make phone calls when he was driving. But now, Jingtan didn't immediately dial the number. Instead, he raised his head and looked around. Only Yi Hao and Celestine were in the living room. The doctor had just left, Leopard seemed to have been sent on a mission, and Ranchi was said to be injured and was in the hospital. There were a few people in the small rooms outside the living room, but they didn't come in without Yi Hao's permission. Since they were all familiar with each other, Jingtan didn't have too many scruples. He took the phone, dialed the number, and pushed it to Celestine. Yi Hao, who was sitting next to him, twitched his face. He suddenly wanted to find something to ward off evil spirits like Ranchi. This was 2F*King weird. Other than Yi Hao, the big cat had seen everything that happened between Celestine and Jingtan. It tilted its head and seemed to be thinking about something. Jingtan had dialed the number of Xiaoguo's studio. Usually, Xiaoguo would be there, and today was the same. When the call went through, Celestine got Peanut Candy's name from Xiaoguo. He only said that Peanut Candy was injured and that he had brought her over. He would send her back the next day. He didn't say anything else. Knowing that Jingtan was also there, Xiaoguo felt a lot more relieved. He thanked Celestine again. After solving the problem with Peanut Candy, Celestine and Yi Hao looked at the big cat at the same time. The big cat looked at the two of them, yawned, and laid down next to Peanut Candy, preparing to sleep. Celestine and Yi Hao were speechless. It fell asleep just like that. When Celestine called Xiaoguo, he didn't hear Xiaoguo say that there were other cats. He turned around and asked Jingtan, who was eating a piece of pork jerky, "Do you know that cat?" Jingtan thought about it, shook his head, and continued to eat the pork jerky. Although he knew Peanut Candy and Li Yuanba, and guessed that this was Peanut Candy's father, he didn't know it. He hadn't even heard of it. If there was such a cat around, Jingtan would definitely be warned by the Zhao Pa. The aunties in the courtyard, who were always well informed, would definitely have mentioned it. This big cat probably came to visit its wife and child every once in a while. It usually hid in a place that was deserted and suitable for its survival. As for where this cat usually hid, Jingtan recalled the map that he had seen. Chuhua City Botanical Garden and a park with mountains were not far from Chuhua University. Actually, there was a small road from the pet center to Chuhua University that passed by the abandoned project. However, there was a construction site in the middle of the road. Plus, the small street was very safe, so Jingtan didn't go there. So, the only possibility was that this cat had secretly gone to the pet center to see its wife. When it was on its way back, it happened to see someone trying to kill Yi Hao, and Yi Hao was holding Peanut Candy in his arms. That was why it attacked. No matter what Jingtan guessed, the big cat was already here, and it didn't seem to want to avoid people. Thinking of something, Jingtan stopped eating the pork jerky. He looked at the father and son lying there, and then looked at Yi Hao, who was discussing things with Celestine. He narrowed his eyes. Could it be that this big cat wanted to stay? Thinking about the big cat's style, and then thinking about Yi Hao's identity, which was already clean, but still couldn't escape from some shady business, Celestine, who was discussing things with Yi Hao, wanted to drink some water, but when he picked up the cup, he inadvertently looked at Jingtan. He saw that the black cat was holding a piece of pork jerky that had already been opened. It maintained its eating posture, squinted its eyes, and seemed to be thinking about something. Black charcoal, what are you thinking about? Celestine asked. He knew that the cat couldn't speak, so he wanted to call its attention back. The cat's behavior just now was too strange. If they hadn't known each other for so long, Celestine would have been scared like Ronchi. Jingtan stopped thinking about it, looked at Celestine, and then looked at Yi Hao. He lowered his head and continued eating the pork jerky. What was he thinking about? In fact, he was thinking that if this big cat really wanted to stay, because it had saved Yi Hao wouldn't refuse. Yi Hao was a very loyal person, and he shouldn't be too bad to the cat. Thinking about that scene, he was happy to see it. Why do I feel that the black cat is waiting to see me make a fool of myself? Yi Hao frowned. You're thinking too much. Celestine could only comfort him like this. The next morning, Jingtan squatted on the chair next to Yi Hao and ate the sanxian soup. The people here like to make sanxian soup with pork liver, kidney, and lean meat. Jingtan had always liked it, and Zhao Ma often made it. He didn't expect to eat it here. In front of the father and son, there was a big bowl. No, in front of the big cat was a bowl. There was sanxian soup and rice in it. Yi Hao had never raised a cat before, so he didn't know what to feed it. Seeing that Jingtan was eating, he directly fed them the same thing. The good thing was that the father and son were not picky. Originally, the father and son's bowls were placed on the ground. Seeing Jingtan squatting on the chair, the big cat couldn't stand it. It jumped onto a chair and stared at Yi Hao. Yi Hao wanted to pretend that he didn't know anything, but the big cat started to howl. With Jingtan in front, even if it howled very loudly, it sounded more like a cat, unlike Jingtan's ghostly howl. Even so, it was really unbearable. Yi Hao gestured to the servant who made breakfast, bring the bowl up. The big cat was originally bigger than Jingtan, so the bowl was also big. One chair couldn't fit it, so the servant brought another one. She also put the peanut bowl on the chair. Looking at this situation, Yi Hao thought to himself, get out of here after you finish eating. While eating, there was a sound at the door. Hearing the sound at the door, Celestine, who was drinking soup, choked. He looked at Yi Hao and whispered, your wife brought the children here. Yi Hao originally wanted to reply, what's so surprising about that? Suddenly, he realized that there were 3 cats here. What did he say when his wife said that she wanted to raise a cat? Yi Hao didn't remember what he said specifically. He only remembered that it meant that he hated cats. Until now, his wife had never raised a cat. But the situation now, while thinking, Jingtan saw a tall beauty walk in with a boy who was about the same age as Zhao Yuan. Tang Shui heard that Yi Hao was attacked last night, so she rushed over with the child early in the morning to check on Yi Hao's condition. Although she knew that Yi Hao wasn't seriously injured when she called him last night, she still felt more at ease. As soon as she walked in, Tang Shui saw the 3 cats sitting on the 3 chairs at the dining table. She was about to ask Yi Hao about his condition, but the words were stuck in her throat. She was in disbelief. Next to Tang Shui, the little boy who was originally expressionless saw the 3 cats at the dining table, and his eyes lit up. It was completely different from the wooden expression he had when he saw his father. Chapter 92. Jingtan felt that the atmosphere was a little awkward. He looked at Celestine and saw that he didn't want to talk to them. He lowered his head and continued eating, but his ears perked up to listen to the sounds around them. After a long silence, Tang Shui finally said, what's the situation here? Yi Hao put down his bowl and wiped his mouth. He pointed at Jingtan and said, this one was brought by Celestine. Then he pointed at the peanut candy. This one was from a pet shop. It's with the one that Celestine brought. They'll be sent back later. Finally, Yi Hao pointed at the big cat. This one was picked up on the road. Its origin is unknown. Tang Shui didn't know how much she understood. She nodded and looked at the big cat. This cat doesn't look like an ordinary cat. It's big enough. Is it a super cat? Super cat. Yi Hao and Celestine looked at Tang Shui at the same time. Their eyes were full of doubts. Jing Tan stopped eating and listened to Tang Shui's next words. This was the first time he heard this word. You know that Uncle 19 has a big cat, right? Tang Shui looked at Yi Hao. Yi Hao thought for a moment. I haven't seen Uncle 19 for a long time. But when I went to Master 7's place, he mentioned him a little. The Master 7 that Yi Hao mentioned was Tang Shui's father, Yi Hao's father-in-law. When Yi Hao first came to Chuhua, he followed Master Tang the 7th. Although Master Tang the 7th helped him a lot, Yi Hao mostly relied on himself. Otherwise, Tang Shui wouldn't have liked Yi Hao. Although they were now son-in-law and father-in-law, Yi Hao was still used to calling him Master 7. As for that 19th uncle, he was also someone from the same era as Master Tang the 7th. Although he was currently in retirement, he still had some influence. His relationship with Master Tang the 7th was neither good nor bad. However, there were not many people from that era left today. The two old men would sometimes have a heart-to-heart talk. When Yi Hao went to visit Master 7 last week, he heard Master 7 mention it. He didn't think too much about it. In Yi Hao's mind, the so-called big cat was just a slightly bigger pet cat. It was like a forest cat, but it wasn't that big. In a big city like China, who would raise such a big cat? But now, it seemed that it wasn't that simple. Uncle 19 asked a friend of his abroad to help him get a descendant of a super cat. The so-called super cat is a hybrid between a domestic cat and a bigger wild cat from Africa or South America. It's just that it's not easy to get a first-generation super cat. The management there is strict, so they won't give it to you. Uncle 19's friend got the descendant of the first-generation super cat. I heard that the second-generation super cat might not be as big as the first generation, but it's still much bigger than the average pet cat. Now, Uncle 19's big cat is already more than 20 pounds, almost 15 pounds. It's very strong and will continue to grow. It looks smaller than this one, but Uncle 19's cat only has short hair. The one you have has long hair. Jing Tan listened to Tang Shui's story, then looked at Peanut Candy's father, who was squatting on the chair with a serious expression. Super cat. Yi Hao frowned. His focus was not on the long hair, short hair, or the size of the cat that Tang Shui mentioned. Does Uncle 19's cat kill other small animals? Yi Hao originally wanted to ask if the cat killed people, but he changed his mind. Why not? I heard that a few pet cats around were killed, and a small dog was also killed. Every time Uncle 19 brought the cat over, it would stare at Dad's two gray parrots. Dad said that the two parrots started to pluck their feathers because of the pressure. Jing Tan was speechless. It wasn't easy to be a bird. Not every bird could be like that stupid bird, General, who was always looking for fun. While they were talking, the big cat had finished the food in the bowl and was licking its paws. Jing Tan always thought that cats might be careless when eating, but they were very serious when licking their fur and paws. Even licking their balls was more serious than eating. Yi Heng. Back off. Yi Hao shouted. Tang Shui didn't notice that her son had moved closer to the cat when she was explaining. She didn't realize that her son was a few meters away from her until Yi Hao shouted. Cats were always very alert to strangers, and could even be aggressive. Tang Shui knew this very well, but she usually let her son play by himself when she came here, so she ignored the big cat just now. When Yi Hao shouted, Yi Heng was only a few steps away from the big cat, and he didn't stop after hearing Yi Hao shout. Instead, he sped up and approached the cat. Not only Yi Hao, but also Celestine's face was a little pale. They were too careless. They regretted not locking the big cat in a cage or tying it up with a chain. That way, they wouldn't have to be so worried. Yi Hao didn't dare to move. He held a table knife in his hand under the table and signaled Celestine with his eyes. If the big cat showed any signs of aggression, he should immediately attack. Yi Hao, Celestine, and the big cat were all at the same table. It was too late to stop Yiheng now. Tang Shui also realized that something was wrong with Yi Hao and Celestine's reactions. Yiheng didn't care about his parents' reminders. He came to the big cat and looked at it. The big cat, who was licking its paws seriously, didn't have any special reaction when it sensed someone approaching. It looked up at Yiheng, then squinted its eyes, tilted its head, and rubbed against the child. Not to mention the so-called super cat's genes and body size, Yi Hao didn't want to see such a cat near his son after seeing it kill people. It was too dangerous. Even Yi Hao didn't have a 100% chance of winning against this cat alone. Its claws were big, its body was strong, and its reaction speed and IQ were still unknown. Yi Hao was afraid of it. Being scratched by its claws was no joke. Jing Tan was closer to the big cat, so he didn't feel the big cat's evil intentions. It wasn't like the chilling premonition he had before he killed people last night. The big cat now was really like those pet cats that love to act coquettishly. It had the laziness after eating and drinking. Celestine saw Jing Tan's calmness, so he didn't immediately attack. He didn't know the big cat's personality and temper. If he suddenly attacked, it might anger the big cat. So, without being 100% sure that it was safe, Celestine chose to be conservative and observe the situation first. If a cat tried its best to act coquettishly, it could be very lethal. People who didn't hate cats couldn't resist it. Yi Hao's son was one such person. Seeing the big cat rubbing against him, Yiheng reached out his hand and touched the big cat's head. His fingers slid over the big sharp ears, then to the big cat's jaw and neck. He scratched it. He heard from Uncle 19 that cats like to be scratched like this. The big cat raised its chin and looked quite comfortable being scratched. It squinted its eyes. However, it didn't last long. Yiheng was dragged away by his collar by his father. Yiheng, who had just smiled at the cat, immediately put on a face that was very similar to Yi Hao's. The father and son stared at each other. Okay. Celestine went over and pulled Yi Hao. They had to deal with the big cat first. Just then, Leopard came back. Yi Hao asked him to look up information about this big cat last night, and Leopard was lucky. He remembered the cat extermination incident around Tsinghua University a few years ago. At that time, Leopard was still young and curious. He happened to be drinking with people around Tsinghua University, so he knew about it. He tried his luck and looked into it. He really did find something. Yi Hao gestured for Tang Shui to take Yiheng to the room upstairs, and then took the information that Leopard had sorted out. CFH incident. Yi Hao frowned and whispered a sentence, "This is from hell." Jing Tan felt that the three letters CFH sounded familiar. He thought for a while and remembered that Zhao Pa had mentioned this before. Seeing Yi Hao sit on the sofa and look at the information, Jing Tan ran over and jumped on the sofa. He stood on the back of the sofa and looked at the document. Yi Hao just glanced at Jing Tan and didn't have any intention of chasing him away. He didn't think that a cat could understand this. He was probably just curious. The information wasn't detailed. First, it was too short, so they didn't find much. Second, the incident that year was suppressed by the higher-ups, so it was difficult to find anything specific. They only knew that the cats with the code name CFH were very fierce. They might have many different lineages, such as the smaller wild dragonly, the forest cat, the bigger serval, and the feral cat. Every CFH test breed had a big difference. Some had long hair, some had short hair, some had tails, and some had no tails. The patterns on their bodies were also different. They were very resistant to cold and hunger. Unfortunately, one of the cats had an unstable temperament, and the other had congenital diseases or premature aging. Originally, the researchers wanted to see how the second generation of CFH would fare, but the accident happened. Not only did they lose people, but the higher-ups also killed all the CFH test subjects when the incident was suppressed. However, some of the lab cats still escaped during the chaos. For the next 2 years, people had been looking for the escaped cats, afraid that a second generation of CFH would appear. In the end, they only found a few corpses that died of diseases, and nothing else, so the higher-ups stopped the cleanup operation. The big cat in front of them could be the second generation of CFH from an ordinary cat that escaped. Of course, it could also be the new pet, super cat, that Tang Shui mentioned. However, Xing Tan and Yi Hao were more inclined to believe that it was the former. After all, a cat that could easily kill an adult was worthy of the code name CFH. Why do you think those people are researching this? Celestine didn't understand. Who knows? Yi Hao threw the information on the coffee table and said, I heard that some scientists in Country M have also created pigs with human blood, mice with human brain cells, and so on, so. The leopard shrugged. What he meant was that if these weirdos existed, then the existence of the one in front of him wasn't strange at all. Xing Tan shivered and suddenly felt grateful that Zhao Pa wasn't one of those weird scientists. According to the time of the incident, it has been almost 10 years. Yi Hao sighed. So you can just take this cat out and say that it's a super cat. Celestine joked, anyway, it's been so long and not many people remember it. As long as they don't see it kill people, who can be sure that it's not a new super cat? Yi Hao shook his head. I don't care about that. It's been almost 10 years, but when this big cat kills people, it still jumps very fast. Its reaction is very agile, and it looks very strong. It doesn't look old at all. It doesn't have premature aging, and it doesn't have any diseases. No one knows how long it can live. Xing Tan looked at the big cat that was yawning and showing its fangs, and then looked at Peanut Candy who was licking its fur. So, Peanut Candy was actually the third generation of CFH. But the mole next to Peanut Candy's mouth really ruined this domineering name. In the future, the bloodline of CFH would be diluted by natural reproduction. Who knew how many cats similar to Peanut Candy would appear in this world and live with people? However, their appearance would be no different from ordinary cats. In the big city where cats and dogs were everywhere, who would associate it with the CFH incident? Even if they saw a very fierce cat, no one would think much of it. Chapter 93. After breakfast, Celestine sent Xing Tan and the peanut candy back. As for the big cat, it just lay on the sofa and didn't move. Yi Hao even threatened it, but it just yawned and ignored him. Except for not letting him use a leash, it was quite obedient. Yi Hao had made up his mind to get rid of the big cat, but Yi Hao asked for it. After so long, it was the first time that Yi Hao heard his son make a request. Although the father and son always glared at each other, Yi Hao still spoiled his son. It was rare for his son to ask, so Yi Hao reluctantly agreed. Of course, it was only temporary, and they still had to observe for a while. Moreover, during this period of observation, Yi Hao set a rule for his son that he couldn't be alone with the big cat. If he wanted to touch the big cat, there had to be at least 3 people present, and they couldn't be too close to it. No, in short, a series of no's made Yi Hao very impatient. He asked his mother Tangxue for help, but this time Tangxue didn't help him. She stood on Yi Hao's side. Ever since she knew that the big cat killed people, Tangxue was actually very opposed to keeping the big cat. Under Yi Heng's strong request, she temporarily agreed. She also decided to send more people around to watch, so that there wouldn't be any accidents. Were all cats shameless? Anyway, after this incident, Yi Hao had the impression that the big cat was temperamental, neurotic, stubborn, and shameless. The big cat stayed in Yi Hao's villa, which made Yi Heng, who usually lived with Mr. Qi, come a lot more often. Even Mr. Qi came to see it after he heard about it. Mr. Qi thought highly of the big cat. Knowing that the cat could kill people, Mr. Qi slapped the table and said, "Good." This made Yi Hao very speechless. Mr. Qi thought that when the big cat was familiar with the environment and the people around it, he would let it compete with 19th Super Cat. It would be best if it could make the big cat lose its spirit. After all, it forced his two gray parrots to pluck their feathers. The big cat successfully stayed in Yi Hao's villa. When Ran Qi was discharged from the hospital and came here, he saw the big cat lying on the sofa in the living room. He felt uncomfortable. At first glance, he thought he had a dog, but it turned out to be a big cat, and a very special one at that. No matter what happened to the big cat, Xing Tan stayed at home these days. The continuous hot and sunny weather was a bit unbearable. Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma also stayed at home and didn't go out much. The outside was like a steamer, and even an egg could be cooked on the asphalt road. Even Zhao Yuan was a bit tired these days, watching TV listlessly at home. Little Pomelo was doing her daily summer homework. Zhao Yuan and Zhao Ma sat on the sofa in the living room and watched TV. Xing Tan was lying on one side of the sofa, not interested in TV. He yawned, turned over, and kicked a newspaper. Since he had nothing to do, Xing Tan rolled over and read the news on the newspaper. The Chu Qing News was a newspaper that many families in Chuhua subscribed to. The outdated newspapers were put on the table for soup or thrown on the floor as table legs, and the rest were kept for sale. Zhao Yuan and Zhao Ma were so engrossed in watching TV that they didn't notice Xing Tan's movements. After Xing Tan read the entertainment news, he raised his paw and flipped to a page. There was an entire page of news about a deputy mayor of Chuhua who was interrogated. Looking at the time of the interrogation, it happened to be the day Xing Tan came back from Yi Hao's villa. Did this have anything to do with Yi Hao? Who cares? Xing Tan rolled over and changed his position again. He kicked the newspaper off the sofa. The smell of the newspaper was too pungent, and it was uncomfortable. While he was in a daze, he heard someone knocking on the door. Xing Tan was too lazy to open his eyes and continued to lie on the sofa. Then, he was thrown up by Zhao Yuan. F***CK. Xing Tan was so scared that he woke up. When he fell from the air, he didn't care about Zhao Yuan's hand that caught him. He stepped on Zhao Yuan's arm to jump off the ground and ran into little Pomelo's room. Little brats were indeed unreliable. After lying in little Pomelo's room for a while, Xing Tan finally understood why Zhao Yuan was so excited. The person who came was Sahara's owner, Wanning. Wanning had received some swimming tickets for a newly built beach swimming pool that had just been completed. Chuhua City was located inland, and the newly built beach swimming pool had attracted many people. However, the swimming pool wasn't fully open to the public yet. The tickets were only given to a few people through certain channels and would only be officially opened in 5 days. When it was officially opened, there would definitely be a lot of people. When the time came, there would be many people and there wouldn't be much space for activities. Even so, many people were looking forward to it through the advertisements. Originally, Zhao Pa wanted to wait for the official opening to bring the children to play. He didn't expect Wanning to directly send the tickets over. Wanning distributed the tickets to the families in the courtyard. Other than the Zhao family, there were also Lan Tianzhu, Suan, Litmus, and a few other families. As for Xiong, he was taken away by his mother and wasn't in the courtyard. After Zhao Yuan was happy, he was about to run to his room to call Xiong. However, Xiong directly called him. Before Wanning came over, she had already gone to Su An's house. Just now, Suan had called Xiong. After Xiong found out about the courtyard's arrangements, he argued with his mother and finally got his mother to agree to go there tomorrow. Xiong's mother was able to get the tickets herself, so she didn't ask Ruaning for help. The children also agreed to meet at the beach swimming pool tomorrow. According to Ruaning, they would leave early tomorrow before the sun came out. There was a restaurant at the beach swimming pool, so they could have lunch there. At night, they would find a place to have dinner. However, not long after, Jiao Pa received a call. It was from Xiong's mother. Xiong's mother was a good person, but she was a bit domineering. Perhaps all career women were like that. She was from the Education Bureau. No one knew what position she held, but it shouldn't be a low position. She was usually busy, and Xiong's father didn't have much energy to take care of the children. Both of them didn't have the time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left Xiong to their grandparents who lived in the courtyard. According to Xiong's mother, Xiong was taken care of by everyone in the courtyard. Therefore, the two of them would treat everyone to a meal tomorrow night to express their gratitude. Jiao Pa couldn't refuse. Xiong's mother had already decided. She had even booked a restaurant and informed the other families, so it was decided. Ignoring Xiong's mother's domineering tone, tomorrow's arrangements were not bad. Jiao Pa couldn't let the children down. After dinner, he went to Yuan Ziyi's place to borrow a car. After refueling, he drove back to the courtyard to wait for tomorrow. At night, Zhao Yuan was too excited and slept very late. Little Pomelo was the same. After all, she was a child. Naturally, she would be happy to have something to play with. Zheng Tan didn't mind. He wasn't afraid of water. Even if he went for a swim, it wouldn't matter. As long as Zhao Yuan and the others didn't pee in the water, it would be fine. The next morning, the two children woke up without the alarm. After breakfast, they gathered downstairs at around 7 o'clock. Each family drove a car. Ruan Ying's car was his and Sahara's. Sahara rested its chin on the car window and looked out. It would bark from time to time. You're bringing a cat. Don't you need a leash? Ruaning saw the Jiao family bringing a cat and asked. No need. My cat is very obedient. Jiao Ma smiled. Ruaning looked at the black cat that followed the Jiao family's children into the car. Then, he looked at Sahara, who was still tied up in the car. He shook his head. This was the F*King difference. They didn't need to bring a swimming ring. Yesterday, Ruaning had told them that there were swimming rings and some other tools. They just needed to bring someone over. If they really wanted to bring someone, they could buy some snacks to satisfy their cravings. However, it was summer. Everyone only wanted to eat some watermelon and drink some cold drinks. Zheng Tan looked around. He didn't see anyone carrying bags. Sahara, who was barking at Zheng Tan, was pulled by the ear into the car by Ruaning. The car windows were closed. They had to turn on the air conditioner in the car. Otherwise, it would be too hot and dehydrated. They still had to drive to the beach swimming pool. Therefore, the Zhao Yuan and little Pomelo who slept late at night slept for a while in the car. Zheng Tan leaned against the back of the car seat and looked at the scenery from the back window. There were many people going out in the morning. There were a few traffic jams at the crossroads. While waiting for the traffic light to turn green, Zheng Tan saw a man on a motorcycle behind him. He was half naked and had a wet cloth on his head. There were 2 watermelons hanging on the motorcycle. He was using the wet cloth on his head to wipe his sweat while waiting for the traffic light to turn green. When the light turned yellow, he threw the wet cloth on his head over his shoulder. People who went out in the summer couldn't afford to get hurt. The beach swimming pool that Ruaning mentioned was a type of water entertainment project built by the river. Large amounts of sand were deposited there by the river to form a beach. The water from the river was used to form a natural swimming pool about 100 meters away from the shore. The swimming pool was designed with deep water, shallow water, a children's playground, a viewing pavilion, and other entertainment projects. In addition, there was a service area consisting of a parking lot, a cultural and entertainment tea house, changing rooms, and other facilities. There was also a small platform close to the water, a green landscape square, and other facilities for leisure. When Jing Tan and the rest arrived, there were already people waiting in the parking lot of the swimming pool. There were also many cars parked in the surrounding parking lots. It seemed that many people had arrived earlier than them. The people waiting here were very familiar with Wuxia. They introduced the layout of the swimming pool and some important areas. If it weren't for the adults holding them back, the children would have run out long ago. Although there were people around the swimming pool to prevent accidents from happening, the adults were still worried. They had to keep an eye on the swimming pool themselves. Besides, it was usually after 4 o'clock in the afternoon or 7 o'clock in the evening when the sun was so strong that a layer of skin would be burned off. There weren't many people fighting for seats before it was officially opened. There was no rush. Now, everyone wanted to familiarize themselves with the place. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to find the bathroom, changing room, or rest room. Xiong and his family of 3 were already waiting at the tea house. His mother had brought some good tea leaves over. However, when she saw Jing Tan in the bag that the Jiao Ma was carrying, his mother's expression didn't look too good. She probably felt that bringing a cat into this kind of place was a bit embarrassing. Moreover, it was a common cat with no special features. Chapter 94. The air conditioner in the tea house was turned on. Everyone came in groups, so it looked like they were sitting in groups. If they waited until the bathhouse officially opened, such a situation would definitely not happen. They would probably even have to wait in line to get a seat. Zhao Yuan and the other boys sat for a while before going to the entertainment area to play billiards. Wuxia and the rest brought them along. Wuxia had 2 reasons for going out with the children. Firstly, she didn't want to stay here and listen to these parents talk about politics, education, and how to teach their children. Secondly, Sahara wouldn't stay here obediently, so she brought Sahara and the children over to play billiards. Little Pomelo and Litmus were bored sitting here. After Zhao Yuan and the rest left, the parents turned their attention to them. Thus, little Pomelo brought Jing Tan and Litmus to the entertainment area. After leaving the tea house, Jing Tan jumped out of his bag. With his current weight, little Pomelo had a hard time carrying him. There were a few people with dogs around, but they were all tied up with leashes. When they saw Jing Tan, a few dogs even barked at him. Jing Tan ignored them and walked towards the entertainment area while looking at the layout of the surroundings. Some people were curious to see that there were people with cats. Generally speaking, cats were not easy to discipline, and this black cat was not tied up. In the billiards room in the entertainment area, Wuxia was teaching the children how to play billiards. Sahara was tied up and lying on the ground chewing on its paws. When it saw Jing Tan, it immediately stood up and barked at Jing Tan. Jing Tan did not know what it wanted to say, so he just let it bark. Wuxia could not stand it anymore. His words were drowned out by the barking, and the children beside him could not hear what he was saying. Putting down the cue stick, Wuxia walked to a corner and threw a plastic duck to it. Sahara sniffed it twice, ignored it, and continued barking. What else do you want after eating and peeing? It's not time to pee yet. If you bark again, I'll throw you out. You can't even compare to a cat. Wuxia pointed at Sahara and scolded. Jing Tan, after being scolded, Sahara stopped barking. Instead, it squatted there and hummed like a whistle. When Jing Tan saw this, he thought that this guy was probably bored out of his wits and did not want to play with the plastic duck. He looked around and saw an inflatable ball near the door. He raised his hand and threw the ball towards the Sahara. Sahara immediately wagged its big tail, full of energy. Sure enough, he was bored. After playing basketball with Sahara for a while, they ate something at noon and took a nap. At around 4:00 in the afternoon, the children screamed and rushed to the swimming pool. Because the children were still young, they were only allowed to play in the shallow water. According to the parents, it was best to play in the children's area. However, Zhao Yuan and the others felt that it was embarrassing to swim there, so they compromised and decided to go to the shallow water area. Little Pomelo and Litmus obediently stayed in the children's area next to the shallow water area. There were too many boys there, and it was too noisy. Basically, there were only children younger than Little Pomelo and girls around Litmus's age. Zhao Ma followed Little Pomelo and the others, while Zhao Pa watched Zhao Yuan from next door. When the boys were noisy, they did not know what to do, so Zhao Pa had to keep an eye on them. Zheng Tan also stayed in the children's area. Anyway, with his current size, the children's area was close enough for him to swim in. There's a cat. The children there noticed Zheng Tan. They probably had never seen a cat swim before, so they all came over. Zheng Tan was annoyed. Little Pomelo saw this and brought Zheng Tan ashore to find a shady place to sit down. Zhao Ma also followed. The water temperature is still a little high at this time. It'll be better if we go later, Zhao Ma said as she went to get some fruit juice. Zheng Tan scratched the sand on the ground. It felt different from the sand by the sea. The traces of artificial modification were more obvious. However, to be able to build to this extent and scale was already considered good. It was fine as long as everyone had fun. Ruaning walked around with Sahara and carried half a watermelon over. She placed it on the small square table. Ruaning, why didn't you go into the water to play? Zhao Ma asked. I did. I just came ashore not long ago. I brought Sahara out for a walk. This guy kept barking. I thought it ate too much today and wanted to poop. In the end, it was just sniffing around and wanted to go into the water. I didn't let it go. We'll see later. As they spoke, Zheng Tan saw Sahara sniffing around the area. It circled around the area twice, then squatted down and pooped. Everyone, Little Pomelo, who was about to eat the watermelon, put it down. It was better to eat it later. At this time, she felt a little nauseous. Ruaning wanted nothing more than to kick it. However, the most important thing now was to destroy the evidence. After Sahara finished pooping, she immediately lifted her foot to push the sand over to cover the dog poop. Then, she found a small shovel and a plastic bag and shoveled the dog poop and the sand around it into the bag. After pooping, Sahara felt much better. Its bones were much lighter. It pushed the sand back with its feet and barked twice. It was probably expressing its current carefree emotions. Ruaning was embarrassed to stay there. She held Sahara's hand and carried the black plastic bag filled with dog poop in her other hand. She walked towards the resting area far away from the swimming pool. As she walked over, someone who knew Ruaning greeted her. Ruaning, what's good in your hand? Bring it over for me to satisfy my cravings. Ruaning had a mysterious look on her face. Good stuff. Hey, let me see. That person said as he went to rummage through the plastic bag. Ruan Ying's face changed from being mysterious to constipated. She whispered something to that person. That person jumped away and wiped the hand that touched the plastic bag on his body. Feeling that something was wrong, he immediately rushed to the sink and washed his hands there. As the weather was too hot, Sahara stuck out its tongue and panted. Its big tail was wagging because it was in a good mood. Ruaning looked at her dog and shouted, "If you poo around again, I'll beat you to death." She didn't know if Sahara understood, but it continued wagging its big tail. Mommy, look, there's a big bad wolf. A little girl who looked like she was in kindergarten pointed at Sahara and said. Because it was summer, Ruwaning directly cut Sahara's fur. Other than the slightly long fur on its head that was difficult to cut, the rest of its body was cut into a short hair. It looked a little gray, but it wasn't as dark as a purebred husky. It just looked more comical. Jiao Ma looked at the person and dog walking away. She brought little Pomelo to another location. As long as she thought about the pile of dog poop beside her, she couldn't sit still. It was better to change locations. Where's black charcoal? Don't tell me you're pooping everywhere. Jiao Ma asked after changing locations. Zheng Tan pulled his ear. How was that possible? That was just Sahara and Huang style. Lying on the mat, Zheng Tan looked around. Someone had passed by where they were just now. There was also a child playing with the sand. The place where his hand was grabbing the sand was where Sahara pooped. Although Wanning had already shoveled away some of the sand, Zheng Tan still felt uncomfortable. He turned his head to divert his attention and looked at the scenery elsewhere. Xiong's mother was wearing her business attire and sunglasses. She was talking to someone at the pavilion not far away. Looking at her posture, it was obvious that she wasn't going to go into the water. It wasn't easy for everyone to come over to play together, but she still looked so out of place. Zheng Tan didn't have a good impression of Xiong's mother, but it wasn't a bad impression either. It was really hard on Xiong. When it was almost 7:00, Jiao Ma brought little Pomelo into the water again. At this time, the water temperature was a lot colder. It was very comfortable to soak in the water. Zheng Tan followed them and swam 2 laps. He bumped into a little kid who was holding a swimming ring and hitting the water surface non-stop. He even chased after Zheng Tan to hit him. When he was stopped by little Pomelo, the little kid used the swimming ring to hit little Pomelo. In the eyes of the adults, this was just children playing around. However, Zheng Tan didn't take it lying down. When no one was paying attention, he stretched out his paw and poked the little kid's swimming ring. When the swimming ring broke, the little kid was so scared that he cried out loud. The others didn't know, but little Pomelo saw the scene just now. The depression of being hit by a swimming ring suddenly disappeared. She brought Zheng Tan upstream. When Zhao Yuan and the others were called ashore, they were a little reluctant to leave. However, after playing for half a day, they were hungry. They went ashore to take a shower in the shower room, changed into clean clothes, and left with their parents. Xiong's parents were already waiting there. After greeting everyone, they drove everyone away. The air conditioner wasn't turned on in the car. The window was open, and the cool night breeze blew in. It was very comfortable. Summer hair dried quickly. Zheng Tan also took a shower in the shower room. Now, the hair on his body was almost dry. Looking out from the car window, the bridge across the river looked beautiful under the lights. However, this beauty was ruined by Sahara's howls. In order to prevent Sahara from sticking its head out of the window, Wanning only lowered the window slightly. Sahara looked out from this small gap. It stretched out its paw and scratched twice, but it was useless. It began to howl. After being yelled at by Ruaning, it finally stopped. Our cat is still the best. Jiao Ma sighed. Little Pomelo thought of the scene today when Zheng Tan poked the child's swimming ring. She grinned and laughed out loud. Jiao Yuan kept asking her about it. Good job. Jiao Yuan patted Zheng Tan and said. Jiao Ma just glared at Jiao Yuan and didn't say anything. A few cars followed in a line. The one at the front was Xiong's car. After crossing the bridge and exiting a crossroad, Zheng Tan felt that the surrounding buildings were quite familiar. When the car slowed down and was about to enter the parking lot, Zheng Tan looked out of the window. F*CK, isn't this third Uncle Fang's Shaoguang Hotel? Zhao Pa's expression was a bit strange. I haven't used the card in my wallet yet. Knowing that Father Zhao was talking about the platinum membership card left behind by third Uncle Fang, Mother Zhao replied with an and said calmly, "It's not like you're the one paying. What's the hurry? No rush. I'm just lamenting. We don't usually use this. There will be a time when we need it." Ruaning didn't bring Sahara into the hotel. The hotel had a place to take care of it. Sahara stood there, moaning non-stop. After Ruaning put out a bowl of dog food, it stopped moaning. Xing Tan was extremely disdainful. Chapter 95. Originally, the Zhao family members weren't sure if they should leave their cat outside like Sahara, but Ruaning said that if the cat was obedient, it would be fine to sneak it in. Other than Xiong's parents, everyone else expressed that they didn't care. They all knew that the Zhao family's cat was obedient. They often saw the Zhao family's cat pick up the children from school. They also heard that Lord Xing really liked this cat and brought it out for a walk. She didn't say anything, so they just turned a blind eye to it. When they entered the hotel lobby, Xiong's mother saw the Zhao family bring in a big bag for the cat. Her frown deepened. Just as she was about to say something, Xiong's father nudged her elbow, indicating that she shouldn't say anything. They were all familiar with the villa complex. Everyone knew that the Zhao family didn't say anything when they brought the cat in. It was clear that no one had any other opinions. When they were at the beach swimming pool today, Xiong's father realized that the Zhao family members got along well with the people from the villa complex. Although one of the Zhao family's parents was only an associate professor and the other was a middle school teacher, to put it bluntly, the people from the villa complex who came together today were all of a higher status than them. But everyone got along well. No one said anything about their titles or positions. This meant that everyone didn't mind and had a good relationship with each other. If he really pointed this out now, it would definitely cause disgust. It was very difficult to book a VIP room in the Chinese restaurant in the hotel. The cost here was also very high. Xiong's mother had put in a lot of effort to treat them to this meal. However, for the Zhao Yuan and the others, the topics between adults were always complicated. After playing for so long, they were starving. As soon as the dishes were served, they were busy eating. No one cared about what they were saying. Xing Tan sat between little Pomelo and Zhao Ma. The Zhao Pa found a small stool for Xing Tan to sit on. After all, he couldn't sit at the table. Xing Tan couldn't see what dishes were served. Anyway, his bowl was always full. Zhao Ma helped little Pomelo pick up some food and also helped Xing Tan. She even cut the disposable paper cup and filled it with soup for him. Zhao family of 4 was not sitting near the door, nor facing the door. If people came in from outside, they would not be able to see that there was a cat sitting there. However, Xiong's mother had been disgusted by the Zhao family's cat ever since they had entered the hotel. She had wanted to say something several times, but in the end, she held herself back. Just then, Xiong's mother's phone rang. "Sorry, I have to go out and take this call." After saying that, Xiong's mother took her bag and went out. Zhao Yuan and the others drank a few glasses of juice and went to the bathroom not long after they had entered the hotel. Maybe it was because they had drunk too much, but after a few minutes, they were ready to go again. This made Xing Tan want to go out and take a piss too. When Zhao Yuan got up, Xing Tan jumped over and hooked his paw onto Zhao Yuan's pants. Zhao Yuan, who was not paying attention, was almost stripped of his clothes by Xing Tan. "Black charcoal, how dare you take off my pants? You're such a hooligan." Xing Tan. "Hooligan your face. Hurry up and take your paw back. I have to go to the bathroom." Xing Tan still didn't let go. Damn it, he wanted to go to the bathroom. "Black charcoal wants to go to the bathroom, right?" Little Pomelo said. Zhang Tan was touched. Little Pomelo was really considerate. She was really good at understanding cats. "Ha, your cat is quite sensible." Someone at the table laughed. "It's much better than my Sahara," Wanning also praised. After all, she was a young person and was more open-minded sometimes. After saying a few words, she was knocked on the head by Lan Tianju's father. Only then did she realize that it was not appropriate to talk about such indecent things at the dinner table. Wanning was a little annoyed. It was all Sahara's fault. Sahara, who was squatting outside, expressed its innocence. Zhao Pa heard their words and only smiled. He didn't say much. He put down his chopsticks and said to Zhao Yuan, "You go first. I'll bring black charcoal over later." Hearing this, Zhang Tan retracted his paw. He waited for Zhao Pa to bring him out to take a piss. These guys are not reliable. "I'll bring black charcoal out." Zhao Pa whispered to Zhao Ma. "No need. Let me do it. You're a man and you're bringing a big bag to the bathroom. What do you think you're doing?" Zhao Ma stopped Zhao Pa from moving. She brought the big bag over and let Jing Tan jump in. After all, they were in a hotel. He wasn't sure if he could bring a cat in. It was better to be careful. Zhao Ma carried the bag and brought Jing Tan to the bathroom. Jing Tan only realized that he was in an awkward situation when they arrived at the bathroom door. Zhao Ma directly brought Jing Tan into the ladies' bathroom. F***CK, the ladies' bathroom. Although Jing Tan used to be perverted and shameless, he had never entered the ladies' bathroom. Jing Tan, who was nestled in the big bag, looked like he had been struck by lightning. However, Zhao Ma was only paying attention to the surroundings. She didn't notice Jing Tan's strange behavior. Fortunately, there was no one around. Zhao Ma quickly brought Jing Tan into one of the bathrooms. She closed the door and opened the bag. "Come out." Jing Tan, this was too embarrassing. He hesitated in the big bag for a while before he jumped out of the bag stiffly. Whether it was the men's or women's bathroom, the toilet bowl was the same inside the partition. Jing Tan still felt awkward standing next to the toilet bowl. Plus, Zhao Ma was watching him. How could he not pee in this situation? What the F***CK? Jing Tan moved on the edge of the toilet bowl and looked at Zhao Ma. Zhao Ma said calmly, "Go ahead. It's okay." Jing Tan, after 2 minutes of brewing emotions, Zhang Xian still maintained his posture and showed no intention of peeing. Zhao Ma was a bit confused. "Are you not used to it?" Although the bathrooms at home didn't sit like this, Zhao Ma had heard people say that their cats knew how to use the toilet bowl. Was it because this place was too strange? Was it nervous? Seeing Zhao Ma's confusion, Jing Tan didn't want to be in a deadlock like this. He began to mentally prepare himself. Right now, he was a cat, not a person. It was like those little boys in kindergarten who went to the ladies' bathroom with their mothers. Even if they were seen, no one would say anything. But, even though he thought so, he still felt awkward. He didn't know if Zhao Ma would see his little dick. TSK, so F***king pretentious. Even if she saw it, he would just treat it as a child being seen by his mother. Zhao Yuan had been seen by Zhao Ma before. Jing Tan wagged his tail and adjusted his posture. He lowered his head and stared at the floor tiles. He didn't even look at Zhao Ma. After brewing emotions, he finally peed. Just as he finished peeing, someone entered the cubicle next door. Luckily, he was done peeing. Otherwise, Jing Tan would be even more nervous if someone entered the cubicle. Zhao Ma took out a wet tissue and wiped Jing Tan's paws. She put it in her bag and went to the sink to wash her hands. While she was washing, someone came in from outside. Zhao Ma didn't notice. Zheng Tan was also expressing his helplessness about entering the ladies' bathroom for the first time in his life. Neither of them noticed the person who came in. "Hey, Miss Gu." Zhao Ma looked at the mirror and saw that the person who just came in was Zhao Lu. "It's you, Miss Zhao. How many times have I told you? Just call me Lulu." "Why did Miss Gu bring black charcoal in? Do you want to pee?" Zhao Lu even pointed at Zheng Tan's exposed head with a smile. Zheng Tan was even more embarrassed. It was really awkward to talk with two ladies in the ladies' bathroom. "Yeah, it's not convenient to be seen if I brought it in, so I carried my bag." "Oh right, Miss Gu, are Miss Jiao and the two kids here?" "They are. A few families from the courtyard went out to play today. One of their parents is treating them, so they came here. Speaking of which, this is my first time at Beautiful Light." Jiao Ma smiled. "Didn't third Uncle Fong give you a card? Anyway, this is third uncle's territory, so there's a discount. If you have time, you can come here to eat. The food is pretty good." "Oh right, third Uncle Fong said that he'll come to Chuhua soon. There seems to be a new project here, so he'll visit you. He also brought a cat tree for black charcoal. I heard that it's specially made and doesn't take up much space." After chatting for a while, Jiao Ma left with Zheng Tan. Zhao Lu was here because a classmate was treating them to dinner. He had to go upstairs later. Chairman Zhao was talking to someone upstairs. After Jiao Ma and Zhao Lu left, the door next to the room Zheng Tan had stayed in opened. Xiong's mother came out with a complicated expression. She knew the name Zhao Lu. The person who called her just now was having dinner here tonight. He even mentioned Chairman Zhao of Chongwei Group. She just had to make a call to confirm if she could match him. As for the third Uncle Fong that Zhao Lu mentioned, was it him? Because they had to drive home that night, they didn't drink or eat for too long. After dinner, they chatted for a while and packed up to go home. Outside, Sahara was playing frisbee with the young waitress who was in charge of taking care of the pets. Sahara was very energetic and didn't look sad at all. Even when she was leaving, Wanning dragged her away. Before she left, she called out to the waitress reluctantly. The few cars lined up and headed towards Chuhua University again. In the car, the two kids who were full and tired from playing were a little sleepy. Jiao Ma was a little absent-minded. After holding it in for a while, Jiao Ma finally said, "Why do I feel that Xiong's mother is a little strange tonight?" "Yeah." Jiao Pa, who was driving, replied with one word, meaning that he knew. She seemed to be a little strange after she went out to make a phone call. Before she left, she even smiled at black charcoal. "Yeah. Tell me, what do you think she meant? Why are you thinking so much? No matter what her attitude towards black charcoal is, she's still a good person. She even helped you transfer to the affiliated high school. I'm not saying that she's not a good person. I just feel that her change in attitude is a little strange. Forget it, I can't guess what people like them are thinking." Jiao Ma took out a thin jacket and covered the two kids in the car seat. She looked at Zheng Tan who was sleeping in the car seat. "I still think our black charcoal is the best. Look at Wan Ying's dog, it can even betray her." Jiao Pa smiled. "Our black charcoal is a fortune cat." "Is there a black fortune cat? Who said that there can't be a pure black fortune cat?" When he got home that night, before he pulled out the key, he heard the phone in the bedroom ring. Jiao Pa quickly went in to pick up the phone. "Hello? Dad? Why are you calling me at this time?" "No, my phone is still on." Father Jiao took out his phone and looked at it, then said with certainty. "Did you get the wrong number?" Jiao Pa asked. The other side repeated the phone number again. "You missed the 0. Ah, how can there be Alzheimer's? How can you remember such a long phone number?" If Alzheimer's is really like this, who knows how many people would want to get it? Tell me, why are you calling? Jiao Ma ran the bathwater for the kids. When she came out, she saw Jiao Pa hanging up the phone. Dad, why are you calling? Jiao Ma asked. Someone from my hometown is coming in a few days. His kid got into Tsinghua University. That's not bad. In our small town, if he can get into Tsinghua University, he'll be in the top 3 of his class, or even the top 20 in the whole school. Jiao Pa shook his head. It's not a key high school in the county. It's just a normal high school in town. Chapter 96. It rained in the middle of August, and the temperature dropped a lot. However, as long as the weather cleared up, the temperature would soar at an extremely fast rate. Therefore, many people went out to have fun while the weather was still cool. After dinner, Xingtian was picked up by Celestine to go to the night building. Basically, as long as they were not there to talk about business and were just there to have fun, Celestine would drive over to pick up Xingtian. Otherwise, he would be bored alone. The night building was a rather sensitive place, and it would not be good to ask his comrades to go there. This time, when Celestine came over, Xingtian learned some things from him. According to Celestine, the big cat was named Monseigneur by Yi Hao's son. Although Yi Hao was opposed to the name, his son liked it, and so did his father-in-law. Therefore, the name was decided. Moreover, every time they called Monseigneur, the big cat responded very enthusiastically. Regarding this, Xingtian expressed a considerable amount of envy and jealousy. Why was there General, Prince, Li Yuanba, and now Monseigneur around him? Why did he have to be called Black Charcoal? This was really F***ed up. On the way to the night building, Celestine told him about the big cat. He heard that after the Monseigneur stayed at the villa for a period of time, he was asked to go over by Master Tang VII. This was because the 19th uncle was going to visit him with his super cat the next day. The big cat was named Monseigneur because of the battle the next day. Celestine did not know the specific details. He was in the company at that time, so he only knew that the Monseigneur returned triumphantly in the end. The whole process took less than a minute. It was an overwhelming victory. Master Tang VII could not stop smiling during that time. The 2 gray parrots he fed no longer plucked their feathers. After spending some time with the Monseigneur, their relationship became quite good. Sometimes, Master Tang VII would let the 2 gray parrots out for no reason. They would just jump around the Monseigneur. The Monseigneur would not bite them and let them play around. When Master Tang VII called Yi Hao, this was what he said. This cat is good. Stay. Yi Hao was helpless. He was surrounded by masters. There was no need for Yi Hao to do anything. Master Tang VII had already prepared some certificates. If someone asked, he could even take out a certificate of a super cat imported from abroad. He even had a clear introduction of the cat's birth. In any case, the big cat had now found a place to stay. It was truly living under the sun and could feel the sun without fear. It did not have to hide from people or worry about being caught. It was not in vain for it to save Yi Hao. Or perhaps, from then on, that bastard had already started to have ideas. Li Yuanba was smart to be able to find a suitable place to stay after wandering around. When he had time, Yi Hao's son would even take the big cat to see his wife. They did not have to be sneaky anymore. When he came to the night building, Xingtian still went to see Jin and the others first. Jin and the others were resting today, so Celestine took Xingtian to Jin's rented apartment. There, Xingtian saw the lame dog again. Compared to the last time he saw it, it was much healthier. Its fur also had some luster. When it heard someone coming, it barked twice. When it saw Xingtian and Celestine, it wagged its tail and walked to Jin's side to lie down. Now, Audine and the others had also learned a lot of things that they had not come into contact with before. They knew how to live a better life here. Every place had its own rules of survival. As long as they grasped them, they would be able to live more smoothly. After the experience of serving dishes and watching the resident singers and bands, they would be arranged to perform in the North District in September. It was not a long time, but it was a good start. The 5 of them cherished it very much and rehearsed whenever they had time. Jean named their band New Boy. Jing Tan thought that the name was really awesome. The abbreviation was NB. Not only that, Jean also made a team emblem, which was a pattern of a black cat. Jean felt that they could persist until today and get through that hurdle all because of this cat. Therefore, the team emblem was unanimously approved by the 5 people in the team. After seeing Jean and the others, they came to Celestine's private room in the night building. Celestine also invited Jean and the other 4 to come together. This time, Jing Tan did not sing, but watched a live concert. Today, a famous foreign band came to the East Palace of the night building. In fact, in many cases, it was possible to find real good music in this kind of night venue. Even if Jing Tan did not know much about music, his performance skills were really amazing. Only when Celestine brought Jing Tan over could Jean and the others be called to listen to the performance. Every time Celestine brought Jing Tan over, Ranchi was basically nowhere to be seen. That guy now had a desire to avoid cats. Ever since he met Jing Tan and Monseigneur, Ranchi felt that all the cats in the world were somewhat abnormal. For this reason, Ranchi was often laughed at by Leopard and the others, saying that he was neurotic. The night venue in the East Palace would last until after midnight. The specific time was determined by the situation. Jing Tan did not go back tonight. He lay on the sofa and slept through the night. Celestine wanted to sleep on the sofa, but was kicked down by Jing Tan. Jing Tan had always occupied the entire sofa by himself. The next day, after breakfast, Celestine sent Jing Tan back to the east courtyard. Like the previous few times, Celestine did not go upstairs. If he went, the 2 children would roll their eyes. It was better not to go, so he drove the car to the courtyard, opened the window, and let Jing Tan jump out. Then he drove away. When he got home, Jing Tan found that the door was open. There were guests. Looking into the living room, he saw 2 strangers sitting on the sofa. One was middle-aged, the other was younger, and they were both dressed plainly. The middle-aged man was talking to the Jiao Pa. The young man sitting next to him was silent. He lowered his head and only occasionally answered the Jiao Pa's questions. When the Jiao Pa spoke to them, he had a slight accent. This was also to take care of them. Speaking in a dialect was more intimate. Jiao Ma placed the washed grapes on the coffee table. Then, she went to Jiao Yuan's room to supervise Jiao Yuan in writing English words. Many children in junior high school would attend English cram school this summer. However, with Jiao Ma and little Pomelo in the Jiao family, Jiao Yuan did not need to attend any cram school at all. He had been playing too much during the summer break. Now, he was cooped up at home every day to study English. Sometimes, he would have simple conversations with little Pomelo. Jiao Wei was staring at his fingernails, deep in thought. After the grapes were placed in front of him, he was about to take 2 grapes to eat. However, when he looked up, he saw the black cat at the entrance, craning its neck to look at him. His hand froze. The Jiao Pa noticed Jiao Wei's abnormality and followed his gaze to the door. "Black charcoal, you're back," the Jiao Pa said. Jing Tan wagged its tail slowly and walked directly to little Pomelo's room. Since there were grapes here, little Pomelo must have grapes too. "My cat is called Black Charcoal. Someone took him out to play last night. He just came back." The Jiao Pa introduced him to them. Jing Tan was in little Pomelo's room, eating grapes while listening to the conversation in the living room. Although it was difficult to understand because of the dialect, he could roughly understand the conversation. The two men were from Zhao Pa's hometown. Although their surnames were Zhao, they were not directly related to Zhao Pa. Most of the people living in their hometown had the same surname. The middle-aged man had a good relationship with Zhao Pa when he was young. He was only a few years older than Zhao Pa. He stopped studying after he finished junior high school and got married earlier than Zhao Yuan. Therefore, his child was 5 or 6 years older than Zhao Pa. If Xing Tan had not listened to their conversation, he would not have thought that the middle-aged man was only a few years older than Zhao Pa. He looked like he was in his 40s and had a lot of white hair. Xing Tan did not expect that the middle-aged man was only in his 40s. The young man named Zhao Wei was the one that Zhao Pa and Zhao Ma had talked about a while ago. He had been admitted to Tsinghua University from an ordinary high school in town. It was said that the school in town had even awarded him 20,000 yuan to pay for his university fees. That way, he would not need to take out a student loan. However, from the conversation outside, it did not sound like they were just talking about their child. The middle-aged man wanted to open a small restaurant near Tsinghua University. When they were in their hometown, they did not farm since their child was in high school. The couple had opened a restaurant in town to take care of their child. Now that their child was in university, they were far away from home. The couple only had one child, so they could not bear to part with him. They wanted to bring all their savings to open a restaurant here. However, when they arrived, they saw that the businesses around the university were doing well. It was not easy to open a restaurant. Now, they could only ask Zhao Pa. After all, Zhao Pa was more familiar with this area. Zhao Pa agreed. He wanted to find out about the surrounding area first before telling them. At noon, the father and son left after having lunch. They rented a private apartment near the side door. It was the place that Xing Tan knew was not very safe. However, it was fine as long as they did not go out at night. After all, the rent was low. The father and son rented a small single room and paid for 1 month's rent. At this time, not many people came to rent a room. But in a week's time, there will be a lot of people. When school starts, most of the people are parents accompanying their children to university. All kinds of hotels, hostels, and private apartments are full, and the rent will increase. After the father and son left, Zhao Pa sighed. Time is really catching up with people. Zhao Wei's hair is already white. Although he is in his 3rd year of high school, it should not be this bad, right? Zhao Ma sighed. He said it is hereditary, but I don't know the truth. In the past, that child was not sensible. He only started to learn in his 2nd year of high school. I don't know what he went through, but he became more sensible. He works hard in his studies and helps out at the restaurant. His mother did not allow him to enter the kitchen. The older generation still thinks that a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. His father had no choice but to do so. But that child is very stubborn. Sometimes, after self-study at night, he will help out at the restaurant to sell fried noodles. When he finally has a break, he will help his father buy groceries. He said that it can relax his mind. Zhao Pa said. That's how children are. When they can't change, they are infuriating. But when they change, they are heartbreaking. But this young man needs to be sharpened. Zhao Yuan, who was sitting in the room writing words, felt a chill down his spine. He had written a word wrongly. Can you bear to do that? Zhao Pa laughed. Why can't I bear to do that? Although they said that, both of them knew that they would not be able to do it. In fact, Zhao Wei's parents could not do it. But they could not do it with Zhao Wei's stubbornness. Chapter 97. For the next few days, Zhao Pa had been asking around about the shops and businesses outside. He had not paid attention to this before, but now, he had to ask. Jiao Wei's father and Jiao Wei's father had a good relationship when they were young. Moreover, Jiao Wei's father lived with Jiao Wei's father's father. They usually took care of each other and had a good relationship. Otherwise, Jiao Wei's father wouldn't have personally called Jiao Wei's father to ask for help. In fact, Jiao Pa had other considerations. He would be going abroad next year. If Jiao Wei's family was around, they could help take care of his family. Before he went abroad, Jiao Yuan was about to enter junior high school, and Mother Jiao was also in junior high school. Although Chuhua University was not far from that junior high school, roads were being repaired everywhere. Father Jiao did not want the two of them to ride around every day, so he let them eat lunch at school and then go home for dinner in the afternoon. Anyway, the school had a rule that they could not study at night in the first and second year of junior high school. It was all voluntary. The parents in the courtyard all agreed to go home at night. Jiao Pa and little Pomelo could go to the cafeteria for lunch. It was not their first time eating there anyway. Jiao Pa's office had a foldable bed for lunch break. Little Pomelo could take a nap there. As for Jing Tan, he could go to the cafeteria with them. After a few days of investigation, Jiao Pa had his eyes on a shop. However, the shop did not used to be a restaurant. Now that the shop wanted to sell, the Jiao Pa came looking for him. He asked Jiao Wei and his son to have a talk. Although the place was not very close to the school gate, there was no other way. The business of the people who were close to the school was very good now. Those who wanted to sell their business had already been taken over. However, Jiao Wei and his son were satisfied with the shop. They were not procrastinators. After they agreed on the price, they wanted to sign the agreement. To be on the safe side, Father Jiao found a young professor from the law school in the courtyard to come over and help. Chu Xiangyang, who lived across the street, heard that an acquaintance of the Jiao family was going to open a restaurant, so he also came over in flip-flops to help. He even politely asked if the restaurant would deliver food in the future. The shop owner looked at the professor, an associate professor, and a talkative young man in front of him. His face twitched a few times. He thought they were just country bumpkins who knew how to cook. But this lineup was weird. There were even professionals present. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? With the help of several intellectuals, Jiao Wei and his son were also relieved. They were afraid of being cheated when they were outside. They had spent a lot of money to set up this shop, but now they felt at ease. They wanted to treat them to a meal, but the young professor and Chu Xiangyang refused. They said that they would come again when the shop was opened in the future. It was not troublesome now. Chu Xiangyang even volunteered to come up with a design. Jiao Wei and his son were very grateful. Chu Xiangyang waved his hand and said, "If your food is to my liking, I will depend on your family to support me in the future." He wondered what Chu Xiangyang's parents would think if they heard this. After they signed the agreement, they still needed to buy some tools, especially tables and chairs. But before they could find a place to buy them, Celestine heard about it when he came to pick up Jing Tan. He called Yi Hao and asked Yi Hao for some discarded tables, chairs, and miscellaneous items. Although they did not look suitable for a small restaurant like this, they could still make some changes. The quality was good. They did not intend to charge money for these things. Yi Hao and Celestine did not lack money, but Jiao Wei and his son did not agree. They gave Celestine 1,000 renminbi. Celestine took out two 100 renminbi notes and put the rest back on the table. Celestine was so attentive because he did not want to go to the Jiao family's house to eat every time he came here. He was also not happy to eat outside. It was boring to eat alone. Now that he knew that an acquaintance of the Jiao family had opened a small restaurant, he could still freeload some food and chat with them when he came over. If he stayed out too late, he could even bring some supper for his comrades at the company. Those men weren't used to eating food that was too delicate. Jiao Wei's hometown cuisine should be pretty good. After Jiao Wei's mother came over, the couple did not want Jiao Wei to suffer. They just had to look after the renovation of the shop. There was nothing to buy. Even if they wanted to buy something, there were all kinds of shops around Tsinghua University. There were also a few large supermarkets in the central square. They did not need to worry too much. The couple wanted Jiao Wei to familiarize himself with the school. Jiao Pa originally wanted Jiao Yuan to bring him around the school, but Jiao Wei refused. It was too hot outside, and it was not good to let a child follow him around. Moreover, he already had a map of the school, so he would not get lost. Jiao Pa thought for a while and shouted to Jing Tan, who was eating grapes in little Pomelo's room. "Black Charcoal, can you help Jiao Wei familiarize himself with the school?" Jiao Wei, in his hometown, many people raised cats. The villagers raised cats to catch mice, so there was no such thing as a pet cat. After Jiao Wei went to school in town, there were some people from better families who kept pets like dogs and cats. Jiao Wei always thought that it was a waste of money. Maybe it was because of his personal situation, but he didn't really understand those people. After coming here, Jiao Wei saw that Uncle Ming Xing, who his parents said was very capable, also had a cat. He also doted on the cat. Although Jiao Wei did not show anything on his face, he had some thoughts in his mind. Not only Uncle Ming Xing's family, but even Chu Xiangyang, who helped them with the design, and Celestine, who helped them with the furniture, treated the black cat very well. Jiao Wei always thought that it was because of Uncle Ming Xing, but he still felt that it was a little strange. Was it really a case of a man ascending to the heavens? However, the people here didn't have much awe when they mentioned the university teachers, associate professors, and professors who they had always thought were high and mighty. At most, it was like how they talked about university students. They were a little envious, but they weren't unreachable existences. Jiao Wei thought about what his homeroom teacher said to him before he came here. In a big city like Tsinghua City, university students might not be worth much. Even graduate students and doctoral students would be overflowing and depreciating in the next few years. No one could explain the cruelty behind the prosperity. They had to rely on themselves to see and adapt. Those who could not adapt might not even be comparable to a cat. When Jiao Wei's thoughts started to wander again, Jing Tan slowly walked out with the grapes in his mouth. He looked at the person sitting on the sofa with the school map in a daze and jumped up to pat him on the head. Jiao Wei recovered from his deep thoughts. He thought that Uncle Ming Xing had knocked him, but when he looked up, he saw a black shadow flash by. There was only a black cat in front of him. Associate Professor Jiao Jiao was talking in Jiao Yuan's room. Little Pomelo did not come out, so it was obvious who had patted him. After talking to Jiao Yuan for a while, Jiao Pa left the room and said to Jiao Wei, "My cat likes to run outside and is very familiar with the school. If you want to find a building but don't know the place, just tell it. It's best if you speak in Mandarin. It probably won't understand dialects." Okay. Jiao Wei did not really believe Jiao Pa's words, but out of politeness, he agreed. Watching the man and the cat go downstairs, Jiao Pa took today's newspaper, opened it, and sat on the sofa to read. Young people were always more open-minded and could easily accept new and strange things. Plus, they would spend more time together in the future, so it was a good thing to let Jiao Wei interact with his cat first. Otherwise, he would be too scared. On the other side, Jiao Wei followed the cat downstairs and realized that there was no access card. Just as he was about to go up and ask, he saw the black cat in front of him jump up and rub against the card swipe area. With a click, the door opened. Jiao Wei was speechless. Jing Tan ignored Jiao Wei's surprise and walked straight out. It was around 3:00 in the afternoon and the sun was still shining brightly. However, there were trees planted on the side of the road, so it was cooler to walk in the shade. The giant sycamore trees blocked the sunlight that shone on the road, leaving only a few scattered light spots. Gusts of wind blew, and the light spots on the road flickered as the branches swayed. Jiao Wei looked at the road in front of him and took a deep breath. Just this road alone was many times higher than their school principal. How high could they fly? They had to fly to find out. Sure enough. Jing Tan was not in the mood to observe what the man behind him was thinking. He was now thinking about which road to take without being burned by the sun. He heard that black absorbed heat. On the sidewalk, the cat walked in front and the man followed behind. Neither of them had decided on their destination. Jing Tan looked at the road with shade and walked in that direction. When there was no shade, he suddenly realized that he had arrived at the student dormitory. The student dormitory was divided into several areas. The undergraduate students and graduate students were separated. There was a new area at the back, probably for the freshmen. It was the land near the remote forest. The dormitory had been completed and would be ready for use in September. Jing Tan was now in the graduate student dormitory area. Jing Tan moved his ears and suddenly heard a familiar sound. Ignoring Jiao Wei, Jing Tan climbed up a large sycamore tree and looked for the dormitory where the sound came from. When he was close to the third floor, Jing Tan found the source of the sound. It was a dormitory on the third floor. The windows were all open in summer, and because of the orientation, there was no sunlight shining in at this time. In Tsinghua University, other than the international students' dormitory, the other dormitories did not have air conditioning installed. It was said that air conditioning would be installed in the doctoral dormitory by the end of this year. As for when it would be the turn of the master's and undergraduate students, it was unknown. The most annoying thing was that there was F*King electricity restriction. High-power appliances could not be used. They could not use little sun in winter, and they could not rent air conditioners in summer. After the students protested, the restriction on electricity in the master's dormitory would be lifted within 2 years. As for the undergraduate students, they could only continue to endure. The weather in Tsinghua City was so hot that people wanted to die from the heat. During the day in the dormitory, just relying on electric fans would not solve many problems. The master's dormitory was not like the undergraduate students. It was divided into 4 rooms, 6 rooms, 8 rooms, etc. All of the dormitories were 4 rooms with separate bathrooms. There was a desk below and a bed above. At this moment, Jing Tan saw that in the dormitory, there were 4 male students. They moved the closet to make space, and each of them stayed in an inflatable bathtub filled with water. In the middle of the 4 inflatable bathtubs, there was a small stool. On the stool was a chessboard. The 4 of them were playing aeroplane chess. In the larger inflatable bathtub, Su Chu was in it. He had a towel on his head, one hand holding a piece of watermelon, and the other throwing dice. Ha! My last plane is also entering the finish line. Those who lost, hurry up and bring me the watermelon. Don't miss a piece. Those who don't have it, hurry up and cut the melon. As Su Chu spoke, he picked up a toy yellow duck that was floating in the inflatable bathtub and pinched it twice. It made a beeping sound, and he laughed like an idiot. Jing Tan. Chapter 98. When Jing Tan came down from the tree, Jiao Wei looked at him strangely. He probably didn't understand why Jing Tan would suddenly climb up a tree and look into the dorm. Jing Tan wagged his tail. He didn't care what Jiao Wei thought. After looking at him, he lay down and yawned. There was no shade further ahead. Many of the dorms were built later, so the greenery around them wasn't as good as the old dorms. Most of the trees were small camphor trees. The sycamore trees weren't very tall either. Even if they were tall, they weren't luxuriant enough to block the sun. Also, Jiao Pa only asked Jing Tan to lead the way. As for where to go, the choice was still up to Jiao Wei. However, That guy didn't say anything for a long time, so Jingtian was more casual. After walking for so long, it was time to take a break. Jiao Wei saw that the cat didn't continue walking. He wiped the sweat off his forehead. It wouldn't hurt to rest for a while. There was an on-campus supermarket downstairs. After walking for so long, he was a bit thirsty. Jiao Wei folded the campus map in his hand and walked towards the supermarket. After 2 steps, he stopped and looked back. He was hesitating if he should say something to the cat and ask it to stay where it was. But before he could say anything, he saw the cat running towards the supermarket. Jingtian saw Jiao Wei walking towards the supermarket and knew what he was going to do, so he rushed over. He was a bit thirsty too. Besides, he didn't lead the way for nothing. He had to get something in return. Since the cat ran towards the supermarket, Jiao Wei had no choice but to follow it. At this time, there weren't many students in the supermarket. There were only a few waitresses chatting there. A few student couples were sitting at the milk tea stall, enjoying the air conditioning. There was no sign at the entrance that said pets were not allowed. Jiao Wei didn't know if he would be scolded if he brought the cat in, but it wasn't up to him to decide. The cat had already entered the supermarket. A waitress who was cutting watermelon at the door saw the man and cat duo and was about to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Sometimes, some students would bring their pet dogs in. As long as they didn't cause any bad effects, no one would say anything. As for cats, it was the first time they saw someone bring them in. Seeing the cat's cat tag hanging on its neck, it looked quite proper. The staff in the supermarket looked at it and continued with their work. Some of them were bored and kept looking at it. This made Jiao Wei feel a lot of pressure. Jiao Wei went inside and took a bottle of mineral water from the fridge. There was nothing else he wanted to buy. He had always been thrifty. He looked at the cat next to him. This cat seemed to be quite sensible. It didn't use a leash, didn't run around on the shelves, and didn't pick up random things. Jingtian watched as Jiao Wei took the bottle of mineral water and looked at the fridge beside him. He jumped onto the fridge and looked at Jiao Wei. "Does it want to eat ice cream?" A waitress walked over, but didn't open the fridge. She was still a little worried about a cat. If the cat jumped into the fridge and was seen by others, she wouldn't be able to sell the ice cream. Jingtian looked inside through the transparent sliding door, then patted the place where the ice cream was placed. The waitress looked at Jiao Wei. Seeing Jiao Wei nod, she opened the sliding door and took out a box of 2-colored ice cream. Jingtian had an idea of the price of ice cream. Zhao Yuan and the others often used their own pocket money to buy ice cream. They would also discuss the price of different types of ice cream and ice cream. Therefore, Jingtian knew which brand was more expensive and which ice cream was more expensive. After getting what he wanted, Jingtian jumped down from the fridge and walked towards the exit. "Your cat is so smart," said the waitress who helped him get the ice cream. Jiao Wei's mouth twitched. At this moment, he realized that something was wrong. He bought a 1 yuan bottle of mineral water for himself, but bought a 2 yuan ice cream for his cat. He didn't expect himself to do such a stupid thing. After leaving the supermarket, Jiao Wei found a place with a stone bench under the shade of a tree and sat down. He put the ice cream on the stone table, but didn't open the lid. He just wanted to see what the cat was going to do. Jingtian didn't care. It held the ice cream box, then bit the sealed lid and pulled it back. After opening it, it didn't use a spoon. It just licked it with its tongue. Cats had soft thorns on their tongues. Some of the thorns could be scraped off by licking. Jiao Wei choked. No wonder it was the associate professor's cat. Its IQ was really different. But, would the cat have diarrhea after eating ice cream? I should tell Uncle Mingxing and the others when I go back. Opening the campus map, Jiao Wei could find the undergraduate dormitory area. It wasn't far from here. Every dormitory was marked with a building number, so it wasn't hard to find. When the semester started, he just had to find out which building he would be assigned to. Tsinghua University was really big. It was far beyond Jiao Wei's imagination. In the past, he had only heard about the university from others. Only after experiencing it for himself did he feel that it was more real and stronger. After resting for a while, Jiao Wei tried to say a few words to Jing Tan with an awkward accent. Jing Tan followed Jiao Wei's instructions and took him to see the buildings and teaching areas. On the way back, Jing Tan took Jiao Wei to some small paths. When they passed by Old Man Land's small flower garden, the big iron gate of the flower garden was open. Jing Tan stuck his head in and looked inside. Old Man Lan was wearing a straw hat and busying himself. Old Man Lan was about to get up and drink some water, but when he looked up, he saw Jing Tan sticking his head in the door. The black fur on his body was too eye-catching. "What are you looking at, little bastard?" Jing Tan tugged at her ears. What kind of professor was this? She kept calling him little bastard and little bastard. He turned his head and looked at Jiao Wei behind him. As expected, Jiao Wei looked very awkward. In fact, Old Man Lan was only a little more open with people he was familiar with. He was more formal with students and people he was not familiar with. Jing Tan walked 2 steps inside and saw Jiao Wei still standing outside the door. He looked at him and wagged his tail, indicating for him to follow. Old Man Lan thought Jing Tan had come out for a walk again. When he saw this, he asked, "Who's outside?" Jiao Wei braced himself and walked in. He looked in the direction of the voice. "Hello, sorry to disturb you." Old Man Lan frowned. "Who are you?" Jiao Wei walked over and explained his background and his relationship with Jiao Pa. Jiao Wei didn't meet Old Man Lan on the 3rd floor when they went to the Jiao family's place. So, this was the first time they met. "Oh, a guest from the Jiao family. You're early. It's not time for registration yet." Old Man Lan said and took out a straw fruit platter. "I just washed horse milk." "It's okay, I brought water, just eat it." Old Man Lan glared at him. Then, he plucked a few fruits and handed them to Jing Tan. "Jiao Wei. Why was cats treated better than humans?" Jiao Wei sat down on a small stool. He ate 2 fruits and stopped. He was a little restrained. But then, he gradually relaxed a little as Old Man Lan asked him questions. He didn't interact much with others before. One reason was because he was nervous in a completely unfamiliar environment. The other reason was because of his dialect. No matter how ambitious he was when he left the small town, it was his first time traveling so far away. It was his first time coming to such a big city. It was his first time being surrounded by people who didn't speak the dialect of his hometown. There was no sense of familiarity. When he got off the train, he still felt a little inferior. Moreover, when he asked for directions, when people heard his accent, they looked at him differently. However, the old man in front of him also spoke with a dialect accent. Although everyone's dialect was different, it still reduced Jiao Wei's nervousness by a lot. Having taught for so many years and taught countless students, Old Man Lan understood the psychology of these new students. "Talk more. You'll get used to it. There are plenty of students like you. Who would dare to look down on others?" Teachers who taught middle school had to take a Mandarin test, but those who taught universities didn't have such a rule. Many old professors had bad accents, but no one dared to laugh at them. They still respected them. Both spoke in dialects, but one was an ordinary student, and the other was an old professor. The treatment was completely different. Jing Tan was lying on the side, listening to Old Man Lan scolding Jiao Wei with half-truths and half-lies. He ate the fruits in the plate. When Old Man Lon finished speaking, he realized that the milk in the plate had been reduced by half. Foodie. Old Man Lon rolled up the newspaper beside him and knocked Jing Tan's head. Then, he said to Jiao Wei, "Young man, you're strong enough. Come, give me a hand. Move the flower pot. Hey, be careful. You can hurt yourself, but don't drop my flowers." When it was almost 5 o'clock, Old Man Lon followed Jing Tan and Jiao Wei to the eastern courtyard. The old man swung the small shovel in his hand as he talked to Jiao Wei beside him. Jiao Wei was carrying a pot of flowers. It wasn't heavy, so it was easy for him to carry it. The conversation with the old man wasn't as boring as before. Jing Tan wasn't interested in listening to their conversation. He wanted to go back quickly, but he felt that it wasn't right. He could only walk and stop. At the same time, he complained that the two were walking too slowly. Along the way, they met a few acquaintances from the courtyard who were heading to the school's swimming pool. They greeted Jing Tan, Old Man Lon, and asked about Jiao Wei. Old Man Lon only said that he was a temporary helper. Jiao Wei was quite surprised. When he first saw the old man, he thought that he was just a gardener. He saw that the old man was dressed quite plainly, similar to the white singlet that he often wore at home. Now, he realized that the old man beside him was also a big shot. What puzzled him the most was the cat. It was normal for people to greet Professor Lon, but why did they also call the cat? Does everyone know black charcoal? Jiao Wei asked the question in his heart. Old Man Lon smiled. It's the tyrant of the Eastern District. Who in our courtyard doesn't know it? I heard that a while ago, it brought the cats from the courtyard and fought with the cats from the Western District. Now, the cats from the Western District don't dare to come to our courtyard. This was actually a false accusation against Jing Tan. At that time, it was the cats from the Western District who started the fight. That evening, he was playing with Depang, Huang, and the others in the courtyard. The cats from the Western District came over and were quite fierce. One even climbed over the balcony to steal Depang's food. Wasn't that asking for trouble? Although he knew that the cats from both sides would fight, he didn't expect them to be so bold as to come to his door. Even the castrated Huang was unhappy. That day, they directly beat up the cats from the Western District, and then drove them all the way back to their nest in the Western District. In fact, the cats from the Western District should be glad. That day, the dogs from the courtyard were taken out for a walk, and General wasn't at home. Otherwise, they would have ended up worse. However, it was better for the cats to solve their own problems. Chapter 99. It was the end of August and the beginning of September. The campus was very lively. Parents of new students were everywhere. They were taking pictures of many iconic buildings in Tsinghua University. When Jing Tan went out for a walk, he saw some parents who were smiling and saying goodbye to their children at the entrance of the dormitory. They were about to leave to catch the train home, but they started to cry after walking a short distance. Some of the aunties cried so much that their makeup was ruined. Jiao Pa said that many parents did not send their children to school because they were afraid that they would miss them. Although those parents did not come, they would also cry for a long time in their hometown after sending their children to the train. Jing Tan did not understand. At least, he had not experienced it himself. When he was in university, he went to school with a few bad friends. The school was not far from where he lived. Moreover, he had a cold relationship with his parents. He did not feel that way at all. As a father, he did not understand the reluctance to part with his children when they grew up. It was a strange feeling. On the Jiao family side, Jiao Yuan was brought by Jiao Ma to the junior high school with a few other parents. They did not have to look at the class list like the other students because they already knew which class they were in and which class they were in. With the help of a few special parents, the children in the courtyard were all in the same class. They were afraid that they would be bullied there. The children in the junior high school were immature and impulsive. No one knew if there would be a fight, so it was better for them to stick together. Moreover, if there were any problems, the parents would know in advance so that they could ride home with each other. Zhao Yuan and the others were very happy about this. At noon, they stayed at school for lunch. Zhao Ma was busy at school. Now that she had to take care of Zhao Yuan, she did not go home at noon. She took the other children to eat in the staff cafeteria. Compared to the student cafeteria, the food in the staff cafeteria was slightly better. As little Pomelo had skipped a grade, she was in the 4th grade when school started. She knew some of her classmates, such as Yulisha and Xia Axayan, who lived in the West District's family compound. One of them was the vice class monitor, while the other was the study committee member. They were considered as the big sisters in the class. Since they were familiar with little Pomelo, Father Zhao was not worried that little Pomelo would be bullied because of her young age. At noon, the after-school music started playing in affiliated primary school. Zhao Wei stood at the entrance of the affiliated primary school and looked at the children running out. He was looking for little Pomelo. Every day at noon, he would come over and wait for little Pomelo to go to his restaurant for lunch. Zhao Wei's small restaurant had just opened. Although its location was not as good as other restaurants, there were a lot of people when school started, and there were many returning customers. During this period of time, business had been good, and they had hired a fellow villager to help out. When he was free, Zhao Wei would also go over to help out, but he was always rejected by his mother, who did not want him to be tainted by smoke. Originally, Zhao Pa and little Pomelo wanted to eat in the cafeteria, but Zhao Wei's parents asked them to eat in a restaurant. After school, there would be a lot of people, and the cafeteria would be crowded. Besides, home-cooked food was always more comfortable. Zhao Pa wanted to pay, but Zhao Wei's parents refused. In the end, under Zhao Pa's persuasion, they only accepted a small amount. Every time Zhao Pa and little Pomelo went to the cafeteria, the portions of the food were big, and the oil used was also of good quality. Zhao Pa was also busy during this period of time, and he did not have much time. Therefore, the task of picking up little Pomelo fell on Zhao Wei's shoulders. Little Pomelo originally said that she could go by herself. She knew the way, and she was already in the 4th grade. There was no need for an adult to follow her. However, Zhao Pa was not at ease, especially now that there were so many people at the school. There were people who stole wallets, phones, bicycles, and so on. Who could be sure that there were no kidnappers? Zhao Wei was not as gloomy as before. He was more relaxed now, and his Mandarin was more standard and natural. The surrounding dialects made him feel more relaxed. After all, the school was much simpler than the society. Sometimes, people who knew little Pomelo would talk to him, and Zhao Wei would reply with a smile. While waiting, Zhao Wei noticed movement on the wall next to him. He did not need to look to know that it was the Zhao family's precious black cat. When Zhao Wei came to pick up little Pomelo on the first day, Xing Tan had too much fun outside, so he arrived a little late. After Zhao Wei picked up little Pomelo, he was ready to take her to his shop. However, little Pomelo did not want to leave. She kicked the pebbles on the ground with the tip of her foot and waited at the school gate, looking around from time to time. After asking, Zhao Wei found out that little Pomelo was waiting for her black cat. She would not leave until it arrived. Zhao Wei raised his head and looked at the black cat standing on the wall. During this period of time, he had gradually gotten used to the cat's behavior. He also understood why the Zhao family treasured it so much. Zhao Yuan had told him about the cat's glorious deeds. It was hard to imagine that it was a cat that had done all those deeds. However, the Zhao family seemed to treat it like another child. Zhao Wei could not understand this. No matter how smart and considerate it was, wasn't it still a cat? Xing Tan could spot little Pomelo among the children at a glance. When he saw little Pomelo, he jumped down from the wall and waited for her to come out before going to Jiao Wei's restaurant to get some food. Jiao Wei's restaurant had a simple shed upstairs. It was built by the original owner and was used to store goods. Now, Jiao Wei's parents had a small room for them to rest and take a nap when there were no customers. There was also a folding square table, similar to the one in Jiao Yuan's room. Jiao Pa and little Pomelo usually ate there. Although it was a little hot, the temperature in September was not as hot as it was in July and August. It was fine to plug in an electric fan with a wire. Jiao Wei's family had gotten used to the way that Jiao Pa treated Jingtan. Therefore, when they gave the cat food, they treated it the same way they treated humans. Jiao Ma bought a bowl for Jingtan and put it there. Today, the Jiao Pa was not free at noon. Axan and the others had already brought lunch for him, so he did not come over to eat. After little Pomelo finished her lunch, Jiao Wei drove her home. At noon, he would stay with the Jiao family for a nap. Then he would go to class in the afternoon and drive little Pomelo to school. When he went back, he brought a takeout. It was the lunch that Chu Xiangyang had ordered. Just as he walked a few steps into the courtyard, a private car drove in. Jiao Wei looked at it and saw 4 laps. Rich people. Unexpectedly, the car stopped next to them. The car window opened, and a familiar face appeared in front of Jingtan. Pomelo, black charcoal. Little Pomelo looked at the man and grinned. She had a good impression of Fang Xiaokong. She knew that this man was the one who had brought black charcoal home. Therefore, every time she saw Fang Xiaokong, she would smile. Jingtan was still the same. He did not react when he saw the man. Who is this? Fang Xiaokong looked at Jiao Wei. After Jiao Wei introduced himself, Fang Xiaokong said, "That's good. Help me move the things later." After Fang Xiaokong parked the car, Jingtan went over to see what Fang Xiaokong was carrying. After getting out of the car, Fang Xiaokong lifted little Pomelo up and hugged her. He had a little daughter himself, and he liked to do this. Little Pomelo did not reject this. After hugging little Pomelo, Fang Xiaokong lifted Jingtan, who was about to jump into the car to see what was going on. Jingtan stepped on his face. Fang Xiaokong did not mind. He smiled and put Jingtan down. "You seem to be heavier." Jiao Wei, who was standing next to them, twitched his face. Of course, this cat was a glutton. How could it not be heavy? It ate a big bowl of food every meal. Fang Xiaokong did not say anything else. He opened the car door. There were 2 big cardboard boxes in the back seat. Zhang Zian could not tell what they were. "These are?" Jiao Wei asked. Fang Xiaokong said proudly, "Cat tree." Jiao Wei was speechless. Little Pomelo helped carry Chu Xiangyang's lunch. Jiao Wei and Fang Xiaokong each carried a cardboard box. Jiao Wei did not know what to say. Cat tree, cats again. 2 big cardboard boxes. They were quite heavy. They carried the boxes to the 5th floor. After resting for a while, Chu Xiangyang came back with his lunch. He ate and studied the contents of the boxes. Although little Pomelo wanted to see how the cat tree was installed, Fang Xiaokong would not start work during the afternoon nap. He had to wait until after the afternoon nap. Fang Xiaokong wandered to the balcony and called Jiao Pa, "Hello, Mr. Jiao. This is Fang Xiaokong." Jiao Pa answered the phone in a hurry. He did not see the caller ID. When he heard Fang Xiaokong, he did not react immediately. He paused for a few seconds and said, "Oh, Mr. Fang. Hello. I'm at your house now. I've made a cat tree and I'm going to install it in the afternoon. Let me tell you first. There was no one in the Jiao family's house in the afternoon, so Fang Xiaokong had to tell the owner that he was going to install a cat tree. Jiao Pa did not object. He was looking forward to Fang Xiaokong's work. Jiao Wei, who was sitting in the living room, was speechless at this seemingly rich man. Here was another man who treated cats better than people. He looked at the black cat lying on the edge of the cardboard box. Why couldn't he understand these people? After the afternoon nap, Jiao Wei left to go to class. He also sent little Pomelo to school. Before leaving, little Pomelo looked at the cardboard box in the middle of the living room. Jing Tan stayed at home and watched Fang Xiaokong assemble the cat tree. Jing Tan had seen a cat tree in Xiaoguo's house, so he had a general idea of what it was. However, looking at Fang Xiaokong's cat tree, it was slightly different from what he had imagined. Although there were some parts that he did not understand, there were some similarities. For example, the shelf installed in the corner of little Pomelo's room was made of pillars wrapped with hemp rope, pallets, and some planks. The difference was that there were also some things fixed on the wall. Jing Tan could use the small planks that protruded out of the wall to walk to the newly installed tunnel near the ceiling. From this tunnel, he could walk to the window on little Pomelo's door. When the window was open, he could jump out directly. When the window was closed, he could look into the living room. The shelf was independent. If he felt that it was not suitable to put it here, he could move it to another place in the house. The flannelette on the shelf could be changed and washed, so there was no need to worry about the bacteria growing if it was too dirty. Except for the walkway near the ceiling and the steps on the wall, most of the other connecting pillars were easy to disassemble and were nail-free. Even without nails, the entire shelf was stable and could be manually disassembled without tools. The space in the Jiao family was too small. Fang Xiaokong could not create the ideal effect, so he could only make do with it. He also wanted to install some in the living room, but after all, it was not his own home, and the space here was too small. After thinking about it, Fang Xiaokong gave up. He would leave the rest of the materials for when the Jiao family wanted to install it. Regardless of make do or not, the Jiao family was quite satisfied with the cat tree. Little Pomelo also liked it very much. Anyway, there were not many things in her room, so it was not a big deal to put a cat tree. Moreover, the remaining space was reasonably used during the assembly, so it looked similar to the previous one. It had to be said that Fang Xiaokong did put a lot of thought into this cat tree. However, on the night that the cat tree was assembled, Jing Tan still got into little Pomelo's bed. Chapter 100. Fang Xiaokong was also a busy man. After the Jiao family finished installing the cat tree, Jing Tan didn't see him again. The next day, Fang Xiaokong took the time to call and ask about the use of the car. Father Jiao only said, "It's pretty good. Charcoal often stays on it during the day when he's at home." Jiao family knew that their cat only slept on the bed and sofa at night. Although he didn't sleep in the cat nest installed on the cat tree at night, Jing Tan would jump on the cat tree when he was bored during the day. He always felt uncomfortable if he didn't move. In the past, it was inconvenient because of the small space at home. Now that there was a cat tree, he tried his best to move it. Anyway, Fang Xiaokong paid for it, so he didn't feel bad even if it broke. Today, when school was about to end, Jing Tan walked to little Pomelo's school. Strangely, he didn't see Jiao Wei when he arrived today. A few days ago, Jiao Wei would be waiting for Jing Tan here before Jiao Wei arrived. Today was the first time. Did something happen? No. To be honest, the end of school in affiliated elementary school was actually a little earlier than the end of classes for college students. At first, Jing Tan saw Jiao Wei come early, so he thought that Jiao Wei didn't have classes in the morning. However, it seemed that Jiao Wei was always like this, except for today. Jing Tan lowered his head and pondered. It seemed that he had forgotten something. When the music of the end of class sounded, hurried footsteps approached. Phew, I made it. Jing Tan looked sideways. Jiao Wei was wearing a military training uniform. He stood there panting with his hands on his waist. He had just run over, and his face was covered in sweat. Military training. So that's what it was about. Jing Tan had almost forgotten about it. The freshmen of Tsinghua University started school a little later. They only started to register when the second and third year classes started. The military training would also be delayed for a period of time. Whether it was Yi Axian or Su Chu, they did not have any military training when they started school. Jing Tan had forgotten about it. Now that he remembered, new graduate students did not have military training, but undergraduate students did. The military training had not even started. What kind of class was Jiao Wei attending? That night, when Zhao Pa told Jing Tan about it, he found out that freshman classes hadn't started yet. On the other hand, Jiao Wei had been skipping second-year classes. Anyway, once they entered the classroom, the teachers wouldn't know everyone, so they wouldn't check. At the same time, they weren't very unwilling to let those who came to join them. Some teachers especially liked those who came to join them. In Jiao Wei's opinion, Tsinghua University was a good school. Many of the teachers were famous professors. However, it was a huge loss for him to join their classes. Furthermore, it was free to join their classes. Jiao Wei felt that he was taking advantage of them. That was why he was very active. If he didn't have any textbooks, he would borrow them from the library. Many of the freshmen had not completed their application, so Zhao Pa lent him his library card. The books that he was using previously were all borrowed from the library. At noon, when they went to Jiao Wei's restaurant for lunch, they saw some students in military training uniforms everywhere in the small food stores near the school gate. Now, when people saw those in military training uniforms, they knew that they were freshmen. Jiao Wei's parents were heartbroken. However, they were happy to see their son wearing the military training uniform. They said that they would borrow someone's camera to take a few photos as a souvenir. Jiao Wei's father also asked Jiao Wei about the location of the military training. He said that he would go and take a look when he was free. The military training lasted from morning to night. It would last until the holidays. There was plenty of time. Military training. Jing Tan looked at the sun above his head. The temperature had been rising recently. Hence, that afternoon, after little Pomelo finished her afternoon nap, Jing Tan and Jiao Wei sent little Pomelo to the affiliated to Renmin University of China. Then, Jiao Wei rushed to the military training grounds with a sports cup full of water in his hand. When Jiao Wei ran to the training grounds, he didn't notice that there was a cat following behind him. However, Jing Tan was running in the bushes and not on the sidewalk. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't notice him. The military training grounds were divided according to the faculties: science, engineering, humanities, social sciences, medicine, etc. They were all in different areas. Anyway, Tsinghua University was big enough. There were a few sports grounds. There was also a phenomenon. For example, the humanities and foreign languages faculties and the humanities and social sciences faculties and the economics and management faculties and the social sciences faculties had a lot of girls. Hence, every time there was military training, there would be a circle of wolves surrounding the training grounds. The opposite was true for the engineering faculties. More than 70% of the students were guys. The remaining 30% were mostly girls. What the f*ck? This was the common thought of all the guys in the engineering faculties. Jiao Wei and the rest of the engineering faculties were assigned to one of the sports grounds. This was only one of the secondary sports grounds in the school. The surrounding facilities were relatively simple. They were divided into groups according to their faculties and trained on the track next to the football field. The red plastic track outside the football field was filled with groups of camouflage uniforms. The training hadn't officially started yet, so the students were all gathered together and talking. Jingtan saw Jiao Wei walk towards one of the groups of people and start talking to the people there. It was 2 in the afternoon. The sun was scorching. The high temperature of more than 30 degrees made the freshmen a little listless. Beside the plastic track was a grandstand. There were some trees behind the steps of the grandstand. Although they weren't tall, it was still a little shady on the steps. Jingtan squatted on one of the trees and watched Jiao Wei and the rest being reprimanded by the instructors. In fact, many of the instructors in the university's military training were about the same age as the freshmen. Some might even be younger. However, they were instructors after all. If they told you to stand in formation, you had to stand in formation. If they told you to stand in formation, you had to stand in formation obediently. Jingtan enjoyed watching from the tree. He stayed in the shade and there was wind blowing from time to time. It was quite comfortable. However, the people in the military training couldn't take it. Some of them even got heatstroke and had to be helped to the side to rest. However, compared to the people in the humanities department, there were more men here. Their physical fitness was slightly better. If they got heatstroke easily, they would be called sissy or delicate. Therefore, they had to hold it in. Even if it was uncomfortable, they had to endure it. Even if there weren't many girls here, there were still some. They didn't want to give others a bad impression before school officially started. Jiao Wei hadn't noticed Jingtan at first. It was only during the break that he saw him. He looked up and saw a familiar-looking black cat lying on a tree not far away. Everyone just thought it was interesting for a moment. After that, they didn't take it to heart. Who hadn't seen a cat before? There was nothing to be surprised about. However, Jiao Wei was different. He had a feeling that the black cat was up to something. The next day, Jiao Wei's premonition came true. The 4 cats squatted side by side on the top step. There was shade there and they could look down on the students in the military training. Jiao Wei's eyelids twitched. The 4 cats that he often saw in the courtyard were all here. They were indeed working together. However, because there were instructors watching from the side, Jiao Wei couldn't keep staring at them. When they were standing in military posture, they couldn't look sideways. Otherwise, they would be punished. The beginning of the military training was basically standing in military posture and marching. Compared to the later stages, it was easier. It was just that standing in military posture was a little uncomfortable. One stand could last for more than 15 minutes, and they couldn't wipe their sweat off. De Peng seemed to especially like watching this. It didn't look as lazy as it usually did when it was watching the people in training. Sheriff didn't care. It did whatever the other 3 cats did. As for Huang, it had its eyes on a little doll hanging on the string of a water cup. The students in the military training, including their instructors, all placed the cups neatly on the steps. Some of them even wrote their names on them, afraid that someone would take the wrong one. The 4 cats were squatting side by side. Huang had been staring at the cup. Finally, it couldn't help but take 2 tentative steps forward. Seeing that no one came to stop it, it gathered its courage and moved forward. Then it bent its claws and played with the CS doll on the string of the cup. The good thing was that the cup was filled with water, so it wouldn't fall over after being played with twice. 1 paw wasn't enough. It started to play with the CS doll with both front paws. Sheriff saw that it was having fun and went over to join in the fun. Sometimes, cats were like that. They wanted to play with everything they saw. If they couldn't move it, they would go up and rub it, moving everything that could move. Finally, the cup with the CS doll fell over. Keep your knees straight, hang your hands naturally, and stick close to the seam of your pants. On the other side, the little instructor looked at the students who were standing in the military posture and told them what to pay attention to. At the same time, he would randomly choose some students and walk behind them to kick their knees or push the arms of the students that were stuck to the seam of their pants. He wanted to see if they were following the instructions or just doing some superficial work. Instructor. Instructor. A student in the square formation said with a sad face, "My cup," when standing in the military posture, "Don't move casually, don't talk casually, and don't look sideways," the instructor said seriously. Instructor. Instructor. Another person whispered. "Before you speak, you have to call for a report. If you want to move or talk, you have to call for a report first." The instructor still looked serious. Report. Instructor, your cup was pushed over. The instructor was speechless. Looking at the place where the cup was placed, the little instructor saw his cup rolling down the steps. The steps of the viewing platform were higher than normal steps, so every time the cup rolled down a step, it made a dong sound. As for the culprit, the cat that looked like a black police officer was raising one of its front paws, tilting its head, and looking at the cup that was rolling away. Then, its gaze landed on a cup next to it. The mouth of the cup was retracted, and the lid was sharp. It looked quite special. Then, it stretched out its paw and pushed the sharp lid. Dong, gurgle gurgle gurgle, another cup rolled down the steps. There was one more person in the square formation with a constipated face. Xing Tan turned his head. "This has nothing to do with me." No matter what, the four cats were quite happy to see the military training of the students. During the day, Xing Tan watched them bask in the sun until they were about to collapse. At night, he watched them feed mosquitoes, and when they stood in the military posture, they couldn't even scratch the mosquitoes that bit them. They didn't always stare at the same square formation. Sometimes, they would watch a square formation in the morning, change to another one in the afternoon, and change to another one at night. Chapter 101. At night, although there was no moonlight and only a few stars could be seen, the military training area was lit up and the surroundings of the field were illuminated clearly. Rest here for 5 minutes. As soon as the instructor finished speaking, the group of people who were standing there in a military posture sat down on the ground like soft mud. Paw. The sound of a mosquito being swatted could be heard. "Oh, my God and Buddha." A student in the same dormitory as Jiao Wei looked at the blood and mosquito corpses on his hands and shouted, "Do you think it was easy for me to produce so little blood? Why did it not let go of such a small amount of blood?" "Don't be disrespectful to Buddha," another roommate of Jiao Wei said. "Buddha is merciful. Just treat it as if I was farting." "You were farting just now. Don't think that I don't know just because you shouted so loudly. Do you want to be Buddha?" Jiao Wei asked his roommate with a smile. "No, Buddha is so tiring. I have to deliver all living beings from suffering. I just want to graduate successfully, find a job, find a wife, have a child, and live an ordinary and long life." The roommate was silent for a while and said, "I don't want to participate in such a high-end topic." "Hey, didn't you say that taking vitamin B1 can prevent mosquito bites? Why did I still get bitten after taking it?" "It varies from person to person. It's better to go back and sprinkle some toilet water." At night, the military training area was filled with toilet water, essential balm, mosquito bites, and other anti-mosquito scents. However, the mosquitoes that grew in Tsinghua University were always fearless. At 9:30 p.m., the day's military training ended. Jiao Wei did not go back to the dormitory with his roommates. Instead, he walked towards the school gate. Every night, he would go to his small restaurant to take a look and help tidy up some things. He would only go back when the restaurant was closed. When he went back to the dormitory, he would also bring some supper for his roommates. Today, when Jiao Wei arrived at his small restaurant, although there was still some distance, he could see some people sitting inside. Usually, there would be no one around at this time. What was going on today? By the time Jiao Wei arrived at the entrance of the small restaurant, the people inside were already walking out. Among these people, the leader had a cigarette in his mouth. His hair was dyed yellow, and he looked a little sloppy. Jiao Wei's heart skipped a beat. He stopped paying attention to those people and rushed into the store. Seeing that his parents were fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. "What's wrong?" Jiao Wei asked. "Are those people here to pick a fight?" Jiao Wei had heard people say that some shop owners would hire people to cause trouble for other shops when they saw that business was doing well. That was why they were so anxious. "It's okay, don't worry." Jiao Wei's father waved his hand. No matter how much Jiao Wei asked, his parents refused to tell him anything. The next day, he had to talk to the person he had hired to help him out. Yesterday evening, after the rush hour, the number of people who came to the restaurant gradually decreased. Then, a few people who didn't seem to be easy to deal with came in and said that they wanted to pay the sanitary fee. However, Jiao Wei's family had already paid the sanitary fee, and there was a receipt. Obviously, in that case, the sanitary fee had a different meaning. Whether it was sanitary fee or management fee, and so on, in some cases, it meant protection fee. When he was in a small town, Jiao Wei's family's shop was a little more formal, but they had also paid this kind of fee. It was just that Jiao Wei didn't know about it. Therefore, after Jiao Wei figured out the reason, he was very angry. When he went to find his parents, he told them that he would call the police if things didn't work out. Jiao Wei's father, on the other hand, was relatively calm. He even laughed and joked a little. Then, he told Jiao Wei about the stakes involved. In fact, the people who did business in the surrounding area, whether it was small shops, street stalls, or students who set up night markets, had all encountered this kind of situation. He asked the surrounding shops to see how much they had paid. When he found out that his shop had paid a little more, he wasn't too angry. After all, his family was new here, and they were foreigners. It didn't matter if they didn't have a foundation. After talking, they paid a month's worth of fees. When Jiao Wei's parents were preparing to open a shop here, they were actually mentally prepared. They just didn't expect it to come so soon. The couple used to be honest people, but in the first 2 years of starting a business, they had some experience. Now, since Jiao Wei had already exposed this layer of paper, the couple shared some of their experiences with Jiao Wei. Originally, the couple thought that their child's job in the future would definitely be like those high-class white-collar workers on TV. He wouldn't have to face those who would cause trouble and collect protection fees. However, no matter what position it was, there were hidden rules. If you were strong, it would be fine. If you were just an ordinary person, it would be better to follow the rules. After listening to his parents' experiences, Jiao Wei didn't feel good. He wasn't stupid, and he knew that this was the truth. However, he was still a young man after all. After all, he was still hot-blooded. In the past, before he settled down to focus on his studies, he had also gotten into fights, quarreled with teachers, and flipped tables. Jiao Wei wasn't sure if he would fight with those people if he saw them again. After lunch in the afternoon, Jiao Wei sat at the entrance of the small restaurant and helped peel potatoes. The shop was full of people, so he didn't sit inside. It was more ventilated outside. Although his parents stopped him from doing it, Jiao Wei was stubborn. He wasn't afraid of being laughed at. What's wrong with helping his family peel potatoes? Who said that university students couldn't peel potatoes? It wasn't like he did anything shameful. As he was peeling, the owner of the shop next door came over. The shop next door mainly sold noodle food. It was owned by a young couple. During this period, the two families had become more familiar with each other. The owner of the shop next door also knew Jiao Wei. "I heard that someone came to your shop last night," the owner said. Yesterday, the noodle shop next door had something to do, so it was only open for half a day in the morning. The owner had heard about Jiao Wei's shop from the people around him. Yes. Jiao Wei responded. He didn't want to talk about this topic. The strength of his hands peeling the potatoes increased. The boss smiled. Don't be upset. Actually, everyone is the same. My family was the same. At that time, I had just graduated and didn't know the rules here. I even wanted to call the police, but my wife stopped me. She took the attitude of keeping the peace and handed over some things first. After that, we found someone and didn't meet them again. Seeing that Jiao Wei didn't say anything, but his peeling of potatoes slowed down a lot, the owner knew that he was listening. The owner pointed at the hot pot shop opposite. When this shop opened not long ago, business was very good. After that, there was a period of time when 10 or so hooligans came to eat in the shop. At first, they still paid the bill. Later on, they started to cause trouble. In the end, they even asked how much money they wanted. The owner wasn't a pushover. Although he told those people to come the next day, he found someone at night. In the end, those hooligans didn't come the next day. They also didn't appear in his shop again. Also, the person who sold meat vegetable rice called a group of people over when he encountered such a situation. He was prepared to go all out. In the end, he was chased away by the police. However, those hooligans didn't look for him again. Hooligans also bullied the weak and feared the strong. If they knew that you were a tough nut to crack, they wouldn't come. If they couldn't be polite with them, they would be ruthless. This was how society was now. As a person, one had to be ruthless. At that time, there was no lack of hooligans who deliberately showed off their tattoos. They even put all kinds of steel pipes and knives in their cars. In the end, they still ended up like that. In the past, there was a period of severe crackdown, and those people disappeared for a long time. Now, they are gradually reappearing. However, in the past, they were mostly hooligans. Now that they have reappeared so quickly, it probably won't be easy to deal with them. If you know the police or the people in charge of this area, you can go over and take a look. It's necessary to spend some money in this area. After all, everyone wants to do business. There are also some shops in the surroundings that haven't been targeted. Even if the owners of those shops aren't locals, they have been here for many years and have some connections. I don't know if they have other connections. As for people like your family, you can first check out the situation and ask the nearby shops to find out who is in charge of this. Then, you can pay a visit to the boss. If there is someone looking after you, of course, it will be fine. If this doesn't work, try other ways. Everything is difficult at the beginning. You just have to get through it. If there is really no other way, just hand it over. Otherwise, you will be the one who suffers. We came out to seek money, not to seek fame. But the situation is better than people. You also don't know when the next crackdown will be, so... The boss didn't finish his words. His wife called him, so he responded and hurried back. Jiao Wei was still sitting there, peeling potatoes absent-mindedly. It sounds so hot. The sudden voice next to him startled Jiao Wei. He turned around and saw Su Chu standing there eating a bowl of rice. "Senior Su, why don't you go to the shop and sit down to eat?" Jiao Wei said. Because of Jiao Pa, Su Chu and Yi Axian knew Jiao Wei. Sometimes, when they were out of school, they would patronize his shop. "It's okay. There are a lot of people over there, so I came out to take a breather." I didn't expect to hear those words. If the boss didn't mention it, I wouldn't have known about it. In the past, when my classmates set up street stalls, they didn't mention it. I don't know if it's because they didn't encounter it or because they didn't want to talk about it. Su Chu said incoherently as he stuffed rice into his mouth. But I think that the clubs that are doing well don't need to rely on this method to survive. Those people are probably just small fries. You don't have to give them face. If you want to find someone to fight, count me in. Su Chu's big body was indeed quite oppressive. However, Jiao Wei wouldn't use such an extreme method. He couldn't afford to gamble. His parents were here, and they were old. Jiao Wei didn't want anything to happen to them. Even if he won, what guarantee would he have? Then Senior Su, do you know, people in this field? Jiao Wei didn't know how to describe it. Su Chu understood what he meant. However, he hadn't been here for long. Most of his life was spent in the laboratory, dormitory, and cafeteria. This was the first time he heard of such a thing. I only know my boss. Su Chu said helplessly. Jiao Wei shook his head. Don't bother Uncle Mingxing. He has already helped us a lot. Besides, he has 2 kids. Oh. Su Chu wiped his mouth. Then, his eyes lit up. You know that Celestine guy, right? I know him, but I'm not familiar with him. He came here before the shop opened. After that, he hurriedly ordered takeout and left. Can he do it? I heard a little from my senior. You can give it a try. But, if you want to find Celestine, you have to find Uncle Mingxing. I'm just telling you what I know. As for whether you believe me or not, it's up to you. Okay. Su Chu threw the empty disposable lunchbox into the trash bin and said, if you really want to ask Celestine for help, you don't have to go through my boss. What do you mean? My boss is Cat. Chapter 102. Jiao Wei would never have thought that Su Chu would give such an answer. In fact, no normal person would think of such an answer. People who didn't know better would think that Su Chu was joking. After all, it was just a cat. How much could it help? Eat it. Seeing Jiao Wei's expression, Su Chu knew what he was thinking. He scratched his head. Hey, I'm just saying. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Why that cat? Jiao Wei squeezed out this sentence after thinking for a long time. How should I put it? My senior brother, Iaxian, is definitely more familiar with the boss's family. That's why he knows more about the boss's family. Sometimes, my senior brother would tell me a little about the boss's family. Among them, he talked about the cat the most. It's the boss's baby. Like Lord Xing, Miss Xiao, Professor Lan, and some other people. Although they usually have a good relationship with my boss, they are all related to the cat. Oh, there's another person, a professor who returned from overseas. He was a famous person in our school last semester, but he was kicked out. I heard from my senior that it's also related to the cat. Although many people didn't know the real reason for Ren Chang's case, people like Yi Axian who had a close relationship with the Jiao family could make some inferences. Hearing Su Chu's words, Jiao Wei stopped peeling potatoes. He didn't know many of the people that Su Chu mentioned, but he knew Professor Lan. Not long after he came here, he was taken to Professor Lan's small garden by the cat. It seemed like Su Chu was right. After all, compared to Associate Professor Jiao, those people were much more capable. Why would they care about an associate professor with no background? I heard a lot of things from my senior, so I don't know much about them. However, if you want to find Celestine, you can keep an eye on the cat first. Every time Celestine comes here, he only looks for the cat. There's one more thing. Maybe you don't believe me, but it was also because of that cat that I was able to work for the boss. Su Chu recalled that after he became Associate Professor Jiao's student, he once mentioned it to Yi Axian. Yi Axian analyzed it. Looking at the time, it was getting late. Su Chu took his leave first. He still had classes in the evening. Jiao Wei sped up and peeled the remaining potatoes. Then, he tidied them up and rushed to the military training area. The evening training was about to begin. Jiao Wei had been thinking about Su Chu's words. When he saw the cat the next day, he felt a little awkward. Xing Tan had no idea what Jiao Wei was thinking. He, Fatty, and the others had recently moved to a different place to watch the military training. The people at Jiao Wei's training ground had started to guard against cats. Every time the cups were placed, there would be a few people sitting there. Once Xing Tan and the others got close, those people would chase them away. Therefore, Xing Tan and the others didn't just stay at one training area. Since there were so many places for military training, they would go and watch whenever they found a suitable place. It was quite interesting to see those people make a fool of themselves during training. There were also talent shows, singing and dancing during break time. The girls' performance was better. After school at noon, Xing Tan and little Pomelo followed Jiao Wei to the small restaurant. They felt that someone was staring at them. When they turned around, they saw Jiao Wei looking away uncomfortably. What was going on? Xing Tan was puzzled. Did Jiao Wei have something against him and Depang watching the military training? When they arrived at the small restaurant and ate at the folding table, Xing Tan felt Jiao Wei's gaze from time to time. His appetite became worse. The man and the cat stared at each other for a few seconds. Jiao Wei looked away again. He felt that the cat's gaze was quite strange. It was indescribably strange. It was as if it wasn't a cat's gaze, but a human's. Jiao Wei had heard people say that some cats would express their thoughts. You could tell what they were thinking just by looking at their eyes. Although he couldn't tell what the cat was trying to express from its eyes, Jiao Wei at least knew that the cat wasn't in a good mood. When it was almost 11, the military training was coming to an end. The weather wasn't as bad as before. The pretty boys at the beginning of school were now a few shades darker. If you asked the 3rd and 4th year students what was the craziest thing during the military training, it would most likely be taking photos. When they were at their ugliest and darkest in university, the school took a photo of them, and this photo would be recorded in the system. It would appear on their various cards in the next 4 years, such as library cards, level 4 and 6 cards, and so on. At this time, the one-card system hadn't appeared in Tsinghua University yet. Therefore, a lot of the cards were separated. Every time they went to the library to borrow books, the auntie in charge of borrowing books would stare at the tanned faces on their cards and then stare at them for a long time. Especially those who were more concerned about their reputation. They would beat their chests and stomp their feet when they talked about their experiences. When this batch of new students were taking photos, Xing Tan was squatting on a tree not far away and listening to the complaints of the students. Yawning, Xing Tan gloated for a while. It was said that a white complexion could cover 100 ugliness. Now that most people were tanned, it wasn't possible to find a few good-looking girls. On the day of the military training review, Xing Tan, Depang, and the sheriff all went to take a look. Huang wasn't there. He had eaten something bad and was taken to Shaogua to see a doctor. Even if he was here, Huang wasn't very interested in these things. After the review in the morning, they were sent off to the instructor in the afternoon. Regardless of how they were trained during the military training, under the influence of that kind of atmosphere, there were many people who were red-eyed. The relationship between men could be smashing bricks against each other one moment, and the next moment, they could smoke, drink, and talk about women together. Young people were impulsive easily. When the atmosphere was hot, it was different. Even Xing Tan, who was squatting on the side, was a little affected. He recalled his own situation when he entered the university. It seemed like he didn't participate in the military training. He spent some money to go to the hospital to write a note, then asked the school leaders to sign it and left. Now, it was a pity. Xing Tan stretched his body and jumped down from the tree. He walked back home. Jiao Ma said they were having dumplings for dinner. After sending off the instructor, Jiao Wei and his roommates returned to their family's restaurant to help out. His roommates also came over to have a good meal. At the same time, they were thinking about what to do for the next 2 days. After the military training, they had 2 days of free time. Other than holding a class meeting, they had nothing else to do. So, they planned to go out and see the sights. Jiao Wei's parents were also helping him. No matter what, their son was only 18 or 19 years old. Young people should be more active. After giving Jiao Wei some money, Jiao Wei's father asked him to go out with his roommates and classmates to take a look at the city. Ever since he came to Chuhua City, he hadn't taken a good look at this new bustling metropolis. At night, when they returned to the dormitory, the few of them studied the famous sights in Chuhua City. Jiao Wei was staying in an 8-person room. Compared to the 4-person rooms, the accommodation was much cheaper. Initially, his parents did not agree as they were afraid their son would suffer. But Jiao Wei felt that other than sleeping, he did not have much time to stay in the dormitory. There was no need for him to stay in a 4-person room. Furthermore, even if it was an 8-person room, it was still much better than his high school's accommodation. At least his bed would not creak when he climbed up. At night, the few people in the dormitory chatted until late into the night. Although Jiao Wei responded a few times, his mind was still thinking about that matter. Seeing that September was almost over, would those people still come in October? Should he try to find that cat? But what should he say? Should he stand in front of a cat and say, "Hey, do me a favor, and I will give you fish to eat"? Others might think he was crazy. Sigh, this is not good. The next morning, Jiao Wei and his classmates went to the cafeteria for breakfast. Their plan was to go to each scenic spot according to their planned route after breakfast. They had even bought their bus cards and made a list of which bus to take to avoid getting lost. After breakfast, the few of them walked out. Jiao Wei saw a familiar black figure on the path not far from the cafeteria. "You guys go ahead first. Just wait for me at the bus stop. I have something to do and will catch up with you later," Jiao Wei said to his roommates hurriedly. "What's the matter? Do you need help?" "No need, you guys go ahead first." After saying that, Jiao Wei ran towards the path. Jing Tan was preparing to walk around the forest. He had not been there for a long time. He wanted to climb some trees and exercise. She had eaten too much in the morning, so she didn't run now. She walked slowly in that direction until she heard familiar footsteps. Black charcoal. "Wait!" Jiao Wei shouted as he ran. He was afraid that the cat would disappear. Jing Tan stopped and turned his head to look at the person running towards him. He did not know why Jiao Wei stopped him. Yesterday, this guy said that he wanted to go out with his classmates. Was he not leaving yet? After Jiao Wei ran over, he looked at the cat in front of him and did not know what to say. Looking around, although there were not many people on the path, there were still some students walking towards them. After thinking about it, Jiao Wei said tentatively, "Let's find a place where there is no one and talk." If he had not been in contact with this cat for a while, and if he had not heard Su Chu's story, Jiao Wei would never talk to a cat like this. Jing Tan pulled his ear. He did not know what this guy wanted. However, since he was bored, he thought of a suitable place and walked towards it. After 2 steps, he stopped and looked at Jiao Wei, signaling him to follow. Jiao Wei scratched his nose, looked around, and then followed the cat in front of him. They did not walk too far. They came to a small flower bed. It was more secluded and there was no one around. They would not be heard if they spoke. Jing Tan jumped onto the flower bed and looked at Jiao Wei, waiting for him to continue. Jiao Wei said this and that for a while, then asked, "Can you help me contact Celestine?" Celestine. Why would he look for that guy? Jing Tan looked at Jiao Wei suspiciously. However, speaking of which, Wei Leng had not been here for a while. That fellow had said last time that he did not want to come because he did not want to see the freshman's military training. That would make him miss his military career, so if he wanted to come, he would wait until the military training was over. Looking at the time, the military training was over. Celestine should be coming over in 2 days. How about this, if Celestine comes to find you next time, can you bring him to my restaurant? Jiao Wei said hesitantly, then looked at the cat's reaction. Jing Tan did not know why Jiao Wei was looking for Celestine, but if it was only like this, he could still help. So he raised a hand and looked at Jiao Wei. Jiao Wei did not understand the cat's meaning, so he did not move. Jing Tan. Stupid. Walking over, Jing Tan patted the back of Jiao Wei's hand. This was the way Jing Tan, Jiao Yuan, and little Pomelo were used to. If they agreed, they would pat their paws. That was why they were doing this now. After patting, Jing Tan jumped off the flower bed and walked towards the forest.